Hello and welcome, guys. Make yourselves comfortable and enjoy. This is Affinity, Chaos. Chapter 1000. The building in front of them had an archaic look. Well, all of them felt this way as well. When he got close to the building, it felt like he was standing in front of something as old as time. For a moment, he didn't take a step, a little shocked by what was in front of him. This was the first time he was getting close to one of these buildings. The building looked exceptionally strong, even with its ancient look. Gray soon snapped out of his reverie and rushed into the building. It better have a small dimension I can hide in, or else I'll be in a whole lot of trouble. Gray knew entering this building would give his pursuers a chance to get closer to him, but it presented a chance for him to escape from their pursuit, so he couldn't afford to miss the chance. After all, the life of elementalists was a risk in itself. The large double doors closed shut after he went in, giving him a small sense of hope that this place might have what he wanted. He continued moving forward. The inside of the building was extremely large. Compared to how it looked from the outside, it was easily twice the size of the building outside. Even though he was in a hurry, he wouldn't be so careless that he would rush through this place. There might be dangers in the building. He left the large hall and stepped into the passageway. Seeing the doors leading to rooms, he was very cautious. He was not the least bit tempted to open any of the doors since it might bring more trouble for him. Just as he was walking, he heard the door slam shut behind him. Guess this place isn't it? He thought to himself. Void, check which of them came in. Void vanished from Gray's shoulder and appeared in the large hall. He saw a young man. It's the guy in the 8th stage. Void reported. How long do you think it would take before we take him out? Gray asked. 2 minutes tops. Void replied confidently. He could defeat the young man on his own. Adding Gray to the mix would make things faster. All right, the sooner the better. Gray soon started to prepare a raise. He wanted to ambush the young man. With Void hiding behind the young man, there was no way he could escape from their pincer attack. The young man soon chased after Gray, but he was just as careful as Gray since he knew how dangerous such buildings were. He followed the mark and soon got to where Gray was standing, waiting for him. Where's your comrade? Gray asked curiously. He was very calm, staring at the young man as if he was staring into his soul. I'm more than enough to kill you. Before she comes, your corpse will be on the ground. The young man said confidently. Gray chuckled before shaking his head. Well, here I am. He spread his arms, waiting for the young man to attack. The young man took a step forward, then paused. The thought of Gray setting up an ambush crossed his mind, but then again, he looked at Gray and felt they were not on the same level. He was in the 8th stage, while Gray was only in the 6th stage. Although he was confident, he didn't dare to underestimate Gray. He cautiously advanced while preparing to defend with full force. He was covered by a black mist as he advanced. So cautious. Gray chuckled before snapping his finger. The walls, floor, as well as ceiling lit up with array lines. The young man allowed the mist surrounding him to spread out, and with a powerful roar, the mist started to thicken, going into a somewhat liquid state. Gray took a step forward and the passageway was covered by a large stream of fire. He used his fire domain. Since he wanted to make sure he was on the safer side, he used the icy flames. Ice started to form in the mist covering the young man. However, before it could get through, the mist not only blocked it but also started to devour it. Void? Gray called out to Void while doing a slashing motion with his hand. Void appeared behind the young man and also attacked. He used spatial distortions to break through the defensive mist set up by the young man. The mist started to show signs of breaking apart. A worried expression appeared on the face of the young man when he noticed this. Just as he was about to reinforce the part where Void's attack came from, Gray's dimensional slash attack hit the mist from the other side. A large hole opened up in the mist, giving Gray the opportunity he was waiting for. Stretching his hand forward, a lightning bolt shot through the hole. When the lightning entered the mist, it quickly spread apart, forming Gray's lightning domain. The young man screamed when the lightning started to rampage all over his body. An item appeared on his hand and he crushed it. Stop him! Gray and Void moved out simultaneously, and just as they were about to attack, the young man vanished. Damn it, I didn't get the chance to mark him. Gray complained as he felt a bit annoyed that the young man escaped. The reason he was feeling annoyed was that after exchanging blows with the young man, he already knew some of his techniques, so he would be able to inform the others from the gnome race about Gray and his strength. We should get going too. I think I heard the door slamming shut. Void said when Gray was still ruining his wasted chance. Gray nodded and followed after Void, heading in another direction. There were other doors to leave this place, so they wanted to take it. As the duo was leaving, the young lady at the peak of the Sage Plain had just entered the building. She soon sensed where Gray was located and chased after them. Chapter 1001. The Secret Realm. It has been a week since Gray and those from the Burchard family stepped into the place, and other than Gray, only a few people had seen those from the gnome race. Gray had been chased from the moment he stepped foot in this place, making his life a little miserable. While Gray was going through hell, those from the Burchard family were having a great time since they didn't have to worry too much about being attacked by the gnome race. They focused heavily on searching for treasures. There had been a few people who had even broken through. In a cave near a waterfall. How can I be so unlucky? Gray questioned as he looked around. He had seen over 20 buildings in the space of a week now, but none of them had the space he was searching for. What was worse was that he had been engaged in combat multiple times since the chase started, and he hadn't been able to get the advantage since whenever he was on the verge of being victorious. Someone else would step into the fray and make things hard for him. You've always been a little unlucky. I bet Klaus would have accidentally stumbled on one by one. Void commented. Gray looked at him but didn't refute it. In terms of luck, Klaus seemed to be highly favored by the world. I hate this. Who would have thought that I'd have to run for my life the entire time I'm here? I haven't even had the time to train. Isn't it best I just go back to the Aurora continent? He was getting a little frustrated. Not really, the constant battle is good for you. Void replied. I know, I just hate that I have to be the one running. Why don't we reverse the situation and I become the one hunting them? Gray said as he was getting ready to head out once again. He could already sense the aura of people nearby. Without any doubt, he knew it was the people from the gnome race. Void went out to check on it and confirmed it. The duo had no choice but to leave once again. While they were running, Gray caught sight of a large figure. This figure was larger than even those barbarians he saw in the Aurora continent when he first went there. He could sense the frightening strength hidden in their muscular body. The third race in this place? He was a little confused. Due to being chased around, he forgot there was actually a third race that entered this place as well. I think Sylvia called them giants. Well, they're not much of a giant if you ask me. Void remarked, studying the figure in front of him. They can regulate their body size. Walking around with such a large body would make them an easy target for people. Gray said. Even though he was being chased, he still took his time to study the figure ahead of him. Not just him, but the figure ahead was staring at him vigilantly. This giant was already in the 9th stage of the Sage Plain, and it was clear that he wasn't far from the peak. Gray, unfortunately, didn't have the luxury of time to stare at the giant for too long. After running for a few minutes, another building soon appeared before him. This place better have it. 5 minutes later. Boom! Gray's figure bounced off the ground as he shot out of the building. Damn it! You cowards! Why don't you come at me one-on-one and see if you can last 10 moves? He cursed out loud before running away once again. He was unfortunate as the building had no secret space. Instead, there was someone from the gnome race there. This person was actually very close to breaking through to the elemental sovereign plane. Cursing his bad luck, Gray continued his escape. He dashed through the woods, and as he was running, Void sensed something. There. Gray looked in the direction Void was pointing, and there was a cave entrance there. Treasure? You know I don't have time for that. I can sense strong spatial fluctuations there. Oh, why didn't you say so from the start? Gray changed his direction and headed straight for the cave. If this place is what I'm searching for, I'll need to lure one of those bastards in as well. Coming up with a plan, Gray stepped into the cave. The first thing that he was a dried-up skeleton. Well, that's not encouraging. He thought internally. However, the fear of being captured didn't allow him to stay outside. The cave had an eerie aura, and he could sense that there was something deadly lurking within the cave. He followed Void's directions and soon came to the place where the spatial fluctuation was coming from. When he confirmed that the place could indeed send him to another secret space, he calmed himself and sat down cross-legged in front of it. He was waiting for the first person from the gnome race that would get to him. It didn't take long before the first person arrived. It was a young lady in the 9th stage of the Sage Plain. You're pretty good at running, human. The young lady mocked. And you're pretty bad at chasing. I'm weaker than you are, yet you haven't been able to capture me. If I were in your position, I'd have already killed you by now. Gray didn't feel bothered by her words. The young lady felt irritated by Gray's words, and just as she was about to attack, Gray entered the spatial rift and disappeared. She gritted her teeth, looked around, and charged in as well. These spatial rifts that transport them to a secret place tend to be quite dangerous, hence her hesitation. However, due to the strong mark on Gray's body, they could tell that he was most likely a threat to them. Just the fact that he managed to escape all this while had already proven that he was not ordinary. Chapter 1002. Gray appeared in a red world. The sky was dyed red, giving off an eerie aura. He could almost perceive the stench of blood in the air. "Be on guard, we don't know what's in this place," he said to Void. Void nodded. He was not careless and was already trying to sense what dangers lay ahead of their path. While they were looking around, a figure covered in light appeared. The light died down almost immediately and the young lady from the gnome race appeared. "Tell me, where do you intend to run to now?" she asked with a playful smile. To her, Gray jumping into this place was the same as cutting his escape route. She felt maybe he was desperate and wanted to get the help of whatever creature was hiding in this place. "Who says I'm running?" Gray raised a brow playfully. The young lady looked at Gray before bursting out laughing. She already knew what he had in mind, but she was amused by the fact that Gray genuinely felt he could win against her. "You want to fight against me?" she asked, just to clarify her assumption. Gray took a step forward. His intention was clear. The young lady looked at him with a mocking smile before moving forward with frightening speed. Gray didn't stand idle. Seeing the young lady coming his way, he created an earth dome that protected him from any attacks. The young lady appeared in front of the earth dome and started attacking it. Gray, who was well protected on the inside, sensed the location of the young lady before unleashing an unusual attack. It was something he hadn't used in a long time. "Huh?" The young lady's shocked exclamation rang out in the place. Gray soon came out of the earth dome and attacked with the fire element, sending the young lady flying. He turned the ground the young lady was standing on as she attacked into mud, giving himself the opportunity to attack while the young lady was shocked by the sudden change in the environment. The young lady flipped mid-air and tried to land on her feet. However, the second her feet touched the ground, she sank once again. Gray appeared on her side and attacked with the lightning element. A sharp shrill left the young lady's mouth as she screamed, clearly in pain. Gray noticed her reaction towards the lightning element was different compared to the fire element. There's a chance that the lightning element is quite effective against them. He contemplated before attacking with the fire element once again. The young lady was able to block the attack this time, making sure Gray didn't get the advantage. Blocking the attack left her back open and Gray had already prepared a lightning inscription behind her. It attacked her from a hidden angle and before she noticed it, it struck her back and sent her flying. She screamed in pain once again as she looked at Gray with hatred. Although the attack power was not enough to kill her, the pain she was getting from the burns was sending her hysterical. "I'll kill you!" she shouted out in anger. "You'll have to be alive to do that," Gray said coolly. The young lady gnawed her teeth as she looked at the injury inflicted on her by the lightning element. After calming herself down, she attacked once again, this time, careful not to fall for any of Gray's tricks. Unfortunately for her, Gray was just getting started. Against an opponent in the 9th stage, Gray would definitely need the fusion state to at least boost his stage to the 7th or 8th stage to be able to comfortably defeat his opponent. But without the fusion state, he could easily use his space element and other elements to make life a living hell for whoever he's fighting against. There's still Void who hasn't gotten into the mix, so she basically has no chance against the duo. Of course, she knew nothing of this. Gray dodged her attack with the help of the space element, before attacking. The young lady blocked the attack with ease before attacking once again. Gray tried to block the attack, but was pushed back. The attack power of the young lady was more than what Gray could take, so it opened an opportunity for the young lady who took it without blinking. Seeing that Gray was forced back, she unleashed another attack with the darkness element and compared to how humans used it, there was a difference in how the people from the gnome race used it. Gray was once again forced back by the attack of the young lady. As he blocked the attack, he was pushed back. Before he could position himself, the young lady was already close to him. She refused to give him the chance he wanted to attack. And for someone who was always attack-minded, it was best to keep him restricted. The young lady attacked with a sword made out of darkness. The sword sliced through the defensive wall Gray created and tried to cut Gray's flesh, but Gray sensibly retreated in time, making sure he was not hit by the sword. The young lady continued attacking relentlessly, while Gray dodged calmly. He tried blocking it, but whatever defense he sets up, the sword cuts through it like a hot knife through butter. Void. Gray called out to Void as he saw how things were going. Void finally made a move, disappearing from where he was watching the battle. The young lady who was invested in attacking Gray never expected another attack to come from behind her. Worse of all, it was a lightning element attack. Void got within 5 meters of her before attacking, giving her little to no time to react to the attack. Just like Gray's attack, the lightning bolt struck her back and sent her flying. She crashed into the ground, bouncing off repeatedly. Easy, Void said with a smirk. Gray rolled his eyes before boosting his strength to the 9th stage, the same stage as the young lady. Now, he was taking the battle seriously. Chapter 1003. With a step, Gray vanished. The young lady who was just recovering from Void's sneak attack rushed to her feet as she tried to get a good view of what attacked her. Looking around, she saw no one, not even Gray. Where's he? She panicked as she went on guard. From the last attack, she already knew Gray was not alone. Only a fool would think he was the one who did that attack. Unfortunately for her, even if she felt Gray was not alone, she couldn't confirm her assumption since there was no one in sight. She was still looking around when she sensed the space by her right ripple, and without even blinking, she attacked that spot. Her attack missed since it didn't hit anyone. If you waited for a little longer you would have been able to hit it. Gray's voice came from behind her. Her entire body tensed up because she didn't know when Gray appeared behind her. She turned around with flailing arms as she attacked, trying to catch Gray unaware. Her hands, which were covered with a black mist, were caught by a strong hand. She smiled since she knew the effect the black mist had on others, especially humans. "You're dead," she said hatefully. "That may or may not be correct." Gray replied nonchalantly as he threw a punch her way, sending her flying. His fist was covered with the lightning element, so the attack caused greater harm to the young lady. The young lady screamed in horror as she landed on the ground. The young lady coughed out black blood as she looked at Gray. She wiped the little bit of blood that was left on her lips. "I just have to delay a little while, the effect will start soon," she thought to herself as she stared at Gray's hands, which were still covered with the black mist. He shook his hand casually, and to the shock of the young lady, the black mist died down. "Impo. Nothing's impossible if you have the right methods." Gray interrupted her as he walked closer to where she was standing. The young lady paused for some time, unsure of what to do. Gray's simple act seemed to have dampened her spirit. She almost lost all will to fight. But she soon snapped out of it as she roared angrily, and 2 figures soon appeared beside her. They were obviously dead, and Gray needed no information on what they were: human puppets. The 2 figures were both young ladies, and each was in the 8th stage of the Sage Plane. Gray studied the duo with a shake of his head. They were part of the unfortunate few who would not make it out of this place. The duo attacked the moment they appeared. One of them was a lightning elementalist, while the other was a water elementalist. Gray didn't shy away from the fight as he entangled himself with the duo. He dodged a lightning bolt by a hair's breadth before facing a stream of water that pushed him back. The young lady from the gnome race didn't sit by idly as Gray was being overpowered. She rushed in to join in on the fight as well. She could already tell that Gray would be a good puppet for her, so she wanted to claim him. If Gray knew what was going through her mind, he would laugh his head off at the thought of being a puppet to someone else. Just as the young lady joined in on the battle and went within a certain range, Gray, who had been defending, suddenly changed his strategy. He unleashed his gravitational force field, which not only pushed the puppets to the ground, but their owner as well. The ground on which they were standing lit up as a large array appeared. The red-colored sky above shook vigorously as a thunderstorm appeared from nowhere. The young lady was about to move when a large and powerful lightning bolt fell from the sky at an insane speed, crashing into her and her puppets. Her shrill screams echoed as she was harmed by the lightning attack. Void appeared on Gray's shoulder as he looked at their opponent. "You should have at least given her some hope," he commented. "She doesn't need it. I wonder what state she'll be in after this attack," Gray replied playfully. The lightning storm died down, and the seemingly never-ending lightning strike disappeared without a trace. 3 figures came into the duo's view. 2 of them were burnt to crisp, while the last one was charred from the burns, still shaking from the electrocution, and was clearly gasping for air. The young lady survived, but it was easy to see that she would not be alive for long. She was struggling for breath as she lay on the ground. Gray watched her for some time, and just as he was about to end her suffering, an idea popped up in his head. "There's no harm in trying," he thought to himself. Walking closer, he used an array to seal the young lady's elemental powers before bending down almost to her level. His hand was covered with the light element as he tried to heal her, but to his shock, the the moment his hands got close, the reaction of the young lady intensified, and before he could react, she died. What the hell? I didn't even get a chance to try it. Gray looked at the dead body in dejection. He wanted to try to see if he could use the life force of this young lady, or anyone from the gnome race, to erase the mark. Since the gnome race was basically the ones who created this vile method, it was only right that they would be able to remove it. Gray stayed in the space for a while longer before heading out. He needed to drag another person from the gnome race here so he could try out his theory. Chapter 1004. Gray soon located the way out of the secret space. Although it was a little harder than he thought, it wasn't beyond his capabilities. His only concern was that he could sense that there was something inside the place, but even after searching around, he still hadn't found anything yet. He left the place and walked around, hoping to attract the attention of any member of the gnome race. After staying for over 1 hour, he decided to head out and search for someone on his own. He felt maybe after not sensing the mark, some might have felt that he died. He didn't journey far before the first member of the gnome race appeared. The person was a young man who was at the peak of the sage plane. Gray had no issues with dealing with people at the peak, hence he quickly turned around and made a break for it. His plan was still the same: take this person into the secret space and kill him. The young man was elated when he realized Gray was still alive and immediately gave chase, in hopes of being the one to kill him. Getting to the cave, Gray jumped straight into the secret space. When the young man from the gnome race got there, instead of rushing in carelessly, he paused and looked at the place carefully before turning around. For some reason, he didn't head into the place. Gray stayed in the secret space for around 10 minutes or so. When he didn't see the young man entering, he was forced to step out once again. As soon as he appeared outside, he was attacked by the young man who had been waiting for him. Gray already expected something like this, so before stepping out, he had 4 defensive layers around him. Even 3 peak sage plane elementalists would not be able to break through it with just 1 attack. But it wouldn't last more than that. Gray didn't need it to, since all he wanted was to make sure he was protected from the initial attack of the young man outside. When the young man noticed that Gray was still standing after his attack, he looked at him with a mocking smile. What tricks could you possibly have up your sleeve that would make you risk your life by coming out again? Gray looked at the young man. Noticing his calmness, he didn't panic. Whoever this is, he was a smart person, so he would naturally not be careless with him. I never thought I would see the day when a peak sage plane expert would be scared of a 6th stage weakling. Gray remarked. Only a fool would look down on his opponent. The young man replied casually, not embarrassed by Gray's words. He wasn't the type that would fall for such cheap trickery. If Gray felt that his words would make him chase after him relentlessly, then he was a fool. With his mind made up, to the utmost surprise of Gray, the young man from the gnome race turned around and left. He didn't even try to fight against Gray. His exchange with Gray already showed that Gray was a hard nut to crack, and in the process of cracking him, he might end up harming himself, so he gave up even before trying. Gray was stunned when he saw the young man leave. He left? He couldn't help but ask with a dumbfounded expression. So it seems. Void replied after sensing the area for a while. He's smart, not everyone is as decisive as he is. Gray couldn't help but commend the young man. The only reason he didn't try to engage him in a fight was the fear of destroying the cave, and maybe someone else managed to get here before he killed the young man and joined hands with his opponent. As much as he wanted to try out his theory, it wasn't worth the risk of getting himself caught or, even worse, killed. With the young man gone, Gray had to go in search of another potential victim for his experiment. It took him close to 2 hours before he finally found another member of the gnome race, a young man who was in the 8th stage of the sage plane. This guy didn't even think twice and immediately went after Gray the moment they made contact. Gray rushed off, running in the direction of the cave. Just as he was a kilometer or so away from the cave, he saw a familiar figure. It was the young man at the peak who refused to follow him into the cave the last time. He was waiting for him, blocking his path back to be exact. Gray's expression changed slightly since he never expected this young man to appear again. Really smart. He cursed as he looked at the young man. The move made by the young man was ingenious. He didn't follow Gray into the secret space, rather, he waited on the side and started to track him. When he sensed the guy from his race heading in Gray's direction, he rushed back so Gray wouldn't notice him. "Where are you going to go now?" the young man asked as he spread his hands apart. Gray was about to reply when the other young man in the 8th stage showed up. He looked at Gray, then at the young man standing after Gray. "He's mine," he declared coldly. "You can't beat him without my help, you can't even catch him. Pipe down and maybe I'll give you some credit," the young man at the peak of the sage plane said. His expression and voice were still the same, but his aura was completely different. It was clear that if the young man in the 8th stage said anything else, he would kill him even before fighting Gray. The young man swallowed his saliva as he nodded his head. He didn't retreat though, he knew he couldn't since that would mean opening an escape route for Gray. Chapter 1005. Gray stared at the duo. His greatest problem was the young man at the peak. Not just because he was the strongest, but because he was blocking his escape path. If he were to use the Great Void technique to escape, then he would only be giving up on his chances with either of these young men. Unlike you, I don't run from a battle, Gray stated confidently as he looked at the young man at the peak. The other young man looked at the duo. Only after Gray spoke did he realize the duo had crossed paths, and from Gray's statement, the young man at the peak actually retreated. The view he had of the young man changed, but he still didn't dare to attack him. Heh. The young man scoffed, but didn't respond any longer. Without waiting for Gray to make a move, he attacked. Gray, seeing the incoming attack from the young man, steadied himself, dodged the attack, and before anyone could realize what was happening, he bolted for it. Why would he waste his strength to fight against the duo here, when he could easily be attacked by more of the people from the gnome race if he stayed for too long? Both young men from the gnome race paused in confusion. Originally, they felt after Gray dodged the attack, he would counter, but Gray did not even spare them a glance as he ran off. It was clear that his objective from the start was to escape. Shameless. The young man at the peak cursed under his breath. The other young man looked at him. What are you looking at? After him. The young man at the peak gave the order as he rushed after Gray. As they chased, he soon noticed something strange about Gray's movement. Just when he was about to give them a clear distance, he would slow down, seemingly waiting for them to catch up. The young man at the peak had so many questions in his head, but he couldn't ask them. Unlike him, the other young man didn't care about all these. All that mattered was defeating Gray. The young man at the peak took a glance at the other young man before smiling to himself. He would taste the waters with this guy. If he doesn't come out after 5 minutes, then he would leave Gray and focus on his training and breaking through. If Gray could kill someone in the 8th stage, even if it was with the help of an external helper, it wouldn't change the fact that he was a formidable foe. Time went by and the familiar cave came into view once again. The young man at the peak paused outside the cave, while the other young man didn't waste any time waiting. He headed right into the cave and jumped into the secret space with Gray already waiting for him to appear. In the secret space. After Gray entered, he didn't head far from the place he appeared. He hid somewhere as he waited for his victim. Seeing only the young man in the 8th stage entering, he heaved a sigh of relief. Although he might be able to kill both of them had they come in together with Void's assistance, this was still a good option since they would be able to take out the young man faster. The young man looked in the direction Gray was hiding. Since he still had the mark, it was very easy for the young man to locate him. Come out and face your owner, the young man said coldly. Gray stepped out with an expressionless face. He studied the young man from every angle before nodding his head. You'll do. The young man was taken aback by Gray's statement, unsure of what he meant by that. Gray didn't say anything else as he charged forward, his body covered with red lightning as he boosted his strength to the 9th stage of the Sage Plane. The reason for this was that he wanted to end things as soon as he could. The young man from the gnome race was flabbergasted when he sensed the sudden spike in Gray's level. He couldn't even say a word as he hurriedly set up a defensive shield to block Gray's incoming attack. Boom! The attack hit the shield and it broke apart. The young man on the other hand was sent flying, crashing into the ground with an open wound on his chest. He stood up and looked at the injury on his chest. He grimaced in pain before he quickly tried to counter. Gray was already standing close to him, so his attack missed by a lot. Unfortunately for him, his back was clawed by Gray's hand, which had lightning claws on it. Each claw dug deep into his flesh, letting the lightning roam freely in his body, causing havoc and unimaginable pain to the young man's body. The young man screamed in terror. He could see his life flashing through his eyes. With blood dripping from his mouth, he made a last-ditch effort to try to reverse everything. Rushing to his feet, he threw different attacks at Gray, even bringing out his puppets. The puppets didn't move before they were both destroyed by a powerful attack. It was Void's spatial distortion. Give up, you can't win. At the moment, Gray's voice was like a god's voice, and the young man almost gave up fighting, but he soon snapped out of it as he attacked once again. Gray had little problem with dealing with the attacks before slowly incapacitating his opponent. Before long, the young man could barely move his body. Although he was still alive, it was safe to say that he was wishing for death at the moment. Both hands and legs were missing, and he was bleeding profusely from almost every single part of his body. His face was unrecognizable. Thinking that everything happened in the span of just over 3 minutes was shocking. The young man soon started to regret his decision in chasing after Gray. He chased after him only to end up being tortured to death by him. Chapter 1006. Gray smiled and looked at the young man in front of him who was close to death. "Don't worry, I don't plan on killing you." A smile of relief formed on the young man's face as he heard Gray's words, until the last word. "Yet." Gray finished his statement and shook his head at the loom of despair in the eyes of the young man. Of course he wasn't bothered by him since he didn't really care. He had killed humans while trying to remove the mark, and there was no way he was going to hold back now. Time slowly went by and Gray started to try out his experiment. It was tedious work that required his focus, since a slight mistake would mean that his attempt would fail. Extracting life force from a living thing was by no means easy. Settling down, he placed his entire attention on his work. Outside the cave, another figure was standing by the young man at the peak of the sage plane. This figure was a young lady that was almost at the peak of the sage plane. "You came here tracking the mark as well?" the young lady asked. "I found the person, he's hiding in there." The young man pointed at the cave. "Why did the mark suddenly disappear?" "This is the third time it's disappearing," the young lady asked curiously. "He's hiding in a separate space in that cave." The young lady soon understood what was going on. She took a glance at the young man standing beside her. "How strong is he?" she asked curiously. The fact that this young man knew where he was hiding, yet he did nothing to fight him, showed that he was a bit apprehensive of this marked person. "He's only in the 6th stage of the sage plane," the young man replied casually. The expression of the young lady changed a little and she looked at the young man. "Are you sure?" The young man nodded while staying in the same position. He didn't show any signs of making a move. His actions confused the young lady, since she felt he would have at least killed Gray by now, yet he was just standing there, with no signs of making a move. There must be something he's hiding, the girl thought to herself, and instead of heading into the cave, she stayed outside. She was not stupid. As long as this young man didn't go in, there was no way she was going to take the risk of entering the place. It must hold some dangers that would make a peak sage plane elementalist think twice. Is not something she was certain she could face. The duo continued their stay in silence. In a separate space, Gray was laughing maniacally. Finally, it's done! He was ecstatic. The mark that had been bothering him for a long time was gone in a flash. Surprisingly, using the life force of people from the gnome race was the perfect antidote for it. The young man wasn't even dead yet, but Gray was already cured of the mark. He took a glance at the astonished look on the face of the young man, who was still alive, but barely breathing. "Oh, how?" The young man's voice was very faint at the moment, but he was vetoing, stunned as to how Gray was able to remove the mark from his body. This was something unheard of. It's none of your business. Since you've become useless, there's no need to keep you alive anymore." Gray grinned as he was about to kill him. Wait, I have something to tell you." The young man panicked. Although he was already close to death, he could still survive this if treated. "Oh, what's that?" Gray paused. "The son of the Emperor is here, and I can take you to him." The young man gathered himself before saying. "The son of the Emperor?" Gray raised a brow. "Yes, he's the Emperor's favorite son." The young man nodded slowly. Gray fell deep in thought, and with a flick of his hand, a lightning bolt hit the forehead of the young man. "I don't need your help with this. Anyway, thanks for the information." He chuckled before burning the body to a crisp. "I wonder what stays here." He looked around curiously. After some time he shook his head, declining the idea of searching for anything. Hiding his aura, he left the separate space. Inside the cave, when Gray appeared, he noticed something shocking. "Oh, nice." He smiled all of a sudden. He could track people, not just anyone, but those from the gnome race. Apparently, using the life force of someone from the gnome race gave him this ability. The hunted has become the hunter. He noticed that 2 people were standing outside the cave, and since he hid his aura before stepping out, there was no way they were going to know that he was out already. They should continue standing outside. I'll just go hunt others. Gray vanished as he headed for the side he sensed the least number of people from the gnome race. He could peacefully travel now, while occasionally taking out those from the gnome race. 2 weeks went by in the blink of an eye. In the space of 2 weeks, the entire secret realm fell into pandemonium. The reason for this was simple: someone was waging war against those from the gnome race. Of the over 100 people that entered this place, more than half of them were dead in the space of 2 weeks. What was worse was that the person killing them seemed to always know where they were. They had set traps for him on multiple occasions, but sometimes he would not even show. Whenever he did show up, he would kill all those who were supposedly hiding in wait for the ambush, leaving the bait alone. He would then beat the bait up and tell him that his friends had run away. He usually leaves the bait, possibly to spread the news and put fear in the hearts of those from the gnome race. Chapter 1007. In a building, a young man could be seen sitting on a throne while the others stood before him. This was a prince from the gnome race, the son of the emperor of the gnome race. Does anyone know his location? He asked the crowd standing in front of him. Those from the gnome race didn't dare to venture out alone any longer. They all grouped up and rushed over to this place since they knew the prince would always be there. No, he has an ability that can perfectly hide his aura from others. Only a few have seen him. Someone from the crowd replied. They didn't know what to do about Gray anymore. They wanted him dead, but they were all afraid to go out. Gray was like the perfect assassin, especially given how he always knows where they were always hiding. He was also very efficient, killing people with as little noise as possible so others wouldn't be spooked. They were all speaking when a rift opened up and a figure was thrown on the ground. It was a figure of a member of the gnome race that had been killed. They all stared at the rift, but no one else came out. The son of the emperor smashed his fist on the throne he was sitting on as he stood up with an angered expression. He's somewhere close, search for him. He ordered angrily. Giving them orders, they all left the building, leaving only the son of the emperor and 3 others. You 3 should head out as well. Kill any human you find around this place. He said to the 3 people standing beside him. They were all at the peak of the Sage Plain, so they could easily move in this place unhindered. Well, unless they were ambushed. The trio bowed to the son of the emperor and vanished from their location. Gray was hiding somewhere in the building as he watched them all leave. He saw the young man at the peak who chased him to the cave but didn't enter was among the crowd. What would they say if they returned and their leader was dead? He thought to himself with a chuckle. His plan was simple, kill the prince before they returned. However, he wanted to wait a little longer so that he would have the chance to kill his opponent before the others could return. 10 minutes later. Gray finally stepped out of his hiding spot and swaggered to where the prince was seated. Hi. He waved at the prince. The prince looked at him, but there was nothing like surprise on his face. It was like he predicted something like this would happen. You took long enough, I guess you were waiting for them to be far away before you stepped out. The prince said. I had to be sure, at least with this range, I can kill you before any of them returns. Gray replied. He could already tell the prince had a plan of fighting him alone with the way he chased the others away. With how Gray had been operating, it was safe to say being alone almost meant that he would be attacked. You're proud, for someone still in the 6th stage of the Sage Plain. The prince commented. I've killed a few of your people at the peak, I shouldn't have any problems dealing with you. Gray said as his aura spiked, and before the prince knew it, Gray's aura was at the peak of the Sage Plain, even stronger than his aura. I see, no wonder you're this confident. The prince still wore a calm expression, it was as if he didn't see what Gray just did. If you think you can defeat with such petty tricks, then you're a fool. Gray moved out, appearing beside the prince as he attacked with the lightning element. He noticed the light element had more effect, but his elemental grade for his light element wasn't as high as the lightning element, so he used the lightning element more. Gray's attack was about to hit the prince when he finally made a move. The attack which was already at his face passed through him, literally. Gray was shocked when he saw this, he knew which element had this ability. It was the space element, but most people couldn't do this particular technique until they got to at least the elemental venerable plane. Surprised? The prince asked with a smirk. Gray didn't reply as he attacked again. This time, he was preparing an inscription. The prince moved to the left with shocking speed as he dodged the attack before attacking Gray. When the prince moved to dodge the attack, Gray noticed he used the wind element. The attack he did just now contained the fire element. Adding that to their natural darkness element meant that the prince had 4 elements. Gray was a little shocked since this was the first time he was seeing someone from the gnome race who had more than 2 elements. The young man looked at Gray, it was obvious he found joy in his expression. Without any further delay, he attacked Gray once again, even before his last attack had connected. Gray dodged the first attack by teleporting to another location. The prince controlled the other attack to head in Gray's direction. Gray on the other hand used the inscription he was preparing to attack the prince from behind. The prince sensed the attack coming from his back and vanished from his location, appearing close to Gray as he attacked with a wind blade that shot at Gray. Seeing the attack coming, Grey created an earth wall to block the attack. The wall cracked when the attack hit it but didn't fall apart. The prince appeared above Grey and attacked with a fifth element. Large boulders appeared above Grey and instantly came crashing down. Grey was shocked beyond belief, but he still dodged the attack first since he knew taking such an attack would hurt a lot. Chapter 1008. Grey hurriedly dodged the prince's attack as he drilled into the ground with the earth element, completely escaping from the attack range before popping out once again. This time, he had a look of shock on his face. He never expected to encounter someone from the gnome race who had 5 elements. The prince looked at Grey's face with a smile on his face. He could tell that Grey was shocked by his strength. "I'm not done yet." Hearing the prince's words, Grey's eyes widened. "Don't tell me he has another element." Grey stared at the prince before hurriedly rushing back, preparing to both defend and attack. His initial shock was gone now. He was prepared to fight against the prince now, without holding back. The prince attacked once again with the earth element, and just as it was about to hit Grey, it was boosted by the wind element. Then a powerful fire attack appeared in front of it all of a sudden. Grey was already prepared for an attack, so seeing the attacks coming his way, he blocked with the earth and water elements. With both enforcing each other, especially with the heavy water, he was able to block the prince's attacks with some ease as he countered with an inscription that was prepared beforehand. The prince, as if expecting the attack, was able to dodge it and destroy the inscription as well. Grey moved forward, and without hesitation, he used the gravitational force field. The prince hadn't experienced it before, so he was dragged down by the attack. He hastily tried to get control over his body as he made sure he was not caught unaware by Grey's next attack. Grey unleashed a lightning bolt that struck where the prince was standing. Since the prince found it hard to move due to the gravitational force field, he was forced to take the attack head-on. He created an earth wall in front of him, but the wall was shattered by an attack that came even before the lightning bolt. Grey used both his dimensional slash as well as the lightning attack at almost the same time, expecting the prince to do something like this. The dimensional slash destroyed the wall, leaving the prince wide open for the lightning attack. Just as the attack was about to hit the prince, he released a dark mist all around him. The lightning bolt slowed down significantly the moment it entered the dark mist. Grey's eyes opened wide, a little surprised. A domain. This was the first time he was seeing a member of the gnome race using a domain. With the help of the dark mist, the prince used the fire element to attack the lightning bolt, barely managing to block it. Both attacks collided, and the impact pushed the prince back a few steps. How's his attack power so strong? Grey was astounded. With the exception of when he fought that old monster from the gnome race who reduced his level, this was the first time he was fighting against someone in the sage plane that was actually not being oppressed by his usually strong attack power. In fact, the prince's attack power seemed to not only equal his, but even seemed slightly stronger than his own. Seeing the shock on Grey's face, the prince chuckled. "You think you can beat a true genius with such strength? Dream on. What's not yours will forever not be yours. You might be able to defeat those fools from your realm, but against me, you don't stand a chance." He commented. It was like he could see through Grey. He couldn't deny the fact that Grey was powerful. However, this wasn't Grey's real strength. It was more like borrowed strength, so against someone like him who was already at the pinnacle of the sage plane and had multiple elements, he didn't have that much of an advantage. The prince was also extraordinarily stronger compared to others in the sage plane. "We'll see about it." Grey replied. He was still quite confident in his abilities, so he didn't really feel he would lose against the prince. The prince chuckled, but didn't reply. He already knew he had the higher attack power. The only issue was that Grey had a variety of elements, and he seemed to know how to use them quite well. The prince moved out, not wanting to give Grey the chance to attack. Grey also moved out almost at the same time. Both fighters attacked each other with the fire element, dodging with the space element. Grey used the lightning element to send out an attack that forced the prince to retreat. The prince would occasionally send out attacks which would force Grey to move back. Boom! Bam! Grey focused on using the lightning element, while the prince used all his elements. The prince was the first to bring out his domain. Grey decided it was time for the prince to see his domain as well. Without hesitation, lightning started to dance across the hall of the building. Grey made sure it covered a large area, making it difficult for the prince to defend against it. Although the attack power was reduced considerably, it was still enough to cause the prince some issues. The prince released his darkness domain as well to counter Grey's lightning domain. But it was clear that Grey's domain was gaining the advantage over the prince's domain. Grey was about to smirk when he saw something else. A spark of flame rose up in the middle of the darkness domain. The flame soon started to spread out everywhere. Another domain. Grey was once again shocked by the prince. Most of the time, he was the one who shocked his enemies, but this time, he was the one shocked by his opponent. With the help of the fire domain, he was able to defend himself against the lightning domain. Seeing that it was useless, Grey reduced the size of the domain and also attacked with multiple inscriptions. The prince was blocking each of his attacks with some ease. Grey raised a finger and an orb started to form on it. It had been a while since he used the fusion orb. Chapter 1009. The orb forming on Grey's finger was small, but it contained powers that frightened the prince. For the first time since their battle started, the prince showed an expression of shock and apprehension. His facial expression was more serious when compared to how carefree it had been all this while. This guy is a threat to our race. How come he hasn't been marked yet? He thought to himself. The thought of Grey being marked and removing the mark himself never crossed his mind. Most of the people even felt Grey was dead since he hadn't appeared again. Although the young man who followed him there felt that there was something strange about Grey's disappearance, he didn't dare to enter the secret space to confirm it. The prince didn't think too much since he felt he would be able to kill him in their battle. He rushed forward, not wanting Grey to unleash the attack. He felt an attack of this caliber would need time to complete, so it hadn't been completely prepared yet. As long as he could interrupt Grey, then he wouldn't need to fear the attack. Just as he got within a few meters of Grey and attacked, his eyes enlarged by the sight before him. The orb in Grey's finger was quite small compared to the ones that appeared around Grey. Each orb was at least triple the size of the orb on his finger, and they each contained almost the same attack power. The prince paused as he rushed to retreat, hoping Grey would not attack him before he gets to safety. Grey smirked as he unleashed the orbs at him. Each orb had enough power to take out an 8th stage Sage Plane Elementalist. The prince was threatened by the attack that was coming his way, so he scrambled to safety as he tried to dodge it. Grey didn't use all of them to attack simultaneously since he knew it would be useless that way. He sent them out after each other. Whenever the prince managed to escape from one of them, he would attack with the other one. The prince was placed in a tough spot for the first time since the start of the battle. While he was dodging the orbs, a lightning bolt appeared behind him and struck him cleanly on his back. However, contrary to Grey's expectation, the prince didn't yell in pain or anything. Instead, he noticed a bright light around the body of the prince as it protected him from it. However, the light dimmed down considerably after taking the attack. Damn it! Grey couldn't help but complain. He thought he had finally gotten the chance to sneak attack him. Unfortunately, the prince was able to block it since he had a protective vest. The prince got on high alert after Grey's failed sneak attack. Well, it couldn't really be called a failed attempt since it hit his target. He just didn't think the prince would have a protective vest on. The prince dodged the orbs as he also dodged the lightning attacks that were coming his way from the inscriptions. The prince calmed himself down as he dodged Grey's attacks. Being the one with the initiative, Grey flew into the air as he unleashed his meteor descent. The prince was still dodging the orbs which seemed endless. Seeing the large fire-covered boulders dropping from the air, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of hate for Grey. How's he able to attack with so many powerful attacks? Isn't he afraid his essence will dry up? Although this was something that rarely happened since most elementalists don't dare to fight till that stage, it was something that could still happen. Once an elementalist starts using extraordinarily powerful attacks, they tend to lose essence quicker than others, which would mean that they risked running out of essence if the battle lasted for a long time. The prince yelled out before exploding with frightening powers. This time, even the boulders coming from the sky were blown to smithereens by the surge of power from the prince. Grey was forced to take a step back, but he started his attack once again. With a single step, the ground lit up with a symbol as multiple lightning shot into the air. It was as if there was a rain of lightning, but it was coming from the ground. The prince was within the range, and his protective vest lit up once again. This time it stayed longer than usual. The light around the vest quickly started to lose its brightness. Fuck! The prince's facial expression turned extremely ugly. Grey was a terrifying opponent. He had way too many ways to get what he wanted in a battle. If this method fails to work, he would switch to another method. What was worse was that these were things that even if the prince was aware of, he wouldn't be able to defend himself against it. I'll kill him. The prince concluded in his heart. The protective vest soon lost its light, but it managed to do what it was brought in for since it managed to get the prince out of the range of the array that Grey used in attacking. The prince didn't leave the place unscathed though. His flesh was burned by the attack of the lightning. Luckily, he left the place quite early. Grey turned around as he looked in a particular direction. My time here is limited. I don't think I will be able to kill this guy before they return. The burst of attack that the prince used some time ago had finally alerted those who left the place not so long ago, so they were rushing back to this place. Gray had been trying to avoid using attacks that would be that explosive since it would bring others over. Since it's already like this, then no need, he thought to himself. Gray burst out with fearsome elemental powers. When the prince saw this version of Gray, he started to hate him to the core. Even when he felt he already knew Gray's power, he came out with yet another one. It was quite clear that if Gray were to face another person from the gnome race, he would kill them without too much of a hassle. Chapter 10:10. Like Gray, the prince could also sense that his subordinates who left some time ago were rushing back. He took a glance at Gray, and 2 coffins appeared behind him. 2 humans stepped out of the coffins, both were already at the peak of Sage Plain. The 2 people were young ladies who were both naked. From how they looked, Gray could tell that they didn't die a good death. The prince looked at Gray, hoping that his puppets would influence his mind, but to his greatest surprise, he didn't even have a reaction, not even one of disgust. It was as if he was a calm sea, nothing could shake him. Both of these young ladies were stunning beauties with amazingly great bodies. One of the reasons he made them his puppets was because whenever he was fighting a tough opponent from the human race who was a young man, he could bring them out to rattle their states of mind. Gray was one of the few people who hadn't shown any visible reactions to seeing the naked ladies. Most of the people who didn't have the reaction he was expecting tend to show disgust towards him, but Gray didn't do any of this. It was like he couldn't see the young ladies. The state of the young ladies, although they were dead, seemed to be very much alive. Other than their sad eyes, and the few scars on the side of their necks, they looked like living people. Gray continued his attack. This time, his fire element came to life as it exploded out, destroying the building they were fighting in. The 2 puppets, along with the prince, moved out as they attacked. The 2 puppets were both water elementalists. Ice shards appeared in the sky as they shot towards Gray with lightning speed like arrows. Gray covered himself with a water dome that easily stopped the ice shards from getting to him. While he was still blocking the attack, the prince used the darkness element to corrode the water dome and mist started to form inside the dome. If Gray didn't step out of it, he would be affected by it. The water dome exploded under Gray's control before turning to tentacles that grabbed the legs of both the prince and his puppets. The puppets struggled to free themselves, but the prince cut the tentacle with the fire element. Gray already got what he wanted since he wanted to delay them for some time. He prepared multiple orbs that struck both the puppets and the prince. The prince dodged the attack, while the puppets both created an ice shield around them to block the attack that was coming their way. When the fusion orb hit the ice shield, an explosion rang out. The shield managed to last for some time before it shattered. The impact of the attack still hit the puppets with quite some force left as it sent them crashing to the ground. The prince looked at his priceless puppets before looking at Gray angrily. He rushed forward and attacked. Gray knew he couldn't take the prince's attack head-on, so he dodged to the left before taking to the sky. The prince rushed after him, his puppets were already engaged with Gray in the air. Gray didn't have too much of a problem with fighting against the 2 puppets since they were not as strong as when they were alive. The prince joining the battle made it tougher for Gray to fight. He focused mainly on blocking and evading since he knew that he was no match for all of them. The prince managed to hit Gray on his back with the fire element, sending him flying to the ground. When Gray's back hit the ground, the prince and the puppets rushed after him as they attacked him while he was down. Gray unleashed his fire domain when they got close to him. He didn't use his normal fire, rather, he used the icy flame since he knew it was stronger than the usual one. The prince, as well as his puppets, were caught unaware, and with Gray's increasing strength, the power of the domain grew stronger. Now the icing ability of the domain was on another level. The prince quickly used the fire element to free himself and escaped from the range of the domain. The 2 puppets were not as lucky as he was. Time to leave. Gray could sense that those returning were not far away any longer. If even one more person were to join the prince, he didn't know if he would be able to escape unscathed. He rushed to where the puppets were and tapped them on the back. Black tendrils left his hand and entered their bodies. The prince felt a sharp ache in his head, but before he could react properly, Gray vanished, along with his puppets. He looked at the spot Gray was previously standing on. His eyes still showed shock. The reason for this was that before Gray left, he cut off the prince's control and connection over his puppets. This was something that only masters of their arts could do, yet Gray did it with only a tap. Unknown to him, Gray had studied human puppets, and with the increase in his darkness elemental grade, he had an easier time breaking their links. One of the advantages of this was that breaking the link would affect the owner of the puppets. This scenario, for instance, showed the importance of that. The prince would never have allowed him to leave so easily, but because the link was forcefully broken, he was affected by it and Grey was able to escape with such ease. All this also lay with Grey's impeccable planning. He was able to outsmart his opponent on multiple occasions during the battle. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to defeat him since the prince was clearly on another level. However, the prince knew if Grey were to truly be at the peak of the Sage Plane, then the result of the battle would not be the same. Chapter 10:11. Some seconds after Grey left, two figures appeared in the sky above the building. Seeing the prince, they rushed over. "Your Highness, what happened?" one of them asked. "I was attacked," the prince replied casually as he walked back to his seat. "Who would dare to attack the prince?" "It must be that gutsy giant," one of them said coldly. "It's a human," the prince replied coolly. "A human?" Surprise appeared on the faces of the two people who just arrived. Although they were at the peak of the Sage Plane, they knew they were not on the same level as the prince. However, they could still defeat around 70 to 80% of humans at the peak of the Sage Plane like them. This showed the difference in strength between humans and those from the gnome race. On the same level, the gnome race had an undeniable advantage. "Yes, he's not like the rest. If my guess is correct, he's the one killing our people," the prince replied. "How arrogant. He dared to come here and fight with you. He really doesn't know what fear is. He'll die soon," one of the figures said. "It won't be that easy," the prince's reply shocked the duo. They all knew how proud the prince was. The fact that he said this about a human, a race that he had always felt was beneath him, was shocking, to say the least. They even felt the prince had something wrong with his head. "In case you encounter him, run. He will kill you before any backup arrives," the prince warned them. Now he understood why Grey had been able to kill so many of them. His strength was far too shocking. "Oh, don't try to use your puppets against him. He can cut off your links with it. He ran away with my beauties," the prince added. When the duo heard this, they were once again shocked. The prince didn't tell them of the details of their battle, but the ripples they felt, as well as the current state of the building, showed that it was anything but casual. The fact that this human could run away with the prince's puppet showed that he was not one to be messed with. The prince sat down on his chair, which stayed intact, even after such a battle, as he fell deep in thoughts. He described how Grey looked before he sent them away, not to search for Grey, but to call the others back. One thing that had been bugging him was that this place was very secretive, yet Grey managed to find it. Each race has a hideout in this secret realm. Grey literally strolled into their hideout, fought against their leader, and left with his items, unscathed. As hard as it was to believe, even to those from the gnome race, it really did happen. The duo left the prince alone after almost 30 minutes as they rushed out to call back those who went in search of Grey. If what the prince said was correct, then even they themselves stood no chance against this person. On another part of the secret realm, Grey dug 2 graves where he placed the bodies of the young ladies before closing them. He made sure there was no way the prince would be able to track them. He originally wanted to burn their bodies, but he felt that had gone through enough already, so he buried their frozen bodies. He didn't go too far from where the gnome race's hideout was located, so he sensed the movements inside. "They are gone. Should we take them out?" he asked Void. "I can't fight against a peak sage elementalist, you're on your own." Void didn't even think about it before he replied. As proud as he was, he knew his limits. Fighting against a peak sage elementalist was no different from a suicide mission. "Fine, help me separate them. I'll kill them one at a time," Grey said before getting to his feet. He made sure to hide the graves well before going out. According to what he knew, the gnome race invaded their world and started a fierce war. They were stronger and had more experts, so they had the advantage. Even here, those from the gnome race generally hunted down humans. Now, he wanted to repay the favor. He would make sure he hunted every single member of the gnome race that was staying in here for training. The good thing about this was that he could feel that with each battle, he was getting stronger. He could already feel that he was on the verge of breaking through to the 7th stage of the Sage Plane. While Grey was hunting down those from the gnome race, the story of a human hunting down the members of the gnome race had gotten to the ears of the 3rd race that was in the secret realm. "Are you sure about this?" a large voice asked the small figure that was standing before him. The owner of this voice was over 6 meters tall, and he was currently sitting down. It was evident that he would be at least 10 meters tall once he stands up. The figure before him was small, just like a human. "Yes, my lord," a human boy is hunting them down. He even went as far as invading their hideout and having a battle with the prince. The person replied, "Astonishing. This human must be quite brave and powerful. Do you know the winner of their battle?" The giant figure asked. "No, I couldn't stay any longer since the ripples from their battle started to affect the space I was hiding in." The figure replied. It hadn't even been up to an hour since the battle, but the news of it had gotten to the giant race. "Amusing, I guess the peace here wouldn't last for long. I would like to see this gutsy human." The giant sitting laughed. The small figure reporting to him stood up and his figure also enlarged to well over 10 meters. Chapter 10:12. Gray soon caught up with the duo who left the prince a while ago. They just met with a group of 3 and were telling them to return back to the hideout. After speaking with them, they continued their journey forward as they wanted to make sure they called the rest of them back to the hideout. Gray looked at the trio. Only one of them was in the late stages of the Sage Plane, being in the 8th stage, and the others were in the mid stages, 6th and 5th stages respectively. "Void, don't tell me you can't handle even one of them this time," Gray said. "I can kill all 3, not to mention one," Void said smugly. "Oh, then I shall leave them to you." Gray's reply threw Void off his feet and he almost fell from his shoulder. "Can't you tell that I'm bragging?" Void thought internally, but his pride couldn't make him say it out loud. "It will take too long, you know we still have to follow those guys," Void said coolly, making Gray chuckle. Gray knew Void didn't want to fight against them on his own. He didn't say much as he followed him. The duo made quick work of their opponent since they weren't on the same level in the first place. Gray could take care of them on his own, and with Void's help, it became easier. After killing the trio, Gray and Void went after the duo once again. To make their work easier, they just tracked them from afar. Once they've contacted a group and told them to return, they would intercept the group and then kill them. Time went by and before they knew it, they spent an entire day killing people from the gnome race. 2 days later, the duo who were sent out to call back those from the gnome race returned. On getting to their hideout, they were a little surprised by how empty it was. Other than the prince, there was no one else inside. "Where are the others?" the prince asked when he saw them looking around suspiciously. "They are not back yet?" one of them couldn't help but ask. The prince looked at him with a confused expression, not sure what the young man was talking about. "None of them has returned?" the other asked when he saw the expression of the prince. "What are you talking about?" the prince couldn't help but ask when he saw the faces of the young men. "We told them to come back, each of them. Other than a few of them at the peak, the others returned immediately after we spoke to them," one of the young men explained. The prince quickly understood why they were like that before saying, "No one has returned yet." The duo exchanged glances after hearing what the prince said. They couldn't help but put on confused expressions. "But we didn't see anyone on our way back," one of the young men said, a little shaky. "Currently, there is only one explanation, well, technically 2, but they didn't want to think of the other probability. The first probability was that none of them returned, the other probability they didn't want to think of was that they were all dead. The chances of that happening were very low, but with someone like Gray who had been hunting them down being around, it made such low possibilities very high." The prince's expression changed slightly. "Don't tell me." "Impossible, he can't kill so many of them on his own," one of the young men said. "They are not together, and with what he has in his arsenal, there's a high chance that he can take on all of them on his own. I shouldn't have too many problems with doing the same, so I can't rule out that possibility," the prince said after some analysis. Although he hated to admit it, Gray was someone he acknowledged for his strength. Even if Gray was using a special method to increase his strength, it still didn't change the fact that he was a formidable opponent. "But if he truly kills all of them, then what about Lady Kira?" one of them asked with a fearful expression. "She was not in the hideout in the first place, hopefully she's safe." "If not..." The prince didn't know what to say since there was a high chance that Gray might have killed her even before coming to fight against him. The duo dropped their heads and clenched their fists. "That lousy human. Since when did they get so proud?" one of them asked. It was clear that he was boiling with anger. "He's not like the rest, pray you don't meet him. If you do meet him, run," the prince said to the duo. The duo exchanged glances before letting out a scoff. They are always together, and even the prince has a hard time dealing with them, yet he was warning them against someone who couldn't even defeat him. As long as Gray couldn't defeat the prince, they felt that he was not their match. "I'm serious, he's not like others I've fought," He might not be able to beat me, but he can defeat you too, the prince said. This time, the duo's faces changed. Don't worry, we'll leave as soon as we see him, they replied simultaneously. Of course they didn't believe Grey would be able to defeat them, but they didn't want it to look like they were disobeying the prince. If you're leaving, remember, kill any human you see. Since he has waged a war against us, we should return the favor, the prince said with a cold glint flashing through his eyes. Since Grey started it, he would hunt down every human in this secret realm and kill them. He didn't believe there was anyone else that had Grey's strength. An individual like Grey is someone that only appears once in thousands of years, so there was no way humans would have two at the same time. Chapter 10:13. The duo left the hideout under the prince's watch as they stepped out with one sole purpose, to kill all humans. While the duo went on their journey to kill humans, Grey decided it was time he left those of the gnome race alone and focused on training here. One of the reasons he killed so many of them was because he was annoyed by the fact that he was pestered for being marked. Now, he had vented his anger. Training was the reason he entered this place, and there might also be some fortuitous encounters waiting for him. With Void around, he wouldn't have too many problems with getting some good things since he could quickly sense which places have secret spaces. Grey started to explore the place with Void in tow as they ventured across the lands. He soon started to regret not bringing the triplet with him. If they came here, they would have been able to advance quicker. Having helping hands like them was very useful at times since they help him with little things. While Grey was busy going from place to place in search of treasures, the duo, as well as the prince from the gnome race, had started their hunt for humans. 3 weeks went by in a flash. Grey and Void were currently standing close to a waterfall as they studied the corpse in front of them. Grey had gotten to the 7th stage of the Sage Plane, and his aura was not very far from the 8th stage. Void, on the other hand, was almost at the peak of the 6th rank. This placed Void on almost the same level as a peak Sage Plane elementalist. Who do you think did it? Void asked since Grey had been staring at the corpse for over 5 minutes now. I'm not sure. I can't say it's those guys from the gnome race, even though they are the ones who have a good reason to kill humans. There's a good chance another human might have killed him for a treasure, Grey replied after contemplating it for some time. There's also the giant race. We haven't seen much of them during our time here. And it's quite odd, he added with his hands placed on his chin. Void nodded before asking, so, what now? We should head to the hideout. We'll get a general idea of what's happening when we get there, Grey replied. With that, the duo left. Grey buried the body before leaving. He recognized the young man. He was one of the people who followed him inside the secret realm. A few hours later, in a building hidden in the mountains, a group of people could be seen gathered. If Grey were here, he would recognize some of them since they came in together. The number compared to when they came in had reduced drastically, and even a few notable faces were not there. For instance, Sylvia's brother, who was the leader of the group, was nowhere to be seen. Not just him, but most of the people at the peak of the Sage Plane when they were entering the realm were gone. Those gathered in the building all had worried expressions. It was evident that something major was happening. What do we do? We can't fight against them, especially now that they've turned them into puppets, a young lady said with a worried expression. What can we do? I'm afraid we'll have to leave sooner than expected. I heard they killed us, but I never thought it was to this extent that they would hunt us down, another person said. They've all heard of how brutal this place was, but honestly, none of the stories they heard said anything of them being hunted down. At most, whenever they encountered those from the gnome race, a fierce battle would take place. But now, the case was different. Those from the gnome race were hunting them down and killing them. Those who are strong are turned into puppets, while those who are weak are discarded after being killed. Presently, only 3 people were present who were at the peak of the Sage Plane. They were the leaders of the group since there was no one else. Each of them had a sour expression. They were still staring at each other when they sensed an unfamiliar aura approaching. Everyone went on guard. Only after Grey walked in did they calm down. One of the 3 at the peak of the Sage Plane recognized Grey since he was part of the group that participated in the competition. His eyes showed a bit of excitement when he saw Grey. He knew how powerful Grey was, and at that time he was still in the 5th stage of the Sage Plane. Sensing that Grey had broken through to the 7th stage put his mind at ease. Almost everyone present disregarded Grey. After all, he was only in the 7th stage of the Sage Plane, and there wasn't much he could do. You're here. The young man who participated in the competition with Grey stood up. Grey turned to look at him. He was lost at first, but Void recognized the person and reminded him, yes. He walked over to the young man. The others turned to look at the young man in shock, since they didn't think he would act in such a way toward a 7th stage sage elementalist. From Gray's reaction, it was clear that he was trying to recall where he had seen the young man. The young man stood up from where he was sitting and walked over to Gray, ushering him towards his seat. The eyes of everyone present bulged, including those at the peak of the sage plane who was sitting beside the young man. Since he was one of the few who participated in the competition, he was given the role of leader. Now, their leader was seemingly bowing to someone they wouldn't even spare a glance. Gray didn't stand on ceremony and immediately sat down where the young man directed him to. "What's the situation?" he asked after seating. Chapter 10:14. Not good. Those from both the gnome and the giant race are hunting us down. Usually, only those from the gnome race attack us, unless we have a conflict with the giant race, but we haven't even crossed paths yet they started attacking us. The young man replied. "Where's Scott?" Gray asked as he couldn't find Scott anywhere around. "He has broken through, he was taken to the other side." The young man replied. "Oh, I thought as much." Gray nodded. He expected Scott to break through early, but he thought it would take a month or two before he broke through. It has been only just after a month or so, but he had already broken through and gone to the other realm. "I'm Liam. We have an issue, those from the gnome race are hunting us. Not just them, but the giant race is in collaboration with them, making things harder for us. We can't even step out of this place." Liam reported to Gray. The other two at the peak of the sage plane looked at Liam as if he was a moron. To them, they didn't think there was any use in explaining to a 7th stage sage plane elementalist. "What are you doing? It's not like he can help us." One of the duo couldn't help but say. "Do you remember the person I said made us win the competition?" Liam turned to the duo. They nodded their heads to his question. "He's the one." When Liam said this, everyone, not just the duo, but those standing on the side turned to look at Gray. They have heard of Gray's exploits in the battle and knew of everything he did. So they all knew that even Scott was no match for him. "I can't believe he's the one," someone said from the crowd. "He looks so young." They continued talking about Gray. Gray, on the other hand, didn't even take a glance at them as his eyes were focused on Liam. "When did this start?" Gray asked. Liam told him about everything and Gray soon understood that his action caused all this. Luckily, at least 50% of the people that followed him inside the realm were safe. "When did the giant race start to attack us?" Gray asked. "Almost the same time, at least a week later." Liam replied. Gray thought about the issue and felt those from the gnome race must have probably allied with those from the giant race to attack them. "I'll take care of it." "Are you sure they attack you guys whenever you try to leave this place?" Gray asked, a little confused. He passed the normal road here, but no one attacked him, nor did he sense anyone. "Yes." Liam nodded. "All right. I'll try to take care of it. In the meantime, you guys should stay here," Gray advised. Liam nodded and conveyed the message. No one wanted to leave in the first place, so they all stayed in the same place. Gray tried to mask his aura and step out. Just as he was about to leave the area, he heard a roar and retreated hastily. A figure appeared before him as he looked at the human figure standing before him. Although the figure looked human, he could tell the figure wasn't human. "Who are you?" he asked after standing opposite the figure. He was currently in disguise, and his face was different from what it looked like when he was coming here. "No one, I'm just here to kill you," the figure said with a mocking smile. "You don't look like someone from the gnome race, nor the human race, so you're definitely from the giant race," Gray said after some time. The other time he had seen someone from the giant race, the person was larger than this, but he could tell that the person in front of him was from the giant race. The person smiled, but didn't respond. "You don't need to know where I'm from, it's not like it will make any difference when you're dead," the young man replied. This young man from the giant race was already in the 9th stage of the sage plane, so he didn't see anything with fighting against Gray, who was still in the 7th stage. Gray smiled. Without saying a word, his face changed and he could see the change in the expression of the young man. "I see, they've been warned about fighting me," he said to Void, who was on his shoulder. The young man tried to escape the moment he saw Gray's true face. This was the person he had been warned not to fight, so he knew otherwise. "Make sure he doesn't leave this place." The young man was running when he suddenly appeared in the same spot he tried escaping from. His brain blanked for a second as he tried to process things. He looked at his front and Gray was standing in the sky like usual. He shook his head as he tried to escape once again. He ran to an extent and appeared in the same location once again. Gray was still there, waiting for him. After trying to escape 3 times, Gray asked, "Aren't you tired yet?" The young man looked at Gray with a worried expression. "Is this your doing?" he asked. "Of course, why do you think I didn't chase after you?" Gray lied. There was no way he was going to say that this was Void's doing. It was good to have a secret ability. The young man started to panic and his size started to grow increasingly. Before long, he was already around 10 meters tall. Standing before Gray, there was a large difference since Gray was just around a meter tall or so. "I'll squash you, little human," he said with a loud voice as he tried to step on Gray. Gray smirked as he saw the large feet coming his way. He blinked and vanished from the spot the foot was landing on. Chapter 10:15. Gray appeared above the giant, his lips curved upward slightly and without hesitation, he attacked. A large fist made with a combination of lightning, fire, and earth element landed at the back of the head of the giant, sending it crashing into the ground. The ground shook as the body of the giant slammed into it. Gray didn't stop his attack there. 2 inscriptions lit up in the sky, and fire and lightning arrows started to rain from them, landing on the body of the giant. A small orb appeared on his fingertip as he sent it toward the giant. All attacks exploded and the painful scream of the giant rang afterward. It was clear that he was hurt by the attacks. What was worse was that he couldn't properly protect himself because of Gray's first attack. The attack soon died down and the sorry state of the giant came into view. His back was cut in multiple places and he was bleeding. "I wonder how they managed to grow to that size?" Gray thought as he stared at the giant's body. The first time he saw this person, he was a normal human size. He went from just around 2 meters to over 10 meters, which was quite a fascinating sight to see. Gray's curious eyes wandered to the body of the giant. The giant turned, and the sight of Gray's eyes made him shiver in fright. For some reason, he could tell that Gray was thinking about something, and it would not end well for him. "How do you change your size?" Gray suddenly asked. The giant didn't say a word as he threw his large hand at Gray. Gray dodged the hand with some ease. The giant's eyes glowed and ice arrows started to rain on Gray's location. The ice arrows didn't even get within 3 meters of Gray before they vanished, turning into vapor. The eyes of the giant enlarged. Gray didn't block the attack, rather, he directly used the heat from his fire element to melt the ice. Not just that, but he also changed the state of the water. Gray didn't waste time any further. Since the giant was not going to say anything, he would just kill him. Maybe he could try to study his body and see what secrets it holds. His eyes glowed when he thought of this. The giant tried to put up a fight, but against Gray, he couldn't even defend himself, much less fight against him. The large body of the giant fell to the ground with a resounding thud. "I don't think this is the only person here," Gray commented. "He might be a scout," he added. Void tried to sense if there was anyone around, but he didn't find anyone. There's a high chance that someone might be hiding from his senses, and so long the person doesn't come out, he wouldn't know. Gray sent his senses inside the body of the giant as he tried to study how they changed their sizes. He stayed for a while before leaving. The bodies of giant were completely different from humans, even the arrangements of the organs were different. When Gray returned, the result of his battle had already been known since the ripples of the battle attracted most of the youths there. There are a few who were still looking at him in shock, especially those in the 7th stage just like him. "There should be more, but I didn't sense any of them," Gray said to Liam and the other 2. The 2 at the peak looked at Gray. Although they were impressed by his strength, they still didn't think he would be a match for them. Gray wasn't bothered by the way they were staring at him. He left soon after he finished talking with Liam. "We should go out and attack them," one of the 2 at the peak beside Liam suggested after Gray left. "No. It's too dangerous. We don't know how many of them are hiding." Liam rejected the idea immediately. "So what now? Wait for that guy to decide?" the other guy at the peak asked. "Not necessarily. I'll discuss this with him. If he agrees to come with us, then the chances of us winning would greatly be boosted," Liam replied. Later that night, Liam walked up to Gray where he was seated. "Can I sit?" Gray glanced at him before nodding. "We were planning on going out in a group. I don't know if you want to join us." Liam went straight to the point after taking his seat. "When?" "An hour from now, just 4 of us." "Okay." Liam stood up and left after hearing Gray's reply. 1 hour went by in the blink of an eye. Gray walked up to the trio and they set off. Once again, he disguised himself. He didn't want a scenario where their opponents would run away even before coming out to attack them. The group ventured around 1 kilometer away from their hideout before a group of 6 walked out from the shadows. Each person in the group was at the peak of the Sage Plain. 3 of them were from the gnome race, while the other 3 were from the giant race. Gray had sensed the trio from the gnome race before they even came out. Looks like they've gone out to call more. Either that, or I missed some. He squinted his eyes as he stared at them. The group of 6 surrounded them while one of them chuckled. I was already planning on giving up, who knew the fun would arrive so soon. Once we kill these 4, there would be no way for them to call reinforcements. One of the strange things about this place is that the portal was not in the place where the hideout was built. However, it wasn't far from it. To these 6, they thought Liam and the other 2 were protecting Gray so he would be able to go out and call reinforcements. Chapter 10:16. The 6 of them charged at Gray and the others. Void, none of them are leaving. Void nodded before disappearing from Gray's shoulder. Gray didn't take off his mask, afraid that some of them might want to escape. If more than one tries to escape, Void wouldn't be able to hold them back. If only one tries to run on the other hand, Void wouldn't have a problem blocking the person. The giants didn't increase their sizes as they attacked in their somewhat human form. Beside each of the trio from the gnome race, a coffin appeared and humans stepped out of it. Gray looked at the puppets, and each of them was at the peak of the Sage Plain. Adding that to the numbers of their opponents placed them in a bad position. I'll deal with the gnomes, I leave the giants to you 3. Gray said as he stepped out of the group. The easiest people for him to deal with were the gnomes. The reason for this was simple. As he charged at the trio from the gnome race, his aura spiked and before they knew it, he was at the peak of the Sage Plain. Is he dumb? What would raising his level do against 6 people? One of the duo asked as he looked at Gray oddly. Even Liam was a little confused by Gray's decision. He knew for a fact that Gray was powerful, but he didn't think it was to a level where he would fight 6 people on the same stage as himself. Too proud, people like this don't live long, no matter how talented they are. The other one said. They couldn't fight since they were worried about Gray. Fighting against one giant was okay for them, but if Gray was killed and they had to fight against the gnomes and their puppets as well, it would be almost impossible to even escape, much less winning. Let's try to kill them fast and help him. Liam rushed at one of the giants. The duo did the same as they started to fight. Gray had already gotten in front of one of the puppets, and just as the puppet was about to attack him, a black tendril left his shadow and entered the bodies of the puppets. While this was taking place, Gray shot into the sky before the puppet's attack could touch him and 3 lightning orbs started to form in front of him. The gnomes were about to make their next moves when they suddenly felt a sharp pain in their heads. They screamed in pain and hastily tried to cut off their links with the puppets. Unfortunately, it was too late. Blood started to drip from their eyes and nose. Gray released the 3 lightning orbs at the defenseless gnomes. Just when they managed to break the link and try to block the attack. Gray's eyes were glowing, he unleashed a mental attack as well. The mental attack reached them first, and they froze. All 3 gnomes were unable to block the attacks and they were each struck by the lightning. Gray didn't end there as he rushed after them. He wanted to kill them in the shortest time he could. When he appeared beside any of them, he used his space element attack, Dimensional Slash, cutting each of them in half, killing them in the process. In less than a minute, Gray had successfully killed 3 gnomes at the peak of the Sage Plain. The fact that he killed them was not the only shocking part, he also had to go through 3 puppets at the peak of the Sage Plain to achieve this. Yet, he still killed them in less than a minute. The other battle had already paused from the first time the gnomes screamed in pain. Both humans and giants were staring at Gray with their mouths wide open. They couldn't understand what just happened. They hadn't even had the time to exchange 3 blows themselves, yet Gray had killed 3 people, well, adding the puppets, 6 people at the peak of the Sage Plain. The giants didn't think twice as they each separated and tried to escape. This wasn't a battle they could survive if they dared to fight. All they had towards Gray at the moment was dread, just his presence was like a huge mountain pressing down on them. What are you staring at? They are getting away. Gray yelled at the trio as he saw the giants trying to escape. To be honest, he didn't think he would be able to kill them this easily. He predicted them to at least put up a fight, but after realizing they didn't cut off their links immediately, he knew for a fact that he would be able to kill them with ease. To be on the safer side, he prepared his mental attack just in case. His moves were fluid and well organized, he didn't hesitate in making any moves. With a shake of his head, he rushed after one of the giants, the one who was a good distance away. That giant was the one Liam was chasing after, but Gray was faster as he blocked the giant and attacked. Help others! He attacked the moment he appeared. He knew this battle was not going to be as easy as that with the gnomes, but it was almost impossible for the giant to escape from him. It would be better if Liam helped either of the duo against the giant they were fighting. The giant was a young lady and fear and panic filled her eyes when Gray suddenly appeared before her. She quickly increased her size and tried to smack Gray into the ground. Gray's figure blinked and he vanished. He soon appeared by the side of the giant and threw a fireball at her. A brownish screen appeared on the body of the giant, and Gray's attack was blocked. She didn't attack again, rather, she turned to escape. Chapter 10:17. Gray smirked, expecting such a reaction from her. His figure blinked and he appeared in front of her. The giant stomped on the ground and rocks sprouted out of the ground where Gray was standing and sent him into the sky. The giant was already waiting as her hand was swinging in that direction. Her plan was simple: as soon as the rocks shot Gray into the air, she would slap his figure away. This would present the chance she needed to escape. To her surprise, she was able to smack him with ease, without any retaliation or him trying to dodge. Who? She felt something was off since she didn't get the feeling of hitting anything. She looked again, and to her surprise, Gray was still in the same position. However, her hand passed through him. How's this possible? She exclaimed in shock. Gray just smiled as he attacked. She tried to block it but was sent falling to the ground by the impact of the attack. While still on the ground, Gray moved above her and attacked once again. She hastily reduced her size in a bid to dodge the attack. Gray, who was prepared for something like this, had an inscription that sprang up immediately after she reverted to her human size, which attacked her. The giant blocked the attack with the earth element and quickly retreated. It was clear that she wanted nothing to do with Gray. Anyone who could kill 3 people at the peak of the Sage Plane in such a short time was no one that she should be fighting against. Gray knew she had no intentions of fighting against him. This made his work easier. All he had to do was to fight against someone who only had escape in their head. The young lady focused fully on defense while searching for a route to escape, and Gray on the other hand focused fully on attacking, bringing out his full potential. He was someone who was always offensive when it came to battles, so being given such freedom was not a good thing for his opponent. 3 inscriptions lit up in the sky, and the ground the young lady was standing on was lit with strange symbols. It was easy to see that the symbols were from an array that had been made in the area. In the space of a minute, Gray created an array. A giant focused only on defending was no easy target, even though they weren't attacking. Gray continued attacking freely while the giant focused on defending. Boom! Bam! Bang! Explosions rang out from their battle. While they were busy fighting, the others were fighting against the other 2 giants. They had the number advantage at this time. Nevertheless, they still didn't have the advantage when it came to the general battle situation. For instance, other than the one Liam was helping with, the other giant had the advantage in his battle. It was even clear to see that all the young man fighting against him was doing was trying to stop him from escaping. Other than that, he was taking a trouncing. Liam was helping the other one as they tried to make the battle ended quickly. After witnessing Gray's strength, they didn't doubt him any longer and knew that he would be able to take care of the giant he was fighting against. To some extent, they were actually waiting for him to come to help them with this one. While the battles were ongoing, Void was standing on the side, watching, a little bored. His mission was to make sure none of the ambushers escaped, and Gray taking out 3 of the 6 people in a minute or so made things easier for him. If not for the fact that he didn't want any mishaps, he would have even taken a nap. On Gray's end, his battle was getting easier. The giant was injured all over and she couldn't block his attacks properly any longer. With her injuries increasing, she was having a harder time blocking his attacks. Gray was using both the lightning and fire element for attack while he used the space element to make sure his opponent couldn't dodge his attacks. The giant was soon forced to increase her size, returning to the original size of giants. Gray had an easier time targeting her, but her defense was stronger when compared to when she was the size of a human. Gray used the fusion orb to attack. When the attack hit her on the back, she was sent flying. Even with her huge size, the impact of the attack still threw her into the air. She crashed into the ground, unable to block Gray any longer. Gray continued attacking, killing his opponent within the next minute. The large figure of the giant lay on the ground, lifeless. Gray knew he wouldn't have a tough time defeating his opponent since she already gave him the lead right from the start. After killing her, he didn't stay any longer and went after the others. Of the 2 giants, one of them was fighting against 2 people while the other was having an easier time, but hadn't been able to escape. Gray went for the one fighting with only one person. The moment he arrived, the giant started to panic. Gray attacked almost immediately, throwing the giant off his feet. The young man who was fighting against the giant heaved a sigh of relief, and to Gray's surprise, he left him alone and went over to join Liam and the others. He couldn't help but shake his head. He started to fight against the giant, and before the trio could kill the giant they were fighting, he had already killed the one he was fighting. This made the others have more respect for him. Even with 3 people, they couldn't kill a giant, yet Gray was able to do it with such ease. Unknown to them, everything happened so easily for Gray because each of the giant he tried fighting against didn't want to fight him after he killed 3 gnomes in such a short time. They weren't able to put up much of a fight because of this. Chapter 10:18. What do we do now? Liam asked after they took down the last giant. I can't sense others, so we can only go back, Gray said. He couldn't sense the aura of any member of the gnome race, so he knew no one else was in front of them. With such a group stationed here, there was no way the gnome and giant race would set up another ambush for them. They would feel that humans would not be able to pass through this group. The other nodded, and without even arguing, they headed back to the hideout. When they got there, Gray had no plans of staying any longer. The duo who had 0 respect for him some time ago were staring at him as if he was a god. What was worse was that they were spreading his battle with the gnomes and giants, making the others there try to bootlick him. Gray had never been one who liked attention, especially at this level. Without even thinking about it, he decided to leave. With that group dead, humans could leave the hideout and try to get their fortuitous encounters. The few who wanted to leave could leave without any issues. Liam and the duo tried to convince him to stay, but he left. A week later. Gray and Void had been here for over a month and the place could be said to be very helpful to them. Although Gray was still in the 7th stage of the Sage Plane, his strength had increased significantly since entering the realm. Not just him, but Void as well. Scott and a few others had broken through to the elemental venerable plane and had gone to the higher realm. According to what Gray knew, if he could break through to the elemental venerable plane, he would automatically be transported to the other side that was for those in the elemental venerable plane. To be honest, it was a confusing concept, but he didn't think too much about it. It wasn't like he would be breaking through any time soon. While traveling, whenever he came across anyone from the giant or gnome race, he would kill the person. In no time, the giant race started to notice the reduction in their numbers. Whenever anyone broke through, they would know of it, so they knew the people seemingly missing did not break through. They started researching and soon found out the cause. It was none other than the doing of a human. When they compared his strength and appearance to that of the person who was terrorizing the gnome race, it was no different. The prince from the gnome race hadn't broken through, so when he heard the news, he was angered and filled with revenge. Gray was also killing people from the gnome race, and since he was here, he had the responsibility of protecting his people. He rushed over to where the giant race was situated. No one dared to stop him, even though the giant and gnome race were in collaboration. It was not acceptable that someone from another race goes to the hideout of an opposing race. In a secret chamber in the mountains belonging to the giants. We must put a stop to his rampage, the prince from the gnome race said, his eyes filled with hate. I agree with you, but can you track him down? The leader of the giant race asked. That's the problem, we can't, but he can. Do you think we should try to lure him out? The prince asked. That would be best. Catch some humans and spread the word of their execution. I don't believe he wouldn't come to their aid, the leader of the giant race suggested. The prince of the gnome race thought about it for some time before agreeing to it. He left to convey the news to others. 2 days later, they had not only caught some humans, but one peak Sage Plane elementalist was part of the group. If Gray didn't try to stop this execution, then it would affect the morale of humans. Gray naturally heard the news, and without even thinking too much, he knew it was a plot to capture him. He was the only one who was killing people from both the giant and gnome race rampantly. If they were plotting against anyone, then it was definitely him. Void, what do you say? They only have 5 people. It's not like everyone would survive this place. He said to Void. Let's go, there's nothing fun here. Void replied. Gray already knew his answer from the start. Void loved drama and chaos. Nothing relevant had been happening for some time, so he was bored. Now that there was something taking place, of course he wanted to see it. The time of the supposed execution soon came and gnomes and giants alike were gathered in the place, all excited. They wanted to see if their plan would work, or if they would be able to execute these people. Before coming here, Gray found out about this from a giant he captured. He didn't let the giant go since there was no use in letting them know that he would be coming. The gnomes and giants in the area were discussing animatedly as they waited for the execution. This was a famous location in the realm, being the only unique place that possessed a chasm. It was quite dangerous, well, if someone ventured into the place. Everyone was wise enough not to enter the place, and the few who tried to enter had never been able to return. They all died inside. The prince of the gnome race and the leader of the giant race started the ceremony as they prepared to execute the prisoners. Each of them was protected by someone at the peak of the sage plane. There was no way Grey would be able to rescue them from their hands. Not just that, but they were all kept in different locations. Chapter 10:19. Outside the place where the execution was to be held. Grey's figure could be seen hiding by the side. He knew coming here with others would not do them any good, so he came alone. Grey, what's the plan? Void asked. Rescue them. Well, if I can't rescue them, I'll have to leave them. I can't take the risk of dying because of others. Grey replied. I already know that. I mean, how do you plan on rescuing them? Void almost facepalmed when he heard Grey's reply. Even a moron would know the reason Grey came here. Grey scratched his head awkwardly before telling Void his plan. He wanted to cause a disturbance in another area, drawing the attention of the prince of the gnome race as well as the leader of the giants. He would mark Void with his space imprint. All Void needed to do was to search for each of the people captured and notify Grey, who would in turn rush there and take them to another location. He originally wanted to use Void's space domain to cut them off from the world, but he was able to find out that they were not kept in the same location, so doing that was out of the question. What are you waiting for then, until they've been killed? Void asked with a teasing expression. Grey shook his head before stepping out. Wait, what are you doing? Void was shocked when he saw Grey walking out. Distracting them, make sure you find them as soon as you can. Grey spread his arms apart and walked straight into the crowd without even hiding his aura. When they sensed the aura of a human, every single individual in the place turned to look at him. You're bold and gutsy, I admire that. The prince of the gnome race commented. Ha ha, of course, I dare to go to your hideout alone. Do you think I'd refuse your invitation? Grey laughed as he took a seat. I'm surprised you came, I didn't think you would. Most people would not walk right into a trap willingly. The prince replied. I'm not like them. I don't do things without confidence. Grey said. Even in the presence of so many enemies, he was still calm and collected. He didn't speak like someone afraid because he had no reason to be. He already had multiple contingency plans for when he would escape if things don't go as planned. The only reason he hadn't started to fight with them now was that he was stalling for Void to locate all the imprisoned people. Once Void finds them, he would attack immediately. I presume you didn't come alone, the prince said as he tried to sense if there was anyone else in the area. You don't have to bother, I'm not foolish enough to endanger the lives of multiple people for just 6 people. Grey said with a chuckle. Void had given him news of finding 3 of the 6 people, which made him happy, but since there were still 3 people left, he wanted to stall for longer. The prince gave the signal for others to go and check if people were hiding. Grey sat quietly as he looked at them with a playful expression. There was even a bit of a mocking smile on his face. The prince stood up and tried to attack, but Grey spoke before he could. You're in a hurry, don't even want to chat before fighting? Grey's words made the prince pause for a moment and he felt something was wrong. Just so you know, this place is sealed, so even if you try to use the space element, you wouldn't be able to. The prince didn't attack and said. When Grey heard this, his face turned stiff and the smile on his face quickly disappeared. The prince laughed in ecstasy when he saw this. He knew Grey relied heavily on his space element and was confident that this was the reason he dared to venture here alone, but now that no one could use the space element, there was no escape for Grey. He was still laughing when he saw a slight change in Grey's face. You're talking about the array you set up here? You think such a weak array can stop me? Grey chuckled, and before the eyes of everyone present, he vanished. He had already sensed the array before coming here and had even modified it. He could easily teleport out of the area, but the prince could not. This array had even made things easier for him. He knew the prince would be somewhat reliant on the array and would think he wouldn't be able to run away. That was why he first showed that expression. However, he was unable to keep up with his facade because Void had reported finding the last person. He immediately took action. Just as the prince was still in the middle of panicking, Grey appeared once again. Come on, don't tell me this is all you have. Grey said mockingly. The prince looked at him with an angered expression. Wait, I'll be right back. Grey vanished again for a few seconds and reappeared. He did it repeatedly, as if he was seemingly mocking the prince. After about 3 times, the prince noticed something was wrong. Whenever Gray vanished, he would sense that there was a change in the environment. Although it was quite faint, he was sure of it. After Gray appeared 2 more times, he was able to ascertain what was happening. To the prisoners! He roared even before Gray could reappear. Gray was silently rescuing the prisoners, and it was even in their presence. This was the greatest humiliation the prince had ever gone through. Not just the prince, but the leader of the giant race was fuming with anger. If what they guessed was correct, he didn't even know how to react. They rushed to where the first prisoner, which was closest to the place, was kept, and not just the prisoner, even the person guarding him was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 10:20. They kept on going from one place to another, but they couldn't find any of the people that they captured. Not just them, but those at the peak were missing as well. When they got to the last location, they saw a figure standing there with a broad smile on his face. "I can't believe it took you so long to figure it out." Gray chuckled as they arrived. A group of over 50 people was tricked by one person, and they were all green from embarrassment. Not even one of them was able to figure it out. What made things harder for them was that Gray didn't try to fight with the people guarding the place. After all, they were at the peak of the Sage Plain. He directly transported them with their supposed prisoners together. Other than the sudden disappearance of their auras, it would be difficult for others to know what was happening. "Since you all took the time to come see me off, it's only right I give you a goodbye gift before I leave," Gray said. The ground the people were standing on soon lit up, not just the ground, but the sky was suddenly filled with orbs that radiated a shocking yet frightening aura. Other than the prince, the leader of the giants, and a few who were at the peak, the others felt a threat to their lives. Without hesitation, they hurriedly tried to escape. They were trying to escape when they realized the painful reality of their predicament. They couldn't leave the area. Something kept taking them back to the place. Boom! A large explosion soon followed right after, along with a bright light, enveloping everyone in the place. Gray and the now captured members of the gnome and giant race who were guarding the captured human stared at the large explosion from a distance. "It's quite beautiful, don't you think?" Gray asked all 6 of them. The humans who were captured were still there, and they stared at Gray like he was no human. Gray's strength was shocking, and not only did he rescue them, but it turned out that he used the opportunity to kill or injure others from the other races as well. "You filthy human, the prince would make a puppet of you sooner or later," one of the gnomes cursed hatefully. They all looked at Gray with hatred in their eyes. "You don't have to worry about that. No matter what happens, you wouldn't know about it." Gray's eyes turned cold, and he casually killed them. He had always been a decisive person. From the start, while planning on how to rescue the people, he also prepared his gift when leaving. Originally, those items were to aid him in battle, but who would have thought that he wouldn't even have to fight? From what he could tell, the prince already felt that they would kill him no matter what, hence he entertained him for so long. If he had known about Gray's plans, he would have attacked Gray the moment he saw him. After killing them, he turned to the humans with him. "You guys should hide for some time. I don't think these guys will let this go easily. They're after me, so I'll make more appearances to draw their attention away from others," Gray said. He just realized his slaughter of the people from the gnome race was a mistake, since it would affect the rest of the humans that were in the realm. Well, originally, it wouldn't be much of a problem, but the giants joining the battle was out of his expectations. "I'll have to pay them a visit," he thought internally. Void soon appeared on his shoulder, his face somewhat pale. "How's the situation?" he asked as soon as he felt him. "Most of those below the 7th stage is dead. A few in the 7th and 8th stages died as well, while the others were injured. The injuries vary." Void gave him a quick report of the situation. Things turned out better than what Gray expected, since he managed to take out over 25 people in such a short time. The prince and the leader of the giants would be more than infuriated after this. According to Void, the leader of the giant didn't seem to take his anger at Gray, rather, he was having a quarrel with the prince of the gnome race. The prince was the one who got him involved in this in the first place, so he was annoyed by it. Hearing this reaffirmed Gray's desire to visit the giant race. He didn't want anything from them, all he needed was for them to remain neutral, just like before. As long as they didn't join in, then humans would be fine. This was not the first time that this place had been built, so it was natural for humans and gnomes to engage in battles. There have even been times when all-out wars take place here. Some wars lasted for years, while others lasted days. Gray knew he wouldn't be able to visit the giants now, given that he just killed a few, so he waited for a week before he decided to head there. Within that week, he heard a piece of news that came out as good for humans. The prince of the gnome race had broken through to the elemental venerable plane and as such has been transported to the other side. The hideout of the giants. Gray swaggered in, just like when the prince came here the last time. The giants felt insulted once again, but thinking of Gray's strength, they shut up and let him in. Human, what do you want? The leader of the giants asked. Since Gray killed some of his people the last time, he had been very gloomy. I came to talk to you. Gray went straight to business. I'm listening. The leader held in his anger and waited. He knew attacking Gray carelessly was a bad idea. He had already seen some of the things Gray was capable of, and not many people here would survive if Gray attacked. Chapter 10:21. Gray didn't stay for too long. After he told him his request, he left. To his surprise, the leader of the giants agreed to it without any hesitation. It was almost as if he had been praying for this. With the prince gone, Gray knew things will be calmer in the realm now. Even if humans and members of the gnome race would occasionally fight against each other, it was something that was normal here. 3 months passed in a flash. Gray was still in the secret realm, fully focused on cultivation. Each of his friends were also doing their best as they tried to increase their cultivation level. Although they were all in the Sage Plane now, they knew that such strength didn't matter much in a place like the Aurora continent. If they wanted anything, they would have to be strong. Even staying alive needed strength. Gray's parents were still focused on their battle. The war was intensifying, and even with Lucas' name, their opponents were still pushing forward. Lucas couldn't kill those in lower levels since it was against the rules. Against those in the same plane as Lucas, the Dawson family had the advantage because of Lucas, but against those in lower planes, they were lacking a bit. Take for instance, they had lost some areas in their territory due to the battle. 2 strategic locations had been occupied by their opponents and they were getting closer to them. He hated to admit it, but he alone could not do everything. The Dawson family hall. A group of people were seated here, all with gloomy expressions. Why don't we just stop these unnecessary losses and attack them straight up? Someone suggested. They had lost some family members due to the battles, and a few of them were starting to get tired of it. Losing a few Overlord plane elementalists isn't really that bad, but it's not good either. Even if we're at war with them, we still have to take the overall situation into account. Humans are not the enemies, the gnomes are. Many don't want to admit it, but there have been more frequent attacks from them. Lucas said softly. Correct, the gnomes are the enemies. However, why are those morons attacking us because of a secret realm we found? Martha joined in on the conversation. Greed. That secret realm is not ordinary, and you can see the improvement it has had on our ranks. Unfortunately, the time has been short, so it isn't too obvious yet. An old man sitting by the side said. Everyone nodded to his statement. Martha on the other hand snorted coldly when the man spoke. This man was the reason Lucas had to return. He was none other than his father, Gray's grandfather, Rosh Dawson. Rosh took a glance at Martha but didn't say a word. Lucas tapped her on her leg as if to tell her to mind her manners. Has anyone heard of a certain Gray Dawson? An elder suddenly asked. Lucas and Martha turned to look at this elder, along with the others in the hall. We've heard a few of his exploits. What about him? Rosh nodded. Given Gray's talent, it was natural that they would have heard of him. What made it more appealing was his last name, bearing the same name as them, and also having such a great talent made most people think of him as a member of this Dawson family. Sage Plane members just started to fight. I heard he's a talent, and even Connor has said many great things about him. If we can get Connor to bring him here, he would not only be a good addition to the family, but he would also be vital in this battle of the Sage Plane. The elder explained his reason for mentioning Gray's name. Lucas and Martha didn't say a word as they listened attentively. This man was close to Connor, so there might be a time when he might have rambled about Gray to him. There's no need, he'll come here when the time is right. Lucas suddenly said. The room fell silent when they heard this, some of them a little confused, while others had already gotten a guess on the matter. Care to share the reason behind your statement? Rosh asked, staring at Lucas' eyes. He's my son. Lucas' reply was simple and concise, but it shocked the entire room. Of all the people present, only a few didn't have shocked expressions. One of such people was a middle-aged man. He was the one who was guarding the portal to the Horned race the last time. He already knew of Gray's identity. You have a son? Another middle-aged man asked with a strange look. Lucas nodded. The middle-aged man smiled but didn't say anything else. He was Lucas' brother and also the current leader of the Dawson family. After Lucas vanished, he had no contenders and was easily given the position of the family head after some time. Martha looked at him, her expression was colder than when she was staring at Roche. Of all the people they had to be wary of, this was the most dangerous figure in the family. He was not as powerful as Lucas, but he was a cunning and intelligent man. He would go to any lengths to get what he wants. His only good side was that he made sure whatever he was doing was for the good of the family. Lucas telling his family about Gray was a little unexpected since he planned to wait a little longer, but he knew there was no difference. Besides, other than himself and those of the Burchard family, only a few people knew of Gray's current whereabouts. No harm would come to Gray as long as he was in that secret realm. Even when he comes out, he would be safe. The Dawson family started to plan their strategies on the next round of battles which would be taking place soon. Once those in the Sage Plain started an all-out fight, it would soon be the turn of the elemental venerables. What they all wanted to do was to make sure the most powerful figures didn't die. This was why they were mainly using those of weaker planes. In such battles, very few geniuses go there since they might be targeted by those in higher planes from the enemy side. Back in the secret realm, Gray knew nothing of his father telling others of his identity. He was still in training, trying to get to a higher plane. His plan when entering this place was to break through to the elemental venerable plane before leaving. He was already in the 9th stage after spending over 4 months here. His gains had been good since he had finally removed the mark from his body and also wiped out a large number of geniuses from the gnome race. In the past 3 months, he had also killed a few more. Well, 100+ people can't really be called few, but compared to the overall number of those in the realm where the gnomes were from, it wasn't much. One night while sitting with Void, Gray stood up and looked in the direction of the east. "Looks like our peaceful days are coming to an end," he commented. "You sensed it too?" Void also stared in the same direction. "Someone is trying to break in from the higher realm." Gray's eyes were serious. There was only one reason why this was happening: whoever was coming wanted to kill a person here at all costs. Of all the people here, Gray didn't think there was anyone else who had offended people to this extent other than himself. There was a time when he camped outside the portal for the gnome race. Whenever people stepped in, he would kill them. The people from the gnome race didn't send anyone in for a month because of it, and it caused a huge uproar. Gray naturally had zero worries about it. It was not like their higher ranks could charge in here. Well, except for those in the elemental venerable plane, no one else could. One of the good things was that the higher the stage of the elemental venerable, the harder it was for them to stay in this lower realm. Since whoever is coming would have to find him, then he guessed it was most likely a first-stage elemental venerable. "Should we wait it out or check it out?" he asked Void. He had never tried to fight against an elemental venerable before, and although he would like to try, he knew it was going to be risky. "Let's check it out, I'm bored," Void replied. Void was already at the peak of the 6th rank a few months ago. The only reason he hadn't broken through was because he was waiting for Gray. This place was not like any other place, so he had to be careful as well. Chapter 10:22. Gray and Void didn't try to hide their whereabouts. Since the person might be from the gnome race and was probably after Gray, then they would kill a bunch of Sage Plane elementalists from the gnome race and try to lead the elemental venerable their way. This would give them the chance to assess the strength of the person before trying to engage such a person. With Void around, it would be almost impossible for someone to sneak up on the duo. Not just that, but Gray could easily sense those from the gnome race, so as long as this person was from the gnome race, he would be able to sense them. The duo soon started their killing spree, killing every member of the gnome race they encountered, while also heading in the direction of the hideout of the gnomes. While Gray was killing his way through, another person was killing any human that crossed his path. If Gray was here, he would recognize the figure. It was none other than the prince who broke through some time ago. The prince hated Gray to his bones, so now that he had consolidated his realm, he wanted to kill Gray. After the news of someone camping outside the portal and killing everyone, those from the gnome race made it a priority to kill Gray, and someone in the upper realm was asked to go down. The prince volunteered because he wanted to make sure Gray died by his hands. He had fought against Gray before and knew his strength. "Where's he?" he asked the person that was sprawled on the ground, bleeding. "Who?" The person didn't know who the prince was talking about. Even after being beaten to such a state, he didn't know what the prince was talking about. "Your leader," the prince said. "He has broken through some time ago and is in the upper realm." The person replied with a tearful expression. He knew his chances of survival were very slim. Even if he told this person the whereabouts of the person he was searching for, the prince would still kill him. The prince felt irritated by the young man's refusal to tell him where Gray was hiding and killed him in a blink. This was the sixth person they had encountered, but none of them knew of Gray's whereabouts. All of them had been giving him the same answer: their leader had broken through, but there was no way he would believe such a thing. Gray was in the 6th or 7th stage the last time they fought. It had only been 3 months, and even if Gray was an unparalleled genius, there was no way he would have broken through to the elemental venerable plane. At most, he would still be in the 8th stage by now. Crack! A crack appeared on his arm. Looking at it, his expression changed. My time is limited. I should go to the human hideout. He soon came to a conclusion. On his way, he sensed something strange. Your Highness, he's here. He received a voice transmission from the gnome hideout. Before he set out, he told them of his plans. Gray directly killed his way into the gnomes' hideouts. The prince was first stunned, then his expression changed to one of anger. Gray's arrogance was beyond him, but the fact that he didn't fear anything and killed his way into the gnomes' hideout showed how little he thought of them. Once I kill him, I'll deal with that stupid giant, he thought to himself. The leader of the giants hadn't been able to break through to the elemental venerable plane, so he was still here. Unlike most people, he was only in the 8th stage when he entered this place. At the time he became leader, he just broke through to the peak of the sage plane. The leader went against his request and allowed Gray to do as he pleases with gnomes. The prince didn't think too much about it as he rushed back to the hideout. Even if Gray was strong, there was no way he would be able to fight against an elemental venerable while still being in the sage plane. With his speed, it took him only a few minutes to cover thousands of kilometers. Appearing close to the hideout, he paused and tried to observe the situation. His expression changed when he noticed all the corpses that were on the ground. Even he wouldn't dare to kill this many humans, yet Gray did it without thinking twice. The prince didn't try to find out anything else and rushed inside. Gray must die. When he entered the place, he saw Gray sitting on the chair that was meant for the leader of the gnome race while in the secret realm. What annoyed him was not where Gray was seated, but the hall was littered with corpses. Even the sides of the seat had 2 deformed corpses. You're here. I thought you would take longer. I'm not done preparing my surprise yet, Gray said when the prince stepped in. Oh, it's you, he exclaimed when he saw the face of the prince. He never thought the prince would be the one who would come in. This made things even more interesting. The prince studied Gray and surprise appeared on his face. He would never think that Gray had actually been able to get to the 9th stage of the sage plane. It had only been how long? 3 months or so. His motivation to make sure Gray died increased at this moment. He had already tagged Gray as a must-kill to gnomes, but now, Gray was advancing at unprecedented speed. One has to know that the main reason gnomes were more powerful than humans was their ability to control human corpses. If they managed to kill a human powerhouse, they could convert the strength of the powerhouse to theirs, but against Gray, this was useless. In fact, it placed them in even greater trouble since he could use it to attack their minds. Chapter 10:23. You're already in the 9th stage, now I have to make sure you die, the prince commented. Ha ha, is this how you speak to an old friend? Gray laughed as if he was speaking with a friend. The prince was annoyed by his words. We are not friends, the prince said. Come on, we could be, given how many times we've seen. Gray joked. The prince could tell that he was trying to annoy him. Without a second word, he attacked. Throwing his palm forward, a large palm made of pure elemental essence appeared and struck Gray's direction. Unlike elementalists below the elemental venerable plane, elemental venerable could directly control the elemental essence around. Even without trying, they could easily kill multiple sage plane elementalists. Seeing the palm coming his way, Gray's aura spiked, unable to break through past the sage plane, but it was obvious that he was currently above the sage plane. He also threw a first made of the fire element. The palm and fist collided and it was followed by a large explosion. The impact of the explosion made Gray take a step back to balance himself. The prince on the other hand was standing in the same position, unperturbed. The prince squinted his eyes. His attack just now was testing the waters. He hadn't even made any effort. He's strong, but not undefeatable, he concluded after his test. If this is all you can do, then you should head back before the restrictions here kills you. Gray laughed. The prince smiled, but didn't say a word. He threw another palm. This time, the palm wasn't just pure elemental essence, rather, it seemed to be filled with the fire elemental essence. Pure essence was different from fire or any other elemental essence. It was powerful, but the prince didn't know how to use it yet, so it wasn't as strong as his fire elemental essence. Gray threw another fist. This time, he also increased the strength and the fist had multiple colors, unlike the first one which was made from just the fire element. When both palm and fist collided, the impact directly destroyed the hall, and all the bodies there disintegrated. Gray was forced to take multiple steps back this time before he was able to regain his footing. The prince on the other hand didn't take a step back, rather, he took a step forward and directly shot through the explosion, charging at Gray. Gray had just regained his footing when he sensed the prince appearing in front of him. He attacked his front, not daring to waste any time. He knew fighting against the prince was a huge gamble, but he wanted to see the strength of elemental venerable firsthand, so he came out. Of course, he had multiple trump cards that he would use to escape. When he fought against the prince the last time, he made sure he hid a few things, so that if things got out of his control, he would have to use them to escape. He never expected the prince to be the one who would arrive. With the prince here, it would be difficult for him to use the space element to escape, which was his original plan. But being Gray, he made sure he created a few more escape plans, just to be safe. Boom! Gray's attack was about to hit the prince when he struck forward once again, instantly blasting Gray's attack apart and sending his figure flying. Gray spat out a mouthful of blood since he never expected this to happen in the first place. The prince moved out almost immediately. Gray didn't let his figure hit the ground. With the help of the space element, he maneuvered and appeared mid-air. Multiple inscriptions appeared, as well as chaos orbs. These orbs were different from the one he used the last time he walked into the prince's ambush. The prince looked at the orbs and subconsciously didn't dare to charge at Gray. He still recalled how powerful they were the last time. If not for his strength and a few life-saving treasures, he would have been seriously injured by it. Gray chuckled when he saw this and couldn't help but mock a few times. Whenever he was fighting against an opponent stronger than himself, he knew his best bet was to make sure his opponent's state of mind was not fine. Hanging out with Klaus had honed this skill of his, so could be called a professional. Of course, Klaus was still the master. The prince was irritated by his expression, but there was nothing he could do. Other than his previous experience, he could also tell that these orbs could cause him some damage. As unbelievable as it sounded, he felt threatened by these orbs. What was worse was that Gray actually had so many of them. I can't kill him. The prince soon knew that he had overestimated himself and underestimated Gray's strength. This was beyond humiliation. If he were to go back and say he couldn't kill a sage plane elementalist, the entire gnome race might mock him till his death. Gritting his teeth, he charged forward. He had to try, no matter what, he had to try. Gray unleashed the inscriptions first at him. Each attack from the inscription was something that wouldn't be able to harm the prince. Gray knew this as well. The prince was on guard as he blocked the attacks. Just when he was still prepared to block against an inscription attack, he was stunned when the inscription attack switched places with 3 chaos orbs. The switch was just too fast, and it happened just when the inscription attack was about to hit him. Boom! The attack pushed the prince down, and before he could find his footing mid-air, multiple inscription attacks hit him. Ah! I'll kill you! He roared in anger. Just now, he wasted his energy trying to block the attack since he was scared that it was one of the chaos orbs, but to his shock, it was one of those useless attacks. Chapter 10:24. The prince was placed in a difficult position as he tried to block Gray's attack. However, Gray uses his space element to make life a living hell for the prince. Even though the prince also had the space element, he had difficulties blocking this particular attack. The sudden switch of attack from regular inscription attacks to the chaos orbs was just too fast. Before he could even sense the space element coming to play, the attack was already in front of him. He soon gave up the thought of blocking and started dodging the attacks. This way, there was no way Gray would be able to catch him off guard. His only problem was that he couldn't get close to Gray. The reason for this was that Gray covered himself with multiple chaos orbs. It was almost impossible for anyone to get close to him without being blasted by these orbs. If you know you're strong, come, fight me head-on. The prince tried to draw Gray out of the encirclement of chaos orbs. Gray laughed before sending an orb out. The prince instantly vanished when he saw this, thinking Gray wanted to attack him. However, he soon realized that the orb only moved a few meters away from Gray before heading back. Gray burst out laughing, while the prince gritted his teeth in annoyance. Gray was messing with him, he knew this, but with Gray's defenses, there was nothing he could do about it. Of all the humans he had met, not just humans, but people from both his race and the giant race, Gray was the most detestable person he had seen. If given the chance, he would not only kill Gray, but he would also kill his parents and entire family members. Gray had no idea of what was going through the head of the prince. He was currently thinking of what to do to the prince. One of the reasons he was hiding in his chaos orbs was because although he was strong, from the few exchanges he has had with the prince, he knew that he was not the prince's match in a battle. He was not one who would overestimate his capabilities. Since he was not as strong as his opponent, he would resolve to trickery. With all the things he had up his sleeves, it was almost impossible to be killed by the prince. The prince attacked, but Grey sent an orb at the attack, causing a loud explosion. Fine. I'll see how long these orbs will last you. The prince snorted coldly and started to attack Grey randomly. He didn't even bother about anything else and just attacked. The only attack Grey could use that would be able to block the prince's attacks was his chaos orb, and even with that, he was still continuously pushed back by the impact of the explosion. Once the chaos orbs around him were exhausted, the prince would be able to kill him with ease. Well, so he thought. After sending out more than 50 attacks, he noticed something odd: the orbs didn't seem to have an end. In the space of a minute he had released over 50 attacks, and Grey had blocked all of them with a chaos orb. It would be normal for the ones around him to reduce, but they were still the same number. If his eyes weren't failing him, there even seemed to be a slight increase in their size. This shouldn't be possible, right? The prince was confused. From each chaos orb, he could sense a large amount of elemental essence. Even with the essence in the surrounding, Grey couldn't directly take from it like an elemental venerable. So Grey was using from his essence reserves. But his reserve shouldn't be able to keep up with his current use of his attacks. Any normal elementalist would already realize this problem and would stop using this attack. Once an elementalist runs out of elemental essence when fighting, then they were as good as dead, especially against an opponent that was way stronger than they were. Grey didn't seem to be worrying about this as he attacked wantonly. He even seemed to be enjoying it. What are you? The prince couldn't help but ask. I'm the greatest genius of all time. Grey replied loudly, his voice oozing with unbridled confidence. The prince paused for a moment, and it was as if he was starting to believe it. But his eyes soon changed. Before me, you're nothing, he said coldly and started attacking once again. We'll see who has a greater essence reserve, he thought to himself. Grey wanted to fight against him in terms of this, he was only digging his own grave. One was an elemental venerable, while the other was a sage plane elementalist. The difference should be clear. Just when the prince was about to attack again, his vision suddenly changed. Ooh? His expression changed for a slight moment before he sprang to action. A defensive wall soon covered his body as he roared out with explosive power. The power pushed everything around him. Originally, the thought of Grey being able to switch places with another figure crossed his mind when he first saw Grey use the switch skill, but after Grey didn't use it, he felt maybe he could only move small things. Luckily, he still didn't bring his guard down and was able to react accordingly. Unfortunately, the orbs were just too many. The orb started bombarding the defensive wall and a crack soon appeared. The prince wanted to try to use the space element to escape, but the moment a spatial tunnel was opened up, it became chaotic, putting the prince in even bigger danger. With his full strength, he didn't try to only block Grey's attack, but he also forcefully closed down the spatial tunnel. By the time he was done with this, the defensive screen had already broken apart and an orb hit him on the back, sending him flying. During this short time, the number of chaos orbs had gone down by more than half its original number. From around 50, it was around 15 now. The rest chased after the prince as he was thrown to the ground. Chapter 10:25. Grey watched this scene while breathing heavily. Although he had been hiding it, blocking so many of the prince's attacks had taken a large toll on him. He had no issues with his essence reserves. What was troubling him was the impact of each attack after he blocked it. Even with his strong physique, he still had problems with taking such powerful impacts. This showed the large difference between an elemental venerable and a sage plane elementalist. It was almost unheard of that a sage plane elementalist would be able to exchange blows with an elemental venerable, but Grey was doing it with ease. Even though the prince was only in the first stage, he was one of the people that would be classified as a strong first stage elemental venerable. Most people in the same stage would have problems fighting against him. If Grey were to fight against a weak elemental venerable at the first stage, he wouldn't have too many problems dealing with them. He might even be able to win against them. The prince slammed into the ground and the other chaos orbs crashed into the ground, exploding as well. Grey started to make other orbs around him as well, just in case the prince rushed out to attack him. Before the explosion died down, he sensed an anomaly behind him and without thinking, he tossed 3 chaos orbs in that direction. A figure who had cracks all over his body stepped out of a spatial tunnel and was once again hit by multiple chaos orbs. The figure was the prince, who was able to escape from the attack. Although he was still alright, Grey didn't miss the cracks that were on his body. Those are not the injuries caused by my attack. He was no fool. With a single glance, he knew what was happening. The realm was slowly taking effect on the body of the prince. Since he came to a lower realm, he would naturally start to suffer. Things only started to move faster due to his battle with Grey. The prince was pushed back by the orbs, but he wasn't too affected by them. He looked at Grey with infuriated eyes. "I'll kill you before I go back." "You meant to say you will die before you can kill me." Grey corrected him with a matter-of-fact tone. They had both been fighting for some time. The prince already knew he couldn't kill Grey, and Grey also knew he could at most cause some slight injuries to the prince, but nothing too serious. His greatest asset right now was the realm. As long as the realm exists, all he needed to do was to delay the prince and the realm would do the rest. The prince snorted coldly after Grey's statement before charging forward once again. He was about to attack when he suddenly felt a powerful pull. With his strength, he stood his ground and looked at Grey with a menacing look. Grey gave him a mischievous smile as he tossed some chaos orbs in his direction and fled. Grey didn't want to exchange blows with the prince any longer. He was already starting to feel the brunt of his internal injuries. The prince chased after him, dodging the orbs that were sent in his direction. Grey continued running as he tossed a few orbs in his direction. Grey was extremely fast, exceeding the expectations of the prince. Having both the lightning and wind elements that could boost his strength, it was not even a joke to say that he was faster than a few first-stage elemental venerables. The prince was once again shocked by Grey's abilities. Damn it! Where did someone like him come from? He cursed as he gave chase. What was worse was that whenever he was getting closer to Grey, Grey would suddenly teleport a large distance, once again creating a gap. He was agitated because he could see that the realm's effect on him was increasing. If things stayed this way, he would not be able to catch Grey. Just when he was thinking of giving up, he heard Grey's mocking words, followed by him tossing 3 things at him. At first, he thought they were chaos orbs, but only after he got close to them did he realize what they were. "You animal! If I don't kill you, I'll never have peace." The prince roared in anger and once again gave chase with rejuvenated motivation. The 3 items fell to the ground. Each of them was the head of someone from the gnome race. Killing them was not enough. Grey went on to remove their heads and use them as he pleases. The prince was incensed. The gnome race would not take this lying. Of course, he had to catch Grey first before he could exert revenge. Grey was very fast, too fast for someone in the sage plane. Grey didn't bother with the prince. All he did was run, say a few curse words, toss a few heads, and occasionally a few chaos orbs. The prince had been able to catch up to him on 2 occasions, but after just 2 blows, Grey would instantly flee. The prince knew Grey's plan, but he was helpless against him. After a few more minutes, the prince was forced to stop. He couldn't stay here any longer. His entire body had cracks all over, but he hadn't even been able to do anything to Grey. He had been chasing for almost 10 minutes, yet nothing. He felt regretful and humiliated. How can an elemental venerable be bested by a sage plane elementalist? It was simply unheard of. If news of this were to spread, he would be mocked by everyone. His chances of even ascending the throne might even be destroyed. "Damn it! I'll come back for you," he said and turned around. Grey tried to mock him a few times, but the prince didn't stay. A few seconds after the prince left, he spat out a mouthful of blood before floating to the ground. His innards were a mess, and he was bleeding from even his ears. He had been hiding it all this while. The moment the prince left, he let everything out. Chapter 10:26. An elemental venerable truly is powerful, Grey said with a sigh. If not for his chaos orb, he wouldn't have been able to contend with the prince and would most likely have had to flee the moment he exchanged moves with the prince. His strong physique also made things somewhat easier for him since he was able to hide his injuries from the knowledge of the prince. Had the prince found out about his injuries, he might have taken the risk of trying to stay a little longer and even attacking him more instead of letting him run with such ease. He might even try to take a few blows just to make sure that he would shorten the distance and cause even greater damage to Grey. "You survived, I'm impressed." A voice came from the void before a figure appeared in front of Grey. Grey's expression changed drastically. The person standing in front of him was an elemental venerable from the gnome race. This person has obviously been hiding for some time now, watching from the shadows. "Void," Grey called out. "I didn't sense him, he's very good at hiding," Void replied. The only time Grey was able to sense this person was after the person stepped out of the void. It was just like that time he was being chased and ran into a secret realm. "Shocked?" After so many years, you think we haven't found a way to bypass this stupid realm and search for a way to stay a little longer?" The figure chuckled. His strength was definitely higher than the prince's strength, but the difference wasn't too much. "You're here to kill me as well. Looks like you gnomes really think highly of me, too highly I fear," Gray said, his expression cold once again. This was not the time to dwell on his injuries, he had to be prepared for anything. "It can't be helped, you killed too many of our people, what did you expect?" the figure asked. "A banquet?" Gray replied jokingly. The figure's mouth twitched repeatedly. "Unlike that useless prince, I'll kill you and take your head back to the capital. I don't think you know the reward that has been placed on your head," he said as he stared at Gray menacingly. Gray took a step back, and without even thinking, his figure shot straight in the direction of the portal of humans. His injuries were not something that would hold him down. The small time he was talking with the figure, he was making sure he healed to the fullest. Although he was not completely healed up, it wasn't a problem for him to escape. The figure rushed after him, trying to make sure Gray didn't escape from his hands. Gray created chaos orbs as he rushed forward, occasionally tossing one or two at the figure that was chasing after him. Just when he thought he was free, another person was lying in wait. "I thought I wouldn't have to run again? I hate this life," he complained internally, cursing at the young man as well as he ran through the realm. "Once you notice a secret space, notify me," Gray said to Void. The young man from the gnome race chasing after him was faster than the prince, so he was able to catch up with Gray before he even managed to get to a good distance. Gray tried to block his attack but was sent flying, crashing into the ground, causing a large crater. Gray didn't dare to stay there as he rushed out of the place and continued his escape. Fighting against this person was out of the question, he didn't even dare to try to exchange blows with him. The young man was stronger than the prince. If his guess was correct, this person should be in the second or third stage of the elemental venerable plane. His attack power and control over his strength were miles ahead of the prince. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!" Gray cursed repeatedly as he was escaping. Once again, he lacked strength, so he was being chased around. However, he knew this person couldn't stay here for too long. Just like the prince, the realm would soon start to take its effect on him. At that time, he would have no choice but to leave Gray alone. "I'm not that useless. Before I go, I'll be leaving with your corpse," the young man snorted coldly. He knew Gray's plan, and he didn't have any plans of going with it. His time here was limited. If Gray thought that he would be able to use the same technique as when he was being chased by the prince, he was hugely mistaken. Compared to the prince, he had seen Gray's hidden moves and knew what to do against them. Of course, he naturally wouldn't be able to block against all of them, but he should be able to block against most of them. Gray originally faced the human race's hideout, but thinking of the danger that might inflict the others, he changed his direction. The young man blocked him and attacked. Gray sent out a chaos orb to block the attack, but he was unable to block it as the impact forced him back. He didn't have the luxury to check any of his injuries. Escaping was his main priority. Void was occasionally helping with his space element, but against a second or third stage elemental venerable, he didn't really have much say. In the Sage plane, except for Gray, he basically had no equal, but fighting across an entire plane was out of reach. While in lower planes, it would have been possible, but now, it was almost impossible. What Gray was doing was outright ridiculous. If others heard of him exchanging blows with a second or third stage elemental venerable, they would be shocked. It was still acceptable if it was an elemental venerable that had just broken through, but a second stage elemental venerable was just too powerful for a Sage plane elementalist. Chapter 10:27. "Stop running!" the young man from the gnome race yelled in frustration. Yes, he was stronger, he knew Gray's hidden moves, yet, he had not been able to capture Gray. It was even harder trying to get him to stay in one location. Gray might not be as strong as he was, but in terms of escaping, he felt Gray was unmatched. With the number of times he had smacked and sent Gray crashing, he shouldn't be able to still move, yet Gray was still running at full speed, even taking time to curse at him and also throw attacks his way. What was frustrating was Gray's ability to switch places. When he was watching Gray use it, he felt it wouldn't be a problem for him to guard against it since he already knew of it, but Gray was a cunning individual, only using it when the young man never expected. He would use it at the most unpredictable times that even when the young man was on guard against it, he would be unable to do anything against it. Frustration was starting to set in, not just frustration, but the realm had also started to show its hand as cracks had started to appear on the body of the young man. Gray had noticed this and knew that all he had to do was to hang on a little while. As long as he persisted, then this young man would be forced to leave the realm just as the prince did. The young man roared in desperation and rushed after Grey. Some minutes ago he called the prince useless, but now he would be the more useless one since the prince was weaker than he was. Damn it! Stop running, you rat! The young man cursed. You're the rat, your entire family are rats. Grey cursed. He didn't forget to anger the young man as he escaped. There was nothing better than making his opponent agitated. Although this would make things difficult for him, it would also make the young man make more mistakes and give him a chance to even harm him. The young man attacked wildly, trying to make sure he injured Grey. Grey, on the other hand, was dodging the few he could. The ones he couldn't, he would try his best to block it. Even if the impact was deadly to him, he had no choice but to cope with it. As time went on, the young man started to get more desperate. His attacks were wilder now and his eyes were red. His mind was racing, thinking of how he mocked the prince, yet he was unable to do anything to Grey. Grey was successfully escaping. Although his body was riddled with injuries, he was alive, and that was all that was important. The young man from the gnome race looked at his current condition, then at Grey. I can't kill him, he thought in depression. Just like the prince, he finally realized that he couldn't kill Grey. The only thing was that he figured it out too late. Grey had already dragged him here for so long, even going as far as hurting him. Some of Grey's ingenious attacks had been able to cause him some superficial injuries, which infuriated him. Stop! You're powerful, right? Stop and fight me like a man. The young man was going crazy. You're crazy, why don't you wait till I'm in the elemental venerable plane before attacking me? Hypocrite! Grey cursed as he continued running like a scared chicken. What he said made perfect sense that the young man didn't even have anything to retort with. If he was truly powerful, why was he bullying him with his superior strength? The fact that he couldn't even get Grey to exchange more than 2 moves before he ran away showed that they were not on the same level. If they truly fought while on the same stage, Grey would beat him up, no doubt. Even he knew this as well. He tried to make sure he caught up with Grey, but in the end, it was useless. His time here was up. He had to leave before his body was destroyed. The cracks on his body had already started to spread all over his body, and he could barely use his original strength. One of the things placed here was to slowly weaken the strength of those above the sage plane. If the young man stayed any longer, he would die under Grey's hands. He knew of this. This was also the reason the prince escaped as well. Grey laughed when he saw the look of hesitation in the eyes of the young man. Ha ha, you're thinking of escaping. Why, are you afraid of me? He mocked. The young man snorted coldly but didn't respond. Without a second word, he rushed out of the place, heading towards the weak link he could use to go back to the higher realm. Grey thought of chasing after him, but he knew it wasn't worth it, so he decided to stay put. Besides, he was bleeding all over and his internal organs were almost destroyed. The impact of this young man's attacks was more powerful than the prince's and caused even greater damage to his already injured organs. Fuck! I'll kill them once I get to the venerable plane, Grey declared before rushing back to the human race's hideout. He had to tell the others to lay low for some time. It was best if they didn't stay in the secret realm. With so many elemental venerables coming here, the others would definitely face some dangers. I need to recuperate first. I can't go back like this, he thought to himself and went in search of a secret space to hide while he recuperated. The prince just left the lower realm when the young man left as well. The weak link suddenly disappeared, impossible for them to see again. In the higher realm, a meeting was being held amongst the humans. Who is this Grey that they want to kill? Chapter 10:28. He's the person that helped us win the tournament. The second I heard they were trying to kill someone, I knew it had to be him. He's the only person that I can say for a fact is invincible in the sage plane, a young man said. If Grey was here, he would have recognized the young man. It was none other than Scott, Sylvia's younger brother. When he heard the news of someone slaughtering the people of the gnome race, he knew it was none other than Grey. Only Grey was strong enough to do as he pleases in a place where there were no elemental venerables. When the prince went to the lower realm, they knew of it as well. Someone rushed to the lower realm as well, but the person had returned, and he didn't find Grey, nor did he see the prince. According to the person, Grey should be alive. Well, it was a guess. The people in the hall turned to look at Scott, some of them chuckling. Saying Grey was invincible in the sage plane was an exaggeration. There were some of them here who felt they were also invincible while they were at the peak of the sage plane. A few of them felt maybe Grey was talented. After all, Scott was someone they all knew as a genius, and if he acknowledges Grey, that meant Grey was better than he is. I don't think you all understand, at the time of the competition, he was only in the 5th stage of the sage plane, but he could go toe-to-toe with me even though I was at the peak of the sage plane. Scott could tell what most of the people were thinking and explained. Surprise showed on the faces of some of the people in the hall. They never thought Gray was that talented. Although they had all heard of him, they didn't take their time to listen to the stories. Most of the people here were already in the elemental venerable plane before coming here. A sage plane elementalist wouldn't catch their eye unless said person is a genius. I see. Someone like him will be valuable here. He can help with the battles. Send words to the elder guarding the portal. Gray must be found and taken out for his safety. Also, track the movements of the gnomes. We must do our part to protect him. While the humans were having a meeting, on another side of the higher realm, another group was having a meeting. They were all members of the gnome race. You didn't find him? Someone turned to the prince. Although they had a higher cultivation level, they still had to be respectful to the prince. No, and the realm was already starting to affect me. I guess we'll have to search for a way to go in with a large number. The prince replied. When he said this, a figure from the crowd looked at him, but this figure didn't say a word. This person was the young man who attacked Gray immediately after the prince left. He knew that the prince couldn't dare to announce the result of his encounter with Gray, and neither could he. For two elemental venerables to be unable to kill a peak sage plane elementalist was a disgrace. The young man knew that he wouldn't be able to raise his head again if the others heard about it. Is he that important? Someone asked. At the 6th stage, he can fight against me when I was at the peak. In the space of 3 months, I heard he's currently in the 9th stage of the sage plane. Not just that, but he seems to be able to track us down. The prince paused and looked at everyone present. Now tell me, do you think he's important? The others didn't say a word, but they could tell that this human was unlike any other. Being able to advance from the 6th to the 9th stage in 3 months was an insane speed. Not just that, but he was also able to fight against someone as talented as the prince with such a large difference in the cultivation stage. Gray was a danger to all of them. They all knew that the portal would soon be open and they could enter the human world in large numbers. The Great War was coming, and such a talent shouldn't be allowed to grow. The fact that he grew this much was a shocking thing. Send words out. If he doesn't come to the higher realm and leaves before he breaks through, we have to make sure that our people in the human world would take the appropriate actions. The prince said. Since he was here, he was the leader of the group. He might be the one with one of the lowest cultivation levels, but his status was higher than everyone present. Someone nodded and stood up, heading out. The prince wanted Gray dead at all costs, and from what he has said, so did all these people. In the lower realm, Gray had no idea of what these people were planning. All he wanted to do now was to leave this place. He was already very close to the peak of the sage plane, but staying was a little too dangerous now. If someone with a higher level comes again, he might not be able to escape or hang on. Why don't you just hide in a secret space and cultivate? Void suggested. Staying here will only put others in danger. I'm not that selfish. I can easily hide my aura and cultivate, but with the trouble I've caused, I'm afraid I can't. Gray shook his head with a self-deprecating laugh. As much as he wanted to stay here, he couldn't. A shame. Let's leave then. I've been waiting for so long to break through. Void didn't argue any longer. Gray had his reasons for wanting to leave, and he didn't want to force him to stay. Besides, he had been holding back from breaking through for a long time now. Chapter 10:29. Aurora Continent, somewhere in the middle continent. Gray stepped out of the portal with a relieved expression on his face. Void was on his shoulder, clearly excited. He was about to break through and become a rank 7 magical beast. When a magical beast breaks through to the 7th rank or the elemental venerable plane is slightly different from a human. Both magical beasts and humans develop origin sources, but magical beasts awaken a new innate skill. These skills are unique to a magical beast, and each magical beast, even if they are of the same species, has different skills. These skills coincide with the origin source they develop, making them stronger. This was why the more powerful a magical beast, the harder it was for a human powerhouse to beat it at the same stage. Originally, magical beasts are stronger. Adding this to their arsenal made them even more powerful. The origin source on the other hand draws an elementalist closer to the world. They control and knowledge of their elements becomes better. Not just that, but the origin source also acts as an amplifier. Take for instance, an elementalist's attack power is calculated with numbers. The attack power of a peak sage plane elementalist would be around 1000. For an elemental venerable to unleash the same attack with that number, instead of using 1000, they would use 200, but they can amplify the attack with their origin source. An elementalist's control and knowledge over his elements would determine how their amplifiers work. Some people can get 10 times amplification while others don't even get up to 2 times the amplification. This all falls down to latent talent. It has nothing to do with an elementalist's elemental grade. Originally, before the elemental venerable plane, elemental grades were very important, but with the increase of planes, its role starts to decrease. Of course, this doesn't mean that it would become useless. Elemental grades play small parts with amplification, giving around half of the original from the start. But as an elemental venerable advances, their strength and control increases, making the amplification better. In this stage, an elementalist's domain power sees a significant increase. The amplification here has double effects. This is also the place where elemental grades play important roles. "You're out," the elder on the side said with relief in his voice. Gray looked at the elder, a little confused. He didn't know the elder, so seeing him with such a reaction was a little odd, but he still nodded. "It's good. The news of someone heading from the higher realm to the lower realm to kill you has reached us," the elder explained. They had even sent people inside to search for Gray, but they couldn't find him. Some of them thought he was dead, while others felt maybe he was hiding. But now that the elder had seen Gray, he was relieved. They all knew of Gray single-handedly causing a massive headache for the gnome race. The story of him camping outside their portals even made these elders who were already old feel their bloods boil. Gray was powerful and brave. His type was rare. Due to Gray's presence, the death toll of the people who entered reduced significantly. The gnomes were the ones who always hunted them down. Now, the case was reversed, and it was all done by a single person. After hearing the elder's words, Gray finally understood the reason for his reaction. "To think that they've been bullying us for so long," he said to Void. "The people who entered in the past were all weak. They can't be blamed for bullying the weak," Void said nonchalantly. If the elder were to hear Void's statement, he might flip out and even try to kill him that instant. Gray didn't stay with the elder for too long. After exchanging some words with him, he left. Void wanted to break through, so he wanted to find a good spot for him to break through. After leaving, Gray headed to the Burchard family. He wanted to inform Sylvia that he was out and would be leaving soon. When he got there, Sylvia was not alone. She was accompanied by some elders. "Gray, you're out." She smiled when she saw him. "Yes." Gray nodded. He knew that she wasn't alone, but he didn't want to waste too much time. "We were just talking about you. The gnomes want you dead, do you know that?" The head of the Burchard family said to Gray. "I'm aware, they even sent elemental venerables after me. I was lucky," he replied. "In the realm?" The head of the Burchard family couldn't help but raise a brow. Gray told them of how the prince as well as the young man attacked him. The faces of Sylvia and the rest showed disbelief. If not for the fact that Gray was the one telling them, they would never believe it if someone else said it. Fighting against an elemental venerables, and not only did he not die, but he managed to escape from 2 attacks. They all had a hard time believing it, but they also knew how powerful Gray was. If he could fight against a peak sage plane elementalist with a difference of 5 stages, then he should also be able to achieve this. "This is unbelievable," an elder said with a shocked face. Gray didn't try to convince them to believe him. It wasn't like it would change anything. "You should be careful when moving. There's a kill order for you. All the necromancers are after you," the head of the Burchard family said. "Who?" Gray was stunned. Why was a kill order for him? What did he do? Even the necromancers were after him. Could it be that something he didn't know happened? Seeing his face, they knew that he had no idea of what was happening. "Our spies told us about your death warrant. Apparently, you angered the gnomes so much that they took the risk of contacting some people here," the head of the Burchard family said with a chuckle. Chapter 10:30. Gray was stunned by the news. He never thought that the gnomes would actually bring out a death warrant for him. They didn't even want to keep him alive or even turn him into a puppet. They wanted to outright kill him. Void couldn't help but mock Gray for his current situation. He had just managed to remove the mark, yet he was being hunted down. With his easily recognizable face, it wouldn't be hard for people to find him. What was worse was that he didn't know who was a spy and who was not, so at the moment, he was in danger of being killed by people close to him. "Do you know who are possible spies for them?" he asked the head of the Burchard family. "There are a few suspects, but we don't have any concrete evidence, so we can't say for now. But everyone is aware that necromancers are one of them. Not just that, but there are also people from multiple factions who are under their command," the head of the Burchard family explained to Gray. Normally, a sage plane elementalist didn't have the right to know of these, but given Gray's position, and also being the son of someone as powerful as Lucas, there was no need in hiding it from him. Besides, his life was also in danger. Grey listened attentively and his expression changed slightly when he heard of a familiar faction, the Nether faction. Being a darkness elemental faction, and given their horrible behavior, it was quite easy to suspect them. It would be dangerous if the gnomes managed to build such a powerful and large faction. Damn it, when I thought I would be free. He complained internally. Once again, he wouldn't be able to travel freely for the fear of being hunted down. Thank you for telling me this, I won't be staying long. Grey bowed to show his appreciation, but he was not going to stay here. Someone like him could never be idle. The head of the Burchard family shook his head with a sigh. He knew Grey would never want to stay there. All right, I'll send someone to escort you till you get to the teleportation array, he said. As long as Grey didn't die within their territory, it was fine. If Grey were to die here, Lucas would definitely turn the place upside down. I believe he already knows of this. He should rush over to help him, he thought to himself. Grey left the city in no time, and before he knew it, he was already thousands of kilometers away from the city. Being transported by an expert above the elemental venerable plane was faster than when he was moving on his own. The scenery changed, and sometime later, Grey was already close to the edge of the middle continent, about to head back to the western continent. Take care of yourself, and try to stay out of crowded places, the man who escorted him till the end of the middle continent advised before heading back. Grey nodded before walking away. There was no need to stay there any longer. His next stop was the Dawson family compound. As much as he would want to go back to the faction, he knew that with his father being the one known as the strongest, he would be safer there for now. He didn't have any plans of staying there for too long. He only wanted to tell his father the current situation before heading back to the faction. Void, looks like you'll have to break through now. It's too dangerous to hold back now. He turned his attention to Void. Getting stronger was their best bet now. He couldn't break through in a short time, so he had to rely on Void if he wanted protection. Void was stronger than most geniuses in the same stage, so they shouldn't have any issues with those in the early stages of the elemental venerable plane. Only those in the mid stages and above would pose a threat to them, but it didn't mean they would be able to defeat him easily. I'll train you once I've broken through so that you can get used to the strength of an elemental venerable, Void said with a mischievous smile. Grey knew Void's plan, but he didn't try to stop him. It would be nice for him to test the strength of those elemental venerables to make sure he was acquainted with the strength. Void was stronger than others, so it would make things better. They soon found a good location. After Grey set up multiple arrays, Void began his breakthrough. He had been holding himself back, so now that the opportunity was presented to him, he didn't delay. Within a few seconds, Void's appearance soon started to change. From his usual small size, his body grew larger, and his dark fur started to sprout a few golden spots on it. It was mesmerizing. Grey watched on as Void's aura started to shoot up. A light shot from the sky with a flash and entered Void's head. His aura started to see a change. He spat out his cores, and they all started to absorb essence at a crazy pace. While doing this, they were also forming the link with each element's origin source. Grey could literally see the cores forming some sort of tentacle that started to search for something. Before long, as if it was connected to something, the tentacles stopped moving and massive energy started to rush into the cores. The speed was faster than it previously was. Grey watched the scene attentively. He knew that although magical beasts were different from humans, there wasn't much difference when they were breaking through. Some time passed and Void's size returned to its previous state. Even the golden spots disappeared. It was as if they never appeared. Grey was watching Void curiously, trying to figure out what was different with him. Hey, how do you feel? He couldn't help but ask when Void kept his eyes closed. I feel great. Ha ha. Void laughed in delight as he opened his eyes. His eyes, which were usually pitch black, had a faint golden glow in them. The glow would appear and disappear. Only after some time did it stop. Ha ha, I'm the king, Void declared. You only broke through to the elemental venerable plane. There's no need to be too excited over it, Grey said with dark lines on his face. What do you know? Do you think I'm a regular 7th rank magical beast? Void chided, his head held up high with pride. Grey felt a bit of a headache and decided to stop answering him. Void was like Klaus, very proud and arrogant. The more he tried to want to know what he was feeling, the more arrogance Void would display, so it was best to leave him alone. Maybe he would finally come to his senses after being ignored. Just as Grey expected, after not bothering him and focusing on himself, Void soon got bored of showing off. Well, since there was no one to show off to, it was a waste of his time. Grey scoffed as he looked at Void. Ready to talk now? You're no fun, Void said grumpily. Gray couldn't be bothered with him as he asked the important question, "What innate skill did you awaken?" He was quite curious. There was a possibility that the change in Void's appearance had to do with the awakening of his innate skill. Of course, he wasn't 100% certain of this, it was just his speculation. "It's nothing serious," Void said with a dull look. "Seriously?" Gray was taken aback. "Show me." Void nodded and did as he said. Gray's vision soon changed, and it was like he was thrown into boundless space. This time, there were stars. These stars were golden spots that were shining brightly. With curiosity in his heart, he stretched his hand forward, trying to touch one of them. "Don't!" Void exclaimed and hastily withdrew the skill. "What?" Gray was alarmed. Void's reaction was unusual. Could something be wrong with the golden spots? "I don't know if you can handle the impact of the attack," Void said. "Those golden spots are attacks?" Gray was stunned. He didn't sense a single aura from the golden spots. Naturally, he knew they were not for fancy, but he didn't really think they would be dangerous. After all, there were hundreds of them in there. "Yeah." Void nodded his head. "Impressive, I'd like to test it out though," Gray said. He was confident in his abilities, so even if the attack was dangerous, there was no way it would be able to kill him. "No, you will see it when I use it against someone else." Void refused. "What are you being agitated over? It's just an attack. Is it stronger than that gnome race's genius attack?" Gray felt like Void was looking down on him and asked, a little irritated. "Probably." Chapter 1031. Gray scoffed and decided not to ask about it any longer. Since Void didn't want to let him feel the attack, he would not bother with it. Besides, it might actually be for his own good. They soon started their journey once again. Since Gray could sense gnomes, he was not scared of encountering any of them. His only fear now was the possible traitors they didn't know, and also necromancers. Since the Burchard family were able to get the news, then they definitely knew some things, they just didn't want to tell Gray. "I should visit the others. While I'm at it, they would be surprised by how far I've grown," he thought to himself. He still had a friend he hadn't seen for a long time, but the thought of traveling there hadn't come to his mind. Klaus, Reynolds, and Alice were relatively around the same region, so meeting up with them shouldn't be an issue. 2 weeks went by in a flash. In a restaurant, Gray and Void were seated, eating. They were currently in the Quaver region. On their way, Gray recalled he left the triplets here to take care of Arya and her older brother who was injured. With his father's strength, he felt maybe he would be able to help Arya's brother recover. It had been a while, so after contacting the triplets, they told him of the trouble that was brewing in the town. Some weeks back, a group took residence in the town. Given it was a small town, there weren't any top experts there. At the time the triplets started to stay in the place, they were the strongest, and at that time, they were around the early stages of the Sage Plane or so. They hid their strength and started to live like ordinary people. While two took care of Arya and her brother, one of them started to travel around to search for a healing method. The new group of people who arrived were over 15, and more than half of them were in the Sage Plane. Although the brothers were also in the Sage Plane, they couldn't compare to them. The group started to rule over the town, and since the triplets were their only equal, they started to bully them, attacking them on some occasions. The brothers couldn't leave since one of them went out and there was no way to track him. Gray wanted to survey the area before deciding on what to do. It wasn't up to him to save the world, he would only do the ones he could and leave the rest. While he was busy eating, a figure walked into the restaurant. Gray noticed the countenance of those living in the town changed. The figure was that of a young man who was around the late stages of the Overlord plane. With a haughty face, he walked past Gray, not even sparing him a glance. Gray hid his aura, so he looked like a person in the origin plane. With such strength, it was normal to be neglected. The young man walked over to a particular table that hosted a group of 3. A young lady with amazing features was among the group. The young man licked his lips before taking a seat. "If you don't mind, I would like to share a table with you 3. Even though he was already seated, he still asked, trying to show some courtesy. Gray shook his head when he saw this. The group of 3 was only in the early stages of the Overlord plane, so there was no way they were a match for the young man. The young lady felt a bit uncomfortable with the lecherous looks the young man was giving her, and she stood up, trying to walk away from the restaurant. She was naturally accompanied by her friends, a young man, and another young lady whose looks were not on par with hers. The young man stood up and followed them. "Wait, aren't you going to pay before leaving?" He blocked their paths. "Please, move aside, we've already paid for our meal." The young lady spoke when the young man blocked their paths. "I didn't see you paying, so how can I believe you?" It was clear that the young man was only searching for a reason to keep them there. "We're from the Quill faction, you should keep your distance if you know what's good for you," the young man in the group said coldly. He could see the way the young man was staring at the young lady, and even though he could tell that the young man was stronger than they were, he wasn't afraid. The Quill faction was a powerful faction, although it was not on the same level as the factions Gray and his friends joined, it was a mid-level faction. In a place like this, such a faction was powerful enough to scare people. "Oh, this makes things even better. We have someone there that we would like you to deliver a message to." The young man's gaze suddenly went cold, and before the group knew it, he attacked. The young man stepped forward and tried to block the attack, but he was sent flying, crashing out of the building. "Why don't you help?" Void asked. "Should I help everyone I see on the way?" Gray replied to Void's question with a question of his own. He didn't have the time to save everyone. Of course he planned to help this group, but he wouldn't rush over. Since they were from a faction, and would be regarded as geniuses there, then there's a high chance that they had some life-saving items. It would be best if they had gotten to the stage where they wanted to use it before he helped. Some people needed such encounters if they were to ever grow strong. Void looked at Gray but didn't say a word. Although he was the strongest, Gray was still the one in charge. Chapter 1032. Gray didn't interfere with their battle, and the young man from the town easily beat the trio up before dragging them to a particular building in the town. This building looked inauspicious and was quite ordinary looking. Gray followed them, hidden in the shadows. He wanted to see what was happening there. With his strength, it was impossible for this young man to notice that he was following him. With Void in tow, he was able to sense if there was anyone who was inside the building. "Who?" Gray looked at the building a little surprised. "What's wrong?" Void asked when he saw Gray's facial expression. "There's an array here, a really powerful array," Gray said to Void. With his knowledge of things, he was able to quickly sense the array. Luckily, he sensed it before stepping into the building. If not, he would have been sensed after entering the building. He stayed outside for some time as he tried to search for a weak link that he would use to enter the place. His expression changed multiple times as he found it difficult. This array is quite strange. Each weak link is complemented with something that makes it even harder. Whoever made this array is ingenious. Gray complimented the person internally. If he wasn't careful, he would have carelessly tried to break through the array with one of the supposed weak links, only to find out it was a trap. These weak links are called dummy weak links. He had read about them in his teacher's book. Gray continued studying the array, and after over 10 minutes, he managed to find a way through the array. Surprisingly, the way to get into the array was quite easy, but it was kept in the most obvious place that one would think of. After breaking through the array, he easily found the place where the young man headed and also sensed that there were more people present, and some of them were even in the sage plane. "What should we do with them?" A voice came from the depths of the building. "Just use them for the sacrifice. I will be done soon. You shouldn't draw any attention to us. I've warned you guys repeatedly," a hoarse voice said. "We know, Elder, but staying in such a small town makes us irritated. This is the only way we can entertain ourselves. Do as you please, but don't bring any problems here." "What about those two? What should we do with them?" "They're not bothering us. It's best we leave them alone." "Elder Nate, aren't you supposed to be dead?" The young lady's shocked exclamation came from the depths of the building. He, you think your father can kill me? I'll keep you alive to watch as I kill my father. Besides, my student has taken a fancy of you. You should count yourself lucky. Throw the other two inside. I'll recover soon." Gray exchanged glances with Void. He couldn't help but feel things weren't as easy as they seemed. From the looks of it, these people were from the same faction. Well, just the trio and the old man referred to as Elder Nate. He decided to investigate what was happening in the depths before making a move. It would be dangerous if this person was an expert who was hiding his strength. He recalled that the voice said he would recover soon. If the person were to be an elemental sovereign, then he would be in trouble. Even if he were to be in the elemental venerable plane, he wouldn't be able to compete with an elemental sovereign. Gray was stuck between allowing these people to be sacrificed or helping. If he tried to help, then he would probably be exposed. Of course, they might not be able to catch him, but they would know that he had broken into the building without their knowledge, and they would be on guard against him. He sneaked deeper into the building and soon came into a large empty space. An old figure was seen sitting in the air, and below him was a large array. Gray looked around and saw 3 people standing by the old man. Each of them was at the peak of the sage plane. "I thought they said none of them was at the peak?" Gray almost felt like the triplets were unreliable, but he thought about how hard it would be for the triplet who was still only in the early stages of the sage plane to sense these people at the peak. "Void, the old man stage?" he asked. Second stage elemental venerable. Void replied after some time. Are you sure he isn't hiding his strength? Grey asked. Yes, he should be injured, so his current strength is only in the second stage, but he seems to be absorbing a large amount of energy from the array. He wouldn't be in the second stage for too long. Void explained. How long? 2 days. Grey decided to first rescue the 2 who were sent to become part of the sacrifices, while also thinking of ways to deal with the aftermath of being discovered. Grey sneaked past the old man and went underground. His expression changed when he saw what was below the array. Under the array the old man was sitting on top were bodies, some of them had even dried up. Why would people resolve to such means to advance? He asked, dejected. Some of these people had families, but they were killed for the selfish gains of a particular person. Just so he could advance his realm, the old man was killing people. Grey looked around and saw the young man and lady who were brought in some minutes ago. Other than the duo, a few of them were still alive. I should save that girl from the hands of that moron before anything. He thought to himself. Once any of these people were taken out, the old man would sense the shortage of energy and would know that someone was there. Chapter 1033. Grey tracked the aura of the young man, and before long he soon appeared in front of a room. The door was shut tight and the screams of the young lady could be heard from inside. As long as you're mine, I promise, teacher will not harm you. Of course, the same can't be said for your father. The young man's voice came from inside the room. My father knows we came here. If I don't report back within a day, he would know something is wrong and come looking. The young lady's words were a clear warning. If anything happens to me, my father will come and kill you all. Hey! You'll be dead before then, so what if he comes? It's not like you will be able to see him. The young man sneered. The young lady's threat only seemed to anger him. The same can be said for you. Another voice was heard in the room. The young man who was pressing the young lady on the bed hurriedly stood up and looked around. Who's there? He didn't hear anyone open the door to the room, and neither did he sense anyone entering, so he was alert. You don't have to panic, just stand still, let me kill you. Grey's voice was like from the underworld. He appeared behind the young man, and as soon as he turned, Grey's eyes glowed with a blue light. The young man froze the moment he saw Grey's eyes, standing still. The young lady panicked when she saw this and hurriedly dragged the bed sheet to cover herself, looking at the masked man, alarmed. You don't have to worry, he's dead. Wait for my signal before you try to leave. Grey's figure vanished the next second after he finished talking. The young lady looked at the young man, shocked. She couldn't believe that without even making a move, Grey managed to kill him. She was already in the Overlord plane, so it was easy for her to sense if the young man was still alive or not. Isn't he the one I saw in the restaurant? She was a little confused. Grey's clothing resembled the one an Origin plane elementalist she saw at the restaurant was wearing. She didn't get a good view of him, but she recalled that she saw someone with exactly the same clothing. The memory of an Overlord plane elementalist was very good. While she was still thinking if Grey and the person she saw at the restaurant were the same people, Grey had already sneaked back underground. He still had to save the young lady's companions, as well as the few people who were still alive. 2 people were there, guarding the place. They were both in the Sage plane, but only in the early stages. They were not worth mentioning in front of Grey. If he were to truly attack, they might not be able to survive a single attack, much less buy time to be rescued. Void, I'll deal with these guys, make sure the old man doesn't escape. Grey whispered to Void. Void nodded his head and vanished. Grey knew that the moment he took anyone from here, the old man would know, so he didn't plan to hide any longer. He moved closer to one of the Sage plane elementalists and attacked. With one attack, the Sage plane elementalist fell to the ground with a thud. He didn't even know how he died, his eyes were still wide open. The other Sage plane elementalist turned around to see what was going on, but Grey appeared in front of him and unleashed a fist that had 3 elements covering it. The moment the attack hit the man, it was followed by an explosion. The man managed to survive the original attack, but he was barely alive, he couldn't move and all his ribs were broken, most of his internal organs had been punctured by the broken ribs. Grey walked over to him and he did a closing motion with his fist. A large arm made of that earth element sprouted out from the ground and squeezed the man till he died. Grey then turned to the people in the place, looking at the barely over 20 people who were still alive. He couldn't help but shake his head before taking them out of the place. The young lady was already dressed, so the moment Grey returned, he took all of them out of the compound before disappearing once again. He wanted to make sure Void wasn't interrupted as he held back the old man. When he returned, the old man was squaring off against Void. You filthy beast, did you kill them? The old man asked with an angered expression. I did, so what? What can you do about it? Lousy old man, come, let Master Cat teach you some manners. Void laughed haughtily as he attacked. The two Sage Plane elementalists at the side of the old man were on the ground, dead. Void came here, and with a sneak attack, he was able to kill both men before the old man could even react. He killed them almost at the same time Grey took those people out, so the old man couldn't be bothered with them. You didn't leave any for me? Grey asked, annoyed. Void threw a glance his way before saying, they're in the courtyard outside, they will come soon, enjoy. Grey nodded before disappearing. He could sense the people rushing over, and among them, the three at the peak were with them. Other than the three who were at the peak, 3 more of them were in the late stages of the Sage Plane, then the other 4 were in the mid stages. Against any other peak Sage Plane elementalist, they were almost guaranteed to win, but against Grey, their numerical advantage was basically useless. Stop, I'm your opponent. Grey appeared in front of them and stretched his hand in front of him, stopping them in their tracks. He's only in the 9th stage, take care of him. One of the trio at the peak pointed at another one of them. The man nodded and walked towards Grey, the others continued their journey. Chapter 1034. I said stay. Grey attacked the group, but the man who was told to stop him snorted and jumped in front of the attack. Stop overestimating your A. The man was in the middle of saying something when he paused. To the surprise of everyone, his figure shot straight at the group. The other 2 at the peak of the Sage Plane hurriedly tried to block him. They were forced back, but they managed to stop him. The man stood upright, but blood started to drip from the side of his mouth. He cleaned it and looked at Grey with a shocked expression. Do you still think I'm overestimating myself? Grey asked with a mocking tone. The man who was attacked didn't reply, neither did the other 2 at the peak. They knew they had made an error in their judgment and Grey wasn't someone that one of them could defeat, only when they teamed up would they be able to fight against him. You 7 should go ahead, we'll take care of him. The leader of the group said to the others. They nodded their heads and tried to take a step forward. Just as the foot of the first person was about to touch the ground, Grey attacked once again. I admit that you're strong, but do you really think you can keep all of us here? The leader of the group moved out with the other 2 as they blocked Grey's attack. Even though they did, they were still pushed back. Compared to young geniuses at the peak of the Sage Plane, these men were still lacking. However, what they lacked in strength, they made up for it in experience. Noticing that Grey's attack was well over their level, all 3 of them didn't try to block the attack head-on, rather, they tried to deflect it. With this, the impact on them was reduced significantly. Grey didn't say anything, but he still made sure that no one left the place. Fine, since you want to fight against all of us, then you'll get your wish. The leader said. All it took was a single attack, and he knew even 3 of them might not be Grey's match, even if they were, it was safer with more people around. The others stood behind the 3 men, waiting for orders. It's nice that you're quite obedient. All right, we should begin. Grey was a little talkative, unlike his usual self. The men exchanged glances before rushing at Grey. Of the 3, 2 were water elementalists while the last one was a fire elementalist. Grey stood on the same spot, prepared to attack. He took a step forward, but he noticed that the ground opened up and his leg fell down. He didn't let this stop him. With a quick movement, he vanished and appeared in another location, attacking them with his space element. The 2 water elementalists blocked his attacks while the fire elementalist focused on attacking. Grey was not bothered by the attack, given the people he had fought within the secret realm. An attack of this strength was not even enough to make him panic. The others in the late stages also attacked. 2 of them were fire elementalists as well, and they added their attacks to the fire elementalist at the peak's attack, making its strength increase. At this moment, Grey started to feel some pressure from the attack. The other 2 blocked each of his attacks. Their ice abilities were strong, and they always enforced each other's defenses, making it harder for Grey's attack to break through. Grey stopped attacking with only his fire element. With a simple flick of his hand, a terrifying orb shot at them. The ice that had been standing strong against his previous attacks instantly broke apart and the building exploded out, forcing the group back. Grey moved forward and they all appeared in the courtyard where they were previously situated. He spread his hands and inscriptions appeared in the sky, attacking those on the ground. The trio at the peak had an easy time blocking the attack. Those in the late stages struggled, but they still managed to block it. However, those in the mid stages found it difficult to block it, and with each attack, the impact on them was getting stronger and stronger. The trio at the peak attacked simultaneously. Grey dodged the attack before sending out a lightning bolt. The lightning bolt was not targeted at the trio, instead, it was aimed at those who were in the mid stages. The trio at the peak knew what Grey wanted to do, so they rushed to block it. While they were doing this, the trio in the late stages started to attack Grey. Grey acted like he didn't see the attack and his figure flew into the sky. His large-scale attack lightning rain descended on them, not just that, but meteor descent as well. Outside the compound, the loud explosions rang across the entire town, but none of the impact passed the compound. Grey made sure of this. It was quite easy for two Sage Plane Elementalists to destroy a small town like this when fighting, so he made an array, modified the array that was placed in the building to help take most of the impact. They're so strong. Who do you think is fighting? How would I know? That place was occupied by those guys, so it's most likely an enemy of theirs. I wish I was this powerful, I would have kicked them out of the town a long time ago. Shut up. Don't let them hear you. What if they win? Oh, I forgot about that. I assumed they would lose since the person dared to attack them, then they would be as powerful as they are, or even more powerful. Different conversations broke out due to the fight. Luckily, none of the impacts of the battle had managed to escape the place. Chapter 10:35. In the building. While Grey and the others were fighting outside, Void and the old man were still squaring off. You see, they're going to die, the same can be said for you. Void said with a mocking smile. The old man's expression changed slightly. He couldn't sense anything, but from how confidently the young man who came in to see Void acted, it was clear to see that he wasn't a pushover. Even after exchanging 2 attacks, this place is still fine, is this your doing? The old man asked as he looked around. They had exchanged 2 moves, explosive moves, yet the place hadn't been destroyed. Just after Grey left, Void used his space element to seal the place, so there was no way the old man would be able to sense anything. With Void's new innate skill, the strength of his domain was on another level. His innate skill also worked with the space element, so they were in a completely different space. The old man looked around and soon sensed the difference. Without wasting any time, he attacked instantly. He wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Even if the others were dead, it didn't really matter to him. All he wanted to make sure of was that he kept his life. The old man was a wind elementalist. His speed was frightening, but against an experienced space elementalist like Void, it was impossible for him to be faster than he was. Void used the lightning element to attack, but the old man dodged it, attacking with a cyclone that had wind blades inside. Void used the fire element to block the attack, before countering with the darkness element. The old man didn't dare to let the darkness element touch him. He took some steps back, his body covered with the wind element, and he charged at Void. Void vanished, and the old man didn't even stop. The reason for this was that Void was originally standing in front of the door, blocking his path. He was confident that as long as he managed to get to the barrier Void set up, he would be able to block it. Void smiled, and a golden spot appeared in front of the door. The old man was in a hurry. Seeing the golden spot, he didn't even dodge it. He threw a wind blade at it, but his expression changed slightly and he was forced to halt. The explosion that followed suit was out of his expectations. Although it was not as powerful as Void's normal attacks, it was still something that would cause him some harm. The old man looked at Void, his expression cold. "Ha ha, I thought you were running. Come on, go ahead." Void laughed in delight. The strength of the spot exceeded his expectations. Of course, the old man was not on the same level as those geniuses from the gnome race who attacked Grey, but he was still a powerhouse in the elemental venerable plane nonetheless. The old man didn't say anything. With a wave of his hand, a wind gale started in the room. Void's body was covered with the lightning element and he shot forward. His size increased and golden spots appeared on his dark fur. He slammed into the old man, sending him flying into the wall. The old man used the wind element to push the wall that fell on his body. Void was pushed back by the wind pressure. He sent golden spots to the place where the man was located. The place exploded out and the old man's figure appeared on the other side of the room. Void attacked the second the man stood on his feet. Given the size of the room, it was impossible for the old man to fly freely. With flight taken away, his movement was limited. Void, on the other hand, was not constrained by this. With the space element, he could appear wherever he wanted. The old man dodged Void's attack and attacked with a wind blade, raising a tornado from the spot where Void was standing. Void tried to use the space element, but the old man sensed it and attacked the space which Void was stepping out from. Void was just coming out of the spatial tunnel when the attack arrived in front of him. He was unable to dodge it and was forced to block the attack. The impact of the attack pushed him back, giving the old man the chance he needed to attack. The old man's strength has gone from the second to the third stage as the battle went on. He was forcefully increasing his stage. Although it would be harmful to him, it was better than dying. Void has noticed this as well, and knew that if he delayed, then the old man would get to the stage where he wouldn't be a match for him. The old man continued his attack. Since he had pushed Void back, he didn't want him to be relaxed. Void used the darkness element to cover his body, making it hard for any attack to hit him. With any attack coming his way, the darkness element would help him to reduce the strength of it, and he would then use his elemental attack to destroy it. The old man continued to mount pressure on Void. What? Cat got your tongue? Oh wait, you're a cat, did you bite your tongue? Ha ha. The old man laughed in delight. Void's expression turned unsightly. Play time's over. The old man laughed. He didn't feel Void could do anything to him. If he could, he would have already done it. With how Void spoke the first time, it was easy to see that he was still too inexperienced. The old man was still feeling proud when his expression changed slightly. His eyes twitched repeatedly. Damn! He shook his head. Multiple golden spots appeared in the air, and the old man could sense the change in Void's aura. Don't tell me he was playing. Chapter 1036. The old man continued fighting with Void, but with the golden spots, he found it hard to maneuver. Void, on the other hand, was having an easy time. He could go anywhere he wanted and attack at will. The old man was not able to dodge the attacks as easily, and he was getting hit by attacks more often. Void was smiling at this moment. Laugh now, old man. What? Cat got your tongue? While Void and the old man were in a heated battle, Grey was still fighting against the group. He had already killed all those in the mid-stages, leaving only those at the peak and in the late stages. The expressions of these people were disturbing. They knew Grey not only had the ability to keep them there, but there was a high probability that he would be able to kill some of them. Only those in the late stages felt threatened. The other three at the peak were confident in at least being able to escape. The fire elementalist among them attacked Grey, but he blocked it and countered. He hadn't used his elements to the fullest, but he was already able to make life difficult for them. All of them gathered in one place as the two water elementalists at the peak were able to protect them well there. Grey sent out 3 orbs, and the 2 water elementalists hurriedly created a water dome to cover all of them. When Grey saw this, he chuckled and his figure blinked. With that, the fire elementalist appeared in the position Grey was previously standing on. With the disappearance of Grey, the orbs disappeared as well. Grey appeared in the middle of the others, and with an evil grin, he unleashed the orbs inside before disappearing. The 2 water elementalists at the peak's expressions changed. They couldn't believe what just happened. The time with which everything happened was very short, and they couldn't even react before the orbs exploded. All 3 orbs exploded on the defenseless late-stage elementalists as well as the 2 water elementalists. The water elementalists were able to react in time, covering themselves with ice armor. The other 3 were not as lucky, and they felt the full brunt of the attack. Boom! The ice dome cracked, and just as it shattered, another ice dome appeared. This one was far stronger than the one that was previously standing. This was Grey's ice ability. He didn't even use normal ice, rather he used the ice that could counterattack. He wanted to make sure the attack fully hit them, not giving them any chance to escape. The fire elementalist standing outside was stunned. Grey was staring at him with a smile. What, not impressed? He asked with a chuckle. The fire elementalist didn't respond. He knew Grey was strong and cunning. With the array of attacks and elements he could use, Grey was not an opponent he would want to fight. He knew for a fact that even 2 of him were not a match for Grey. There were 3 peak stage elementalists in the area, and none of them had been able to stop Grey. In fact, the more they seemed to be, the stronger Grey was. The explosion died down, but the counterattack of the ice was still there. Only after it died down did Grey remove it. The 2 peak sage elementalists appeared. Their bodies were covered with bruises, and the ice armor on their body was broken on different parts. On the ground, all 3 late stages sage plane elementalists were on the ground. Although they were not dead, they were not far from it. I've mostly fought with geniuses, so whenever I fight with people like this, they always seem to be too weak. Grey thought to himself. Geniuses were stronger than those in the same stage, and Grey had been defeating these geniuses who could easily defeat those on the same stage as themselves. These made him a genius among geniuses. There was no way an ordinary person in the same stage as himself would be a match for him. The fire elementalist turned to look at the 2 water elementalists. He rushed to where they were and sent an attack toward Grey. Without even waiting, he grabbed them and turned to leave. His plan was simple: escape. Hey, why are you dragging me? The fire elementalist heard a voice that felt like it came straight out of hell. When he looked at his hand, he noticed that he was dragging Grey with him, and the other water elementalist was lying in the position Grey previously was. Before he could let go of Grey, Grey grabbed his hand and said, "Since it has already gotten to this, don't leave." The fire elementalist tried to push Grey away, spitting out a stream of fire from his mouth like a dragon. Grey laughed, and the place was covered with lightning. This was his lightning domain. He didn't even use it when they were previously fighting. now that he knew the fire elementalist wanted to escape, he wanted to make sure he kept the men here. The water elementalist turned around and didn't even think of others as he rushed out of the building. He didn't want to stay there any longer. Gray dismissed the attack of the fire elementalist and managed to get them down. HMPH. Did I say you can leave? He vanished from where he was standing, appearing in front of the water elementalist and sending out a palm strike that forced him back. The water elementalist coughed out a mouthful of blood as he fell not too far from where the others were located. The facial expression of the fire elementalist was extremely ugly. If I knew, I would have escaped when he was attacking them. He regretted his decision to save them. If he didn't try to save them, he might have gotten a chance to escape. Now, because he wanted to save his comrades, he might die as well. Chapter 1037. Gray stared at all three of them. They were the only ones who might still be able to put up a fight. The other three at the late stages of the Sage Plane were still lying on the ground. Even if they could move, it was impossible for them to leave with Gray around unless Gray wanted them to leave. Unfortunately, there was no way he would allow that. The fact that they had been capturing people and killing them for such evil practices made him hate them. One of the reasons he hated necromancers was not only the fact that they marked and tried to kill him, but it was because they would kill people and use them as puppets. It was a disgusting act that he felt should never be practiced. The trio at the peak of the Sage Plane looked at Gray with depressed expressions. They exchanged glances before turning to look at the building. As things stand, their only hope of escaping was if the old man came out. However, they hadn't even heard a noise from the place, nor could they sense any aura. It was clear that something was also happening on the old man's end. They gritted their teeth, and without a second thought, their auras spiked. They wanted to fight with their lives on the line. It was already in danger from the start, so it was best to try and see if they could at least injure Gray, and maybe one or two of them use the opportunity to escape, or even kill him. Gray laughed when he saw their desperate act. His figure blinked, and before the eyes of the two water elementalists, the fire elementalist appeared in the same spot as Gray. They quickly recalled what happened some moments ago, and reacted accordingly, striking the position the fire elementalist was previously standing on, which was currently occupied by Gray. However, their eyes changed expression when their attacks passed through Gray's body and simultaneously landed on each other's bodies. The fire elementalist was standing in the middle of the two, so when Gray switched places with him, he was also standing in their middle. He knew with the short distance, it would be difficult for him to dodge their attacks, but he didn't mind. With one of his space element's ultimate techniques, he didn't need to fear any attack as long as it was not of the space element or had enough power to affect the space around him. The two water elementalists were sent flying by each other's attacks. Of the two, one of them was more affected by Gray's orb when it exploded the last time, and he was also the one attacked by Gray when he tried to escape, so against this attack, he was the one who was more affected, dying on the spot the second his back hit the ground. "Oh, you killed your friend," Gray said, a little hint of playfulness in his tone. The faces of the fire and water elementalists changed. Even though the other water elementalist was injured, he could still put up a fight. "What do you want?" the fire elementalist asked, angered by their lack of strength. They couldn't tell Gray's age since his face was covered, but from his voice, they guessed he wasn't too old. They felt he shouldn't be over 30 years old. "Me? Nothing. I want to give you guys a taste of your own medicine," Gray replied, staring at them. They can't escape at this point, so he was more relaxed. The other three late-stage Sage Plane elementalists were still sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. The fire elementalist was trying to speak with Gray, but they were disturbing him, and out of anger, he killed them as well. It wasn't like they were going to make it anyway. "Look, we have nothing to do with this. If my guess is correct, you already have the Lord. He's the one giving the orders, and we just follow them for our own benefit. If you let us go, I expected you to push the blame on him. Besides, it's not like what you said is wrong. However, you participated in it. This can't be changed." Gray interrupted the fire elementalist. The hands of the fire elementalist shook repeatedly. He was examining his options. Attacking Gray seemed to be out of it since he already knew how strong the other party was, and from what Gray said, it didn't seem like he wanted to let them go even if they were just pawns. He soon fell to his knees. "My lord, please, spare me. I have a family that needs me." The fire elementalist had stopped pleading on behalf of the two of them. Instead, he focused on his own safety. Maybe Gray would be magnanimous and allow him to leave if he pleaded. "What about him?" Gray asked, an evil grin on his face. However, it was covered so they couldn't see it. "Him, if you can, my lord, spare him too." The fire elementalist kept his head down all through the time, never bringing his head up once. With his current position, he was at the mercy of Gray. Gray looked at him for a long time, and just when he was about to take a step, he felt a chill run down his spine. Without a second thought, he retreated as fast as he could. Boom! A loud explosion came from where Gray was standing. Run! The voice of the fire elementalist sounded out, and he rushed out of the building. Gray took some steps back and quickly stabilized himself. Looking at the spot the explosion came from, his eyes turned cold. That was the place where the 3 late-stage Sage Plane elementalists were lying. The fire elementalist had killed them when they were disturbing him. Only now did Gray understand why he did that, and also the reason he was pleading. He was buying time for his secret attack to be unleashed. Gray never expected that at the time the fire elementalist killed them, he planted something in them as well. Chapter 1038. Gray didn't stand idle. After a few seconds, he picked his target. Of the two, the fire elementalist was the one who had the highest probability of escaping if left unattended, so he chased after him first. While fighting, he had already marked them, just in case of things like this. Now that he had to chase them down, he picked the fire elementalist. The speed of a peak Sage Plane elementalist should not be undermined. A regular peak Sage Plane elementalist can travel over 1,000 meters in the space of 2 to 3 seconds, and a wind or lightning peak Sage Plane elementalist can travel even further with the same time. Gray's body was covered with both the lightning and wind element, and he shot after the fire elementalist. Within 3 minutes, he caught up with the fire elementalist, and he sent a lightning bolt at the fiery figure blazing through the sky. The lightning bolt hit the fire elementalist, striking him down. He rushed to the spot where the fire elementalist crashed and soon found an empty crater. Behind him, the figure of the fire elementalist shot out from the ground and continued his escape. Running is futile. Stand still so I can kill you. Gray chased after him. This is nice, I should chase people more often. He thought to himself. He had always been the one who had to escape from the chase of others. Now, he was the one chasing, and he couldn't help but feel thrilled. It was a new feeling for him. The fire elementalist didn't fly up to 15 seconds before he was once again struck by Gray's lightning bolt. This time, when Gray got to the place, he unleashed his domain, covering a large area. When the fire elementalist tried to use the same tactic, he was swiftly knocked down. Gray attacked at the same time, killing him with a sword blade. The fire elementalist was only prepared to escape, so he couldn't defend against Gray properly. After killing him, Gray sensed the area the water elementalist ran towards. His expression changed slightly when he sensed where the aura of the mark was coming from. Eh? Back in the town. Under a building that was housed by a family. The water elementalist could be seen resting. There was a large flowing water here. This was a place he found by accident during his time here, and he had been using it to hide. When the fire elementalist told him to run, he guessed that Gray would most likely chase after the fire elementalist, so he ran into the town and hid there. It was a huge gamble, but after not sensing Gray's aura behind him, or any person monitoring him, he knew his gamble had paid off. He took a deep breath before looking around, wondering if he should stay there or leave. It's best I stay here. No one knows of this place and I can recover properly before leaving. He thought to himself. He didn't even think of the fact that he might be caught. Even he wouldn't search for someone he wanted to kill in the same city, he would naturally feel that the person had escaped outside the town. Looks like you have a lot of time on your hand. A voice that seemed to be from the underworld sounded beside him. He turned around and it was as if he saw a ghost. He froze, unable to react. What, I've been watching for a while, I must say, this place is quite nice. It's cozy for recuperating, and no one would even be able to find you here. Well, except for me. Gray didn't have his mask on any longer and his face was open to the water elementalist. You, or how we did? The water elementalist tried to speak, but he couldn't. Find you? Easy, I marked you. Now, I can track you no matter where you go. This information is useless to you since you have no use for it. Gray said calmly, tossing a slim rock into the water and watching it skip on the water's surface before finally sinking. The water elementalist acted and tried to jump into the water. He was a water elementalist, and in such a place, he would be stronger than usual. Just as his foot was about to touch the water, he noticed that he landed on the ground and Gray was standing on top of the water. Come on, you don't think I'd allow you to leave like that, did you? Plea? Back in the compound. Void and the old man were still entangled. After Void used his innate skill, he gained the advantage. The old man was unable to move freely and after some time, he was already hurt repeatedly by Void's attacks. Void didn't stop attacking, with the freedom to do whatever he wanted. Of course he would not give the old man any chances. The old man's expression was ugly. He wanted to leave, but Void was forcing him to stay. He hadn't been able to increase his strength any longer due to Void's interference. He gritted his teeth and decided to take the risk of forcing his way out of this place. He already knew that this was Void's domain. Breaking it won't be easy, but it was not impossible. Void continued to attack with his elements. The darkness element would corrode the old man's attacks, while the lightning, fire, and space elements would attack. The old man was blocking, but that was pushing him into the paths of the golden spots, and each of them was causing him unimaginable pain. After being hit by it repeatedly, he was already able to bear the pain, so he wanted to try and use that to his advantage and break through Void's domain. The old man blocked Void's fire element attack and shot upwards. He wanted to break it from above. Void sneered. He knew what the old man wanted to do and made all the golden spots gather in that area. This is my domain. Chapter 1039. Sometime later, Void came out of the building and after sensing Grey's aura, he disappeared. In a building in the town, Grey was seated. Beside him were the duo among the triplet. Arya was playing with an ice animal Grey made for her. Still nothing? He asked as he looked in the direction of one of the rooms. Arya's elder brother was in this room. No, Lord. Courtney is the one searching now. There has been no news from him, yet. One of the triplets said. Grey nodded and thought for a while before saying, "Stay here, I'll try to see if I can get someone to help. If I can, I'll come back with him." The duo nodded. Grey looked at Arya who was still playing. On his way to meet her, Void appeared on his shoulder, a proud expression on his face. "You beat him?" Grey asked. Of course, with Master Cat's strength, it was a piece of cake. Void said proudly. Grey was impressed, but he didn't say anything further. Unknown to him, Void used his new ability to its fullest and frustrated the old man. No matter where the old man wanted to go, hundreds of golden spots would appear there, forcing the man to go back. He used that method to torture the man until his death. Void felt a bit annoyed when he saw Grey shrugging off his battle with the old man. Grey stayed with Arya a while longer, playing with her, and after Arya and Void's pestering, he cooked a meal for all of them. He didn't stay for too long and after an hour or so, they left. He still needed to head to the Dawson family and ask if his father could help. A few weeks later, Grey and Void appeared in the Upoya region, the place where the Dawson family was situated. He didn't head to the Dawson compound. Instead, he walked to the place he was kept the last time. It was located in a very secluded area in the forest close to the city the Dawson Manor was located. I wonder if they still come here? Grey thought as he looked around in the cave. Why don't you just head to the Dawson Manor? They should be there. Void suggested with a sharp glint flashing through his eyes. Since Grey was the only son of the family's strongest expert, his status would be high, and with a high status, no one would bother with his cat after he took a few things. Void was planning about these while Grey on the other hand had zero interest in his status in the family. Originally, he thought he only had his parents, but now, he had cousins. They didn't stay for too long before a figure appeared beside him. "You're back," the figure said slowly. "Yes, father." Grey turned to look at the man standing behind him, Lucas Dawson. This was the second time he was seeing his father. Lucas stared at him for a while before nodding. "Peak, not bad." On the way here, Grey was able to successfully break through to the peak of the Sage Plane. Now all he needed was to meet the certain requirements and break through to the elemental venerable plane. What Lucas found the most impressive was the fact that it only took Grey a little over 5 months to go from the 6th stage to the peak of the Sage Plane. It was almost like he was breaking through a stage every 2 months. In lower planes like Arcane, Fusion, and Collection Plane, all these were possible, but after getting to the Origin Plane, cultivation speed reduces. With the increase of planes, it was harder for an elementalist to break through. But Grey was cultivating with a speed that was even insane for some in the Arcane Plane. He's only 23, and since he started cultivating after he was 15, it means it took him 8 years to go from a normal person to the peak of the Sage Plane. This was shocking. It must be the result of that orb. I wonder who made such a cultivation style. Lucas thought to himself as he looked at Grey. Grey on the other hand didn't know what was going through his head as he looked around, searching for his mother. Lucas noticed him before smiling. "She won't be able to come right now." "Oh." Grey stopped trying to look for his mother and turned to look at his father curiously. Lucas chuckled and asked, "How did your trip in the secret realm go? I can see you've improved a lot." Seeing his father show some interest in the secret realm, he told him of what happened. Lucas heard that Grey exchanged blows with a genius from the gnome race who was in the elemental venerable plane. he couldn't hide his shock. Even though Gray didn't beat up his opponent, he still won in the end. In that situation, Gray didn't really need to win, he just had to make sure that he survived the attack, and after some time, he would naturally win. "Do you know of the kill order?" Lucas asked after some time. Gray nodded his head, he was made aware of it by the head of the Burchard family when he went there the last time. Lucas squinted his eyes and asked, "What do you plan to do?" "I don't know for now. As long as the person who comes isn't in the late stages of the elemental venerable plane, I have no issues." Gray replied. With Void beside him, he was safe. It would be almost impossible for the necromancers or those in the cahoot with the gnome race to send an elemental sovereign after him. Elemental sovereigns aren't people that would move so easily. Against a Sage Plane elementalist, they wouldn't even spare him a glance. Very few elemental venerables could enter their eye. Lucas looked at him for some time before staring at Void. There's something strange about you, cat, it's different from before." He squinted his eyes to take a closer look at Void, 7th rank. Gray and Void were both stunned. Void could hide his aura from those far stronger than himself, but his father was able to easily sense it. Gray nodded. Lucas seemed to fall into thoughts. After some time he said, "You'll have to continue training. I'll send you to the Dawson family's secret realm to break through to the elemental venerable plane. Once you step out, you can leave." Gray nodded. He also knew that he couldn't be too certain that they wouldn't send a peak elemental venerable or even a sovereign might take action. Against an elemental sovereign, he stood no chance. He also wanted to increase his strength. Lucas was satisfied with Gray's decision-making. They stayed there for a while longer before Gray's mother appeared. After hugging Gray, she turned to look at Lucas, his dead. Did they notice you?" Lucas asked. Martha shook her head before saying, "Even if they did, so what? Their family guardian was working with the gnomes, a traitor to humanity, of course he deserved to die." Lucas didn't say anything else about it. "I'll take him to father later." "Fine." The trio stayed there for a while before they left, heading to the Dawson Manor. In the Dawson Manor. In one of the buildings in the manor, Lucas, Martha, Gray, and an old man could be seen in a room. "Peak, I'm impressed," the old man said. After speaking with Gray for some time he said, "Send him to the battlefield." Gray froze when he heard this. Not just him, Martha and Lucas had a surprised expression on their faces. "Your grandfather is something," Void commented with a laugh. Gray didn't know what to say. "Father, he just arrived. Wouldn't it be strange if he headed to the battlefield?" Lucas tried to speak with his father. "No, I have my reasons. There's a battle going on now. Send him there, I want to see his performance," the old man said. Lucas nodded, turned to Martha seemingly seeking her approval. She nodded, and when they turned to Gray he nodded as well. Since his grandfather wanted him to help the family in the war, he would. Besides, he enjoyed fighting. The old man smiled when he saw this. Gray agreeing to this showed that he was bold and confident of his strength. He had heard of Gray, but he hadn't seen him fight. If he was on the same level or even better than his father when his father was his stage, then he would be more than impressed. They soon got to the battlefield. When Gray arrived, he didn't wait and rushed to the battlefield. Gray immediately started to fight, and before anyone even noticed the new arrival, a peak Sage Plane general from the warriors fell. They were stunned, shocked by the person who just arrived. Chapter 1040. "Oh, he's powerful. Come, let's go watch from the side." The old man was a little surprised by Gray's strength. He had already heard of him, but seeing him in action was different. Lucas and Martha nodded and left. As long as an elemental venerable doesn't fight against Gray, then he had no problems. "It's good he's here, we're short in terms of numbers," Lucas muttered as they went back to the city wall. The place where the battle was taking place was located some kilometers away from the Dawson Manor. They already placed a camp there since a town was located at the place. Even walls were built there, with high-leveled earth elementalists. It was very easy to make these. They stood on the wall and watched Gray. Previously, their opponents had the complete advantage when it came to the Sage Plane battlefield, but with Gray's sudden involvement, the pressure on the other peak Sage Plane elementalists from the Dawson family was reduced. Those fighting against two people or more felt even more relieved since most of those they were fighting against rushed to where Gray was located. The fact that Gray could kill someone in such a short time showed that he was not someone that two people would be able to deal with. In no time, Gray was surrounded by 8 peak stage Sage Plane elementalists. On the city wall, Martha looked on, a little worried. Will he be able to deal with them? They knew against a single opponent, Grey was terrifying, but they didn't know how he would fare against multiple people. Although his guardian had told them of how Grey was even more fearsome against multiple opponents, it was still hard when he was fighting against multiple people in the same stage. Well, they were even a level higher than him. Grey's aura soon spiked, and his aura was well above the peak of the Sage plane, but it wasn't in the elemental venerable plane. What technique is that? The old man couldn't help but ask, a little curious. Grey's strength was definitely above the Sage plane, and from the looks of it, against a weaker first stage elemental venerable, he might even stand a chance to kill his opponent. I don't know. Lucas replied with a shake of his head. He truly didn't know the technique. Other than Grey, no one else knew of it. He took a glance at Martha, but she also shook her head. The old man looked on, intrigued. He's quite powerful. Even when besieged by 8 peak Sage plane elementalists, he was not showing any signs of losing. He even seemed to have the edge. He fell deep in thought as he watched Grey fight. On the battlefield, Grey was not surprised by the sudden besiegement. If anything, he was even excited by it. It had been a while since he got to fight to his heart's content. All 8 peak Sage plane elementalists attacked. He vanished from where he was standing, appearing beside one of them, attacking ruthlessly. The person he appeared close to reacted quickly, blocking Grey's attack. Only after being hit by the attack did he understand that he had underestimated Grey's strength. The attack sent the peak Sage plane elementalist flying. Unfortunately, Grey couldn't capitalize on it since there were others attacking him the moment he attacked the general. Grey was blocked by one of the generals as he wanted to move forward. Of all 8 people, he had already accessed their strength and knew which of them was stronger. He decided to pick out the weaker ones first. Once they were out, he would focus on the stronger ones. The general who blocked his path was one of the stronger ones, so he didn't want to engage in a battle with him. This general was not only stronger than the others, but he also had 2 elements. He moved on to another one, dodging the dual elementalist general. His next target was a man who had a scar on his right arm. The man was frightened when he saw Grey appearing in front of him and quickly retreated. Grey didn't let him go. With a step, he shot through the air and appeared behind the man, throwing a punch at his back. The punch connected cleanly with the man's back and he was sent crashing to the ground. Of 8 peak Sage plane elementalists, 2 of them had been injured with only 1 attack. Although they could still fight, their strength was no longer 100%. Grey's short performance was starting to draw the attention of others on the battlefield. Even though he killed a peak Sage elementalist the first time he attacked, they felt it was thanks to the other peak Sage elementalist from the Dawson family that was fighting against the man. But now that Grey was fighting against 8 people and managed to not only escape their encirclement but also injured 2 of them, they knew that he was not someone that should be neglected. On the enemy camp. Who's that? A middle-aged man asked the person on his side. I think that's Lucas' son, Grey Dawson. He's a genius who rose to fame some time ago. It wasn't even confirmed that he was part of the Dawson family until only recently when Lucas announced it. The man on the side said. That Grey Dawson? The man seemed to recall hearing something about a kill order from the gnome race. Most powerhouses at the top of the continent knew of the kill order. The man on the side nodded his head. He couldn't help but look at Grey with a deep look. He smiled, but stopped speaking. Tell them to kill him. It's not bad if we can get some benefits from the gnomes while we try to take this territory. The middle-aged man said after a while. The man nodded and disappeared. He relayed the order to the battlefield. Grey should be killed. Of course, they wouldn't try to send elemental venerables after him since that would provoke Lucas. Chapter 1041. These people didn't only want the secret realm, they wouldn't go to an all-out war against the Dawson family just because of this. There was something else they wanted, something very precious in the territory. The Dawson family didn't know of it yet, but they on the other hand had discovered it and wanted to use the excuse of the secret realm to enter the Dawson family. Originally, their plan was going well, then some years ago, Lucas, who hadn't been seen for years, suddenly returned. They stopped high-ranked battles after Lucas killed 4 of their strongest fighters, so they resolved to a battle of the lower ranks. At least, there was no way there would be another Lucas in the low ranks. However, although Lucas was strong, he was not invincible. At a critical time, with some sacrifices, they would be able to kill him. Their only problem was that if he escaped, then they would be done for. Back on the battlefield. The order had gotten to those there and more peak Sage plane elementalists rushed in Grey's direction. They've received the order to kill Grey, and some of them who had been holding back rushed after Grey, wanting to kill him. They were all promised enticing rewards. Some of them were people who had almost no hope of breaking through to the elemental venerable plane, but with the help of supreme experts, there was hope. Once they get to the elemental venerable plane, they might even be able to break through to the elemental sovereign plane as well. With so many people going after Grey, there was a clear distinction on the battlefield. Some Peak Sage Plane elementalists on the side of the Dawson family tried to rush over to help Grey, but they were unable to free themselves from their opponents. The few people who were still fighting against two people were left with only one as the others rushed in Grey's direction. "Stay back, I'll be fine," Grey said to the others. He didn't want them to rush over and make things difficult for him. He was freer when he was fighting alone. Once he had to help others, he wouldn't be focused any longer. The few who were trying to rush over hesitated, but they still focused on defeating their opponents. If they were able to defeat them in time, then they would rush over to help him, regardless of what he wanted. Grey looked at the over 15 Peak Sage Plane elementalists that were currently chasing after him. He took them outside the original battlefield to ensure that the impact of their battle doesn't affect others. 1, 2, 3. He counted them as if he wasn't even bothered with them. When he was done counting, he said, 15, I thought there would be more. They looked at Grey before one of them said, "Aren't you a bit too arrogant? Even if you're stronger than one of us, do you think you stand a chance against all 15 of us?" Grey smiled before nodding his head, "Yes, yes I do." The men scoffed and attacked. Only 3 of them attacked first. The others were waiting for when Grey would try to dodge the attack and then attack him at that time. Grey already knew the strongest one, so without further delay, he switched places with him. This old man was standing close to 5 Peak Sage Plane elementalists, so the moment Grey appeared there, he attacked. They didn't notice the switch, so when Grey attacked, they were unable to block. The old man was unable to defend himself, so he was bombarded by attacks from the 3 Peak Sage elementalists. Of the 5 people Grey attacked, 2 died instantly since they were the ones closest to him, and the other 3 were injured. Of 3 of them, only one of them had a light injury, and the others had heavy injuries. Within a brief second, Grey had taken 6 people out of the 15 people that attacked him. When those watching saw this, their eyes expanded. They had all underestimated Grey. Even those who felt they had a good understanding of Grey were shocked. Grey's strength was beyond belief. The difference between 2 Peak Sage Plane elementalists shouldn't be this large. They should have at least had a chance to block or even counterattack, but they were being killed like they were not even Sage Plane elementalists. Grey didn't stop. He immediately continued his attack, directly killing one of the trio who attacked him. He was faster than they were, and with the old man who was killed by the attack of the trio, he had no one else to be scared of. Some of them could still put up a fight, but none of them would be able to exchange more than 10 moves with him if he went all out. Presently, only 8 of them had their complete fighting strength. In the space of about a minute, Grey had killed 4 Peak Sage Plane elementalists, and 3 of them were injured. Now the other understood why he said they were not enough. On the wall, Lucas, Martha, and the old man were all stunned. They didn't expect anything in this manner. There was no way they would believe it if they heard that there was someone who could do something like this. It wasn't the fact that Grey was able to defeat them that shocked them, it was the speed at which he did it. If a genius fought for a long time, some of them might be able to achieve this. Even Lucas could when he was at the peak of the Sage Plane, but there was no way he would be able to do so in such a short time. "This kid, what did you feed him?" The old man looked at Martha. She was the one who took care of Grey till he got to 15 or so he heard, so seeing him display such strength amazed him. Chapter 1042. "So strong!" Martha exclaimed. She didn't have any time to answer the old man's words. She herself was stunned beyond words. Not just her, even Lucas was speechless. "Isn't this a bit too much?" he muttered to himself. Even though he knew having all elements would make Grey powerful, this was beyond his expectations. At most, he felt maybe Grey would be able to fight against 5 people on the same stage as himself. Although having more elements meant he was more versatile, it didn't change the fact that the people he was fighting against were all at the peak of the Sage Plane, the same stage he had forcefully increased his strength to. The old man looked at the shocked expressions of his son and Martha and knew they had no idea Grey was this powerful. He paused for some time before saying, "Stay on guard, don't let them act against him." The more brilliant Grey was, the more he would attract the ire of their enemies. At this moment, he started to regret his decision in sending Grey here. Such a genius should be hidden and only a few people should be aware of his combat strength. If too many people knew, it wouldn't be too good for him. The Dawson family had too many enemies, but with Lucas around, they didn't have anything to fear. If their enemies were to find out that Grey was even more monstrous than Lucas, they wouldn't be able to sleep in peace. They would definitely search for a way to kill Grey. The threat should be removed while it was still young. "I know, Father," Lucas replied in a serious tone. Since Grey started to fight, he was keeping a close watch on those from the enemy camp. If an elemental venerable were to step into the battlefield, he would instantly attack them, disregarding everything else. Others could die, but his son could not. On the enemy camp. The middle-aged man was short of words. He didn't know what to say. At present, from Grey's performance, he already knew no matter how many people he sent forward, as long as they were still in the Sage Plain, Grey would be undefeatable, much less being killed by any of them. This is bad. Now I know why the gnomes wanted him dead. He muttered to himself. He looked around and his gaze fell on a young man. Do you think you're capable? The young man his gaze fell on was at the peak of the Sage Plain. He looked at the battlefield for a long time before saying, in a one-on-one battle, I'm not his match, but as long as they can delay him, I'll assassinate him without a doubt. Go, try to hide your face. You must kill him before he can make a move. The middle-aged man said. The middle-aged man was referring to was none other than Lucas. If another peak Sage Plain elementalist were to enter the battlefield, Lucas might not give it any thought since he felt they wouldn't be able to kill Grey. The young man stood up and bowed. Yes, my lord. With that, he stepped out and charged towards the battlefield. The direction he was headed was the place where Grey and the others were fighting. He had a mission to carry out, and he would complete it no matter what. When he got there, he didn't make a move the instant he got close. Rather, he started to lie in wait. Grey sensed the new arrival even though the young man tried to hide his aura, and after noticing that the person didn't make a move, he focused on the people before him. After killing a few of them at the start, the others were wary and didn't group together, nor did they carelessly attack. They were all trying to present an opportunity for themselves, as well as the others. According to what they were told, no matter who killed this person, as long as they were all involved, they would be rewarded. Grey couldn't help but shake his head when he saw how cowardly they were all acting. At this rate, as long as he willed, he would be able to kill a few of them. All he needed to do was to explode out at a time they didn't expect, and he would be able to kill one of them. Grey continued blocking their attacks, while also counter-attacking. He wasn't attacking as ferociously as the first time, deciding it was best to save energy. When the group noticed that Grey wasn't too bothered with them any longer and seemed to be only trying to delay them, they felt he was creating an opportunity for those fighting against one opponent from the Dawson family. If these people could kill their opponents, then they would be able to help him. Originally, they were powerful, so these people didn't dare to fight against them one-on-one. Even when fighting 3 against 1, these people from the Dawson family didn't fall to the disadvantage. Although they were being pushed back, it wasn't like they were on the verge of death. Now that they had to fight one-on-one, even though they were injured from the previous battle, they were still more powerful than their opponents. Thinking about this, they all started to get anxious. If 1 or 2 of them came over, then they would not be able to kill Grey. Instead, they would be the ones who risked getting killed. Don't hold back any longer, kill him. One of the older men amongst them yelled. The others exchanged glances before gritting their teeth. Some of them regretted coming to fight Grey, but they didn't have any option as things stand. Grey chuckled when he saw this. Initially, that was his plan. Void was secretly interfering with the battle. With him being the main focus, others wouldn't take note of the slight changes in the battle as Void stepped in. I thought they would stay back a little longer. He shook his head in regret. Chapter 1043. Grey blocked the attacks coming his way, and inscriptions lit up in the sky. Since they wanted to fight now, then he would fight them with all his might. 3 inscriptions appeared in the sky, all of them were made up of the fire element. This was his strongest element, hence he didn't hesitate to use it. After bringing out his inscriptions, an array lit up in a large area, covering a 300 meters radius around him. This array was there to increase the strength of each of his elements, and it was rapidly absorbing elemental essence. While the others rushed him, his earth elemental essence spread out and the gravitational force field appeared, taking down the unsuspected peak Sage Plain elementalists who were rushing him. Of the 8 who were left, 5 of them fell to the ground, and 3 of them were earth elementalists, so they managed to hold out for a while. Grey couldn't be bothered with these 3, he vanished and appeared where one of the peak Sage Plain elementalists fell and attacked. The person hadn't been able to get a grip of himself. Even before he fell to the ground, he was already dead due to Grey's attack. Grey vanished, but the time he spent killing the previous person gave the others the opportunity they needed to adjust themselves and run to where the others were. They couldn't take the risk. Just as they were rushing to where the other 3 earth elementalists were, the old man who told them to attack previously seemed to recall something and yelled, F***CK. Don't gather, scatter. The others were already within 10 meters of them when he said this. Before he could even complete his statement, one of them blinked, and in the blink of an eye, Grey was the one standing in the position of this person. The second Grey appeared, he attacked. His target was the old man. He might not be as old as the first peak sage elementalist he killed after they surrounded him, but he seemed to be the next person. The old man's pupils constricted, and with a powerful shout, his entire body was covered with earthen armor, even his eyes were not exempted. He didn't dare to underestimate Grey's ability. Grey, who was already rushing towards him, quickly changed his target. He was a decisive person. He knew for a fact that with the defense the old man just set, it would be impossible to kill him, but the others were different. They didn't react as fast as the old man. The earth elementalist by the right side of the old man was the one he targeted, and without taking a long time, he managed to strike. The earth elementalist tried to defend himself, but with the help of the array, Grey's attack was on another level. After Grey's attack died down, the laughter of the earth elementalist came out. Ha ha ha, you can't kill this old man. He was still laughing when he suddenly went silent. Behind him, an array appeared and struck him. He was already injured from Grey's initial attack, so being attacked again when he wasn't even able to set up a defense was the last straw, and he died without even knowing how he died. The old man who protected himself stared at the corpse of the earth elementalist that was falling to the ground. He made up his mind, and to the shock of the others, he turned around to flee. There was no aim in fighting Grey, although he wanted the benefit since they might help him break through. Only those who were alive could break through. It was better he waited for a chance to break through on his own than to die in Grey's hands. Grey was ruthless, too ruthless for his age, and he had the power to back himself. As long as an elemental venerable didn't come, Grey was invincible. This, he was certain of after the short exchange. With 15 people, they couldn't kill one peak sage plane elementalist. What was worse was that these 15 people were all at the peak of the sage plane as well. He couldn't believe his eyes. Even though he was present, he still had a hard time believing it. A peak sage plane elementalist? Who were they deceiving? Grey was definitely someone in the elemental venerable plane. At the thought of this, he felt deep hatred for the generals. If they didn't order them to try to kill Grey, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Although he wasn't the target of any of Grey's attacks, he knew if he were to fight against Grey, he would die. Just when he was escaping, he heard a voice in his ear, not just him, but all the peak sage plane elementalists fighting against Grey. If any of you dare to run, then don't blame this sovereign for taking action. A cold snort followed the words. The old man shivered. He couldn't help but turn to look at their camp with a helpless expression. The voice he just heard was from their divine general, an elementalist at the peak of the elemental sovereign plane. Even normal elemental sovereigns wouldn't dare to go against his words, much less mere sage plane elementalists like themselves. With gritted teeth, he turned around. At least against Grey, he still had a chance to fight, but against the divine general, he wouldn't even be able to lift a finger before he died. When Grey saw the old man returning, he knew something must have happened. He happened to see the change in the faces of the people against him, and although everything happened in an instant after he killed the earth elementalist, he still noticed it. The old man was about to attack when he suddenly froze for a brief moment before smiling. He rushed at Grey. This time, he didn't have any fear. The others also seemed to have been invigorated and attacked. Chapter 1044. Grey was taken aback by their sudden action, but he didn't hold back and attacked as well. With his strength, what did he have to be afraid of? Not just that, his father was watching from the side. With someone regarded as one of the strongest experts in the Aurora continent, it was impossible for someone in a higher plane to attack Grey without him interfering. With a punch, the old man who was charging at Grey was forced back. The others were forced back by a fire ring that surrounded Grey and started to expand. They couldn't get close, but the fire ring was occasionally sending out fireballs. The inscriptions were also attacking at this time, making things difficult for them. The old man who was pushed back by a punch rushed back once again. Grey suddenly noticed the change in the eyes of the old man and couldn't help but wonder what gave him such confidence. From wanting to run away to wanting to kill him at all costs, even if he risked dying. Something's wrong. It didn't take long for Grey to understand that things were not as they seemed. He was alerted and he made sure he didn't make any rash moves. Even when an opportunity presented itself in front of him to kill the old man, he didn't attack. Instead, he continued to attack the others. On the ground, hidden amongst the corpses around, was a young man whose face was closed. He opened his eyes and looked at Grey and couldn't help but curse. Why isn't he trying to kill him? Is there something wrong with his brain? He thought to himself. He had been trying to search for an opportunity to kill Grey, and the best chance was when he was attacking, trying to kill someone. He had communicated with the old man to give Grey such an opportunity, not just the old man, but the others as well, but to his surprise, Grey placed a ring of fire around him and hadn't left the center of the ring of fire. Compared to his previous fearless self, he seemed to be holding back. Could it be that he sensed me? He felt a bit confused. For a moment, he wanted to escape, but then his eyes opened wide. An opportunity had presented itself right before him. Even though Gray didn't leave the ring of fire, he had been forced to get close to him, and he was flying above him. As long as he waited for the perfect time, even with Gray's space element, it would be impossible for Gray to dodge the attack. After waiting, Gray was flying directly above him and he couldn't bear to hold back any longer, shooting out with unbelievable speed. He was using both the lightning and the wind elements to boost his speed. Within a split second, he was already behind Gray, and with his hand covered with lightning, he stabbed it at Gray's head. He was still moving, so after stabbing Gray's head, his figure would pass through. However, he felt no resistance. He was confused by how smooth things were. His figure passed through Gray's body, appearing in front of him. Just when he was about to escape, Gray's hand grabbed him on the neck, and with a vicious tug, he dragged him back. The young man screamed in pain as a large fire blade passed through his chest, opening a large wound. The young man fell to the ground. Before his figure hit the ground, he shot forward with his last strength. He wanted to escape. Gray was stronger and sharper. Even some elemental venerables might not be able to react that fast. Gray not only dodged the attack, but he also counterattacked. This was a shocking thing, and he knew against such an opponent, he stood no chance. For someone that was trained in assassination, once the attempted assassination failed, he would escape, especially after being injured by the other party. The old man saw this as his cue, so when Gray was attacking the young man, he attacked Gray from behind. The attack reached Gray the moment Gray's fire blade pierced the young man's chest. Gray was forced to turn around, unable to chase after the young man. Originally, the old man was the one who was supposed to be attacked by Gray, but now the situation was reversed. It still didn't change anything. As long as Gray died, it was fine. Gray blocked the attack, but he was met with other attacks from behind. He covered himself with an earth dome, blocking all the attacks simultaneously. The earth dome soon shattered, revealing Gray who was hidden inside. The old man was the main attacker as he joined forces with the others, trying to kill Gray. They all had a tacit understanding of what they were doing, so Gray was forced into the defensive for the first time since the start of the battle. Gray didn't panic as he blocked each attack sent his way. Even when some of them pushed him back, he didn't make any rushed moves. He didn't attack, only focusing on defending. As long as he defended well, he wouldn't have to fear that they would be able to defeat him. The old man sensed how things were, but there was nothing he could do. Gray's defense was just too strong. He wanted to run away, but he knew he couldn't. If we group together and he uses that move again, it'll be difficult to predict who he would switch positions with. It will most likely be me. To take the risk or not? The old man was in a dilemma. One of the peak sage plane elementalists from the Dawson family was on the verge of freeing himself from his already injured opponent. Once he was free, all Gray needed was a slight distraction and he would take control of the battle again. Gather! The old man gritted his teeth and said. He transmitted his voice to the others, telling them his plan. They had to take the risk or they would all die in the end. Chapter 1045. There were still 6 people left, and the old man was an earth elementalist. If they were able to plan carefully, then there was a large chance that they would be able to defeat Gray. The old man's plan was to guess who Gray would change positions with and attack the person just when Gray was changing positions with them. Before they gathered, he placed earth particles on each of them and gave them all access to it. The second they sensed the slightest sensation of one of the earth particles disappearing, then they should attack that place. When they all grouped up, they started to attack Gray. Their combined attack was powerful, so Gray was careful, but seeing all of them gather, he couldn't help but start to think. If he were to change positions with one of them, he would be able to kill one more person, or even 2 people. But from his understanding, he knew that the old man knew of this skill of his, especially after the last when Gray tried to kill him. He was the one who told them not to gather in one area. Now, he was saying the opposite. Could they be plotting against me? He thought to himself. Taking the risk to appear there might be worth it if he killed some people, but if he was injured in the process, it wouldn't really be worth it. I'll delay them. He concluded. Since they wanted to plot against him, then he would wait until one of the peak sage plane elementalist is free and come to assist me. He stayed in his passive position, only blocking. He even stopped attacking. The old man's expression changed slightly. He could tell what Gray was doing, but he couldn't believe it. I thought yous are hot-blooded? What the hell is wrong with this one? You're a young man, right? Why the hell are you acting like a 1,000-year-old man? The old man was on the verge of going mad. If Gray didn't attack impulsively, then his plan would fail, and they will undoubtedly die when another sage plane elementalist comes. I thought you were powerful, or could it be that your strength has started decreasing? The old man said. This was a very valid point. They all knew that Gray's strength increased with the help of a secret technique, so there might be a chance that he was weakening. If that was the case, then there was a chance that they could kill him now. He couldn't wait for another Sage Plane Elementalist to get in on the battle or they would die. Forget everything else and kill him. I'll take the first blow. Just make sure my sacrifice isn't in vain, and rescue me in time. The old man changed his plan and charged forward. Of all of them, he was the strongest, and even though there was another Earth Elementalist, he still had the strongest defense. If he was entangled with Gray at a close range, he would not die from a single attack. That was enough for the others to attack and even injure Gray. Gray, seeing the old man charging at him, didn't panic. With a smile on his face, his position changed with the other Earth Elementalist, leaving only the Fur Elementalists who didn't have any strong defensive elements. The Fur only had attacking elements. The old man's expression changed when he saw this. Damn it! Stand and fight like a man. The old man was virtually on the verge of crying. Gray was cunning for such a young man. Even such an old man who was very experienced couldn't trick him. Rather, he used their situation to his advantage. The old man and the other Earth Elementalist looked at each other, ruthlessness flashing through their eyes, and they turned, rushing to where they were previously located. Gray didn't waste any time. The moment he appeared, he attacked. The person closest to him was a middle-aged lady who was a lightning elementalist. The lady covered herself with lightning and tried to run away. Gray didn't give her the chance she wanted. His gravitational force field spread out and the speed of the lady reduced drastically. He moved closer and he made a slashing movement with his hand. All four of them were standing in a straight line, so when he made the slashing motion, he hoped to kill all of them with a single attack. The lady sensed the danger and with a powerful scream, she exploded out with lightning shooting out. Even if she was not Gray's match, she wouldn't die without putting up a fight. The other three did the same as well. One of them was a darkness elementalist. He covered all of them with his darkness element, trying to corrode whatever attack Gray sent their way. A large gash opened up in the darkness-filled area, followed by blood-curdling screams. On the wall. He's cunning and ruthless. Lucas, you're no match for him. The old man said after some time in a matter-of-fact tone. With their strength, they could tell what was happening on the battlefield. When the young man who wanted to assassinate Gray appeared, they originally felt maybe Gray would be injured, but to their surprise, from when the young man appeared till he attacked, Gray was aware of his arrival. When the old man wanted to group up and place elemental particles on the body of the others to sense Gray, they also noticed it. The old man was curious as to what Gray would do, but to his surprise, Gray didn't rush out. He was certain that Gray didn't sense the earth particles, so he obviously made his decision based on some assessments. Lucas couldn't refute it. Instead, he laughed in delight. Having such a son was something to be proud of. Gray was not strong because of the orb, but because of himself. There were people who were geniuses, but they were not on the same level as the current Gray. His thinking and the way he fought were miles ahead of others his age. Even some old men might not be smarter than he was. Chapter 1046. They had been watching Gray since the start of the battle, and when the young man who wanted to assassinate him appeared, they felt he would make a mistake, but to their surprise, he didn't. Sensing the young man wasn't as hard as sensing the elemental particle the old man placed on the body of the others. The fact that Gray would be cautious in such a state showed that he was not a newbie. He must be used to planning, and his decision-making was also top-notch. While Lucas and Martha were shocked by Gray's insane abilities, Gray was taking advantage of his chances. After killing all four at the peak, he was left with only the two Earth Elementalists. The old man was beyond depressed. He was devastated. From what has happened, he knew his chances of surviving this were below 5%. Gray was just too strong. The old man looked at the other Earth Elementalist. We'll have to fight with our lives on the line. Technically, it is on the line. The other Earth Elementalist looked at the old man. He also heard the voice of the Elemental Sovereign who gave them orders. If they dared to withdraw, then they would most likely die. What was worse was that the Sovereign didn't give them a chance, threatening them with death. Gray would kill them, and the Sovereign would also kill them. Against Gray, there's a chance of survival. Against the Sovereign, there were 0 chances of survival. Even an Elemental Venerable was at the mercy of a peak Elemental Sovereign, much less a peak Sage Plane Elementalist. Gray didn't know that they were threatened by an Elemental Sovereign, nor did he care. The people he killed were people who had killed multiple people from the Dawson family. Some had even killed peak Sage Plane Elementalists, so even if they died, it had nothing to do with him. Seeing the two Earth Elementalist, he said, "Just give up, you're no match for me." The Earth Elementalists gritted their teeth, but still tried to attack Gray. They were on a sure death path, so why not try to live a little longer? Those at the peak of the sage plane tend to always want to live longer, especially when said person was as old as the old man. They attacked Gray, their life and death on the line. Some minutes later. Kid, you're stronger than I thought. The old man from the Dawson family said. Gray, his father, his mother, and his grandfather were standing on the city wall. With Gray's appearance, any battle below the elemental venerable plane was futile. The leader of the war soon told his people to hold back. If they hadn't, then humanity would have wiped them out. Well, more like Gray single-handedly taking care of it, but it wasn't appropriate. The sovereign in charge of the battle called for his army to withdraw after Gray killed all his opponents. The old men at the peak of the sage plane didn't give him an easy time, nor did the other Earth elementalist, but he managed to kill them even before the other peak sage plane elementalists from the Dawson family could free themselves. Going out to help them. I was lucky, Gray said humbly. He wouldn't try to act all high and mighty in front of his parents and grandfather. No need to be too modest, at your age, you're unparalleled, the old man said. Gray smiled but didn't reply. To him, he felt he was only SOSO. If he encountered an elemental venerable in the mid or late stages, he would die without a doubt. This was why he didn't feel happy about his achievement. Let's head back. It's best if you go to the realm. I have some plans for you, the old man said. Father, he's not going to take the position of the family head, Lucas said straightforwardly. Do you think we have that time? It'll be a good thing if he can get to the sovereign plane, much less become the family head, the old man said. Lucas paused, not expecting this from his father. Oh, that. You don't have to worry about him. He'll be fine. He's my grandson. Don't think you have all the say about what he feels like doing, the old man snorted. Kid, I have some opportunities for you. I wonder if you wish to accept this old man's proposal. The old man turned to Gray. Grandfather, of course I will accept your request, but I'll have to meet up with my friends first, Gray replied. The old man paused for some time. He knew of Gray's friends, and so did Lucas and Martha. All right, I'll be waiting for you in the family manor. Don't come here any longer, it's too dangerous. Not just them, but others are still looking to take care of you, the old man said. The gnome race? Gray asked, shocking the old man, Lucas, and Martha. How did you know about this? The old man asked. I killed them, of course I'll know what they want to do, Gray said. The old man couldn't help but shake his head with a chuckle. Gray was more intelligent than he thought. Not just that, but he was also well informed and knew the subsequent actions to take. If others knew that an entire race that seemed stronger than humans were trying to kill him, they would most definitely freak out, but Gray was fine. In fact, he didn't seem to care about that. Your friends, where are they? The old man asked. They didn't know too much about Gray's friends and wanted Gray to tell them about them. If their strength were not up to the task, then he would send Gray to the secret realm, regardless of his decision. He had heard of Klaus, Reynolds, and Alice, but he didn't know much about them. After all, just like Gray, they appeared from nowhere. So they didn't know too much about them. Chapter 1047. Going out alone would be dangerous, especially after the kill order. But Lucas and Martha didn't object to it, nor did Gray's grandfather, so he left soon after he returned. His only friend in the Dawson family was not around, so he didn't stay for long. Time went by and before Gray knew it, days had gone by. He was currently waiting in Klaus Manor in the faction Klaus joined. He wasn't allowed to roam since it was an all-girls faction, so he was teleported there. When Klaus came out to see Gray, he was shocked when he tried to sense Gray's stage. Even though he couldn't pinpoint it, he sensed that it was at least in the late stages of the sage plane. What the hell, man? How are you advancing so fast? Klaus cursed and looked at Gray. I miss you too, Klaus, Gray replied. He was already used to the way Klaus spoke, so even when he insulted new people, Gray didn't bother about it. At most, he would let them beat him up. According to what Lucas told him about Klaus, he was a thorn in the necks of the Moonlight faction, but for some reason, the faction leader valued him a lot. According to what Gray's father told him, he was their lucky star. It's been so long, Klaus exclaimed and hugged Gray. It had been a while since he spoke or even saw Gray. Not just Gray, but the others seemed to have been occupied recently, so they didn't have much of his time. Even when he was free, he didn't cultivate much. After so many months, he had shot to the 8th stage of the Sage Plane. Gray was powerful and also lucky. Klaus, on the other hand, seemed to be the child of Lady Luck. He had risen to the 8th stage of the Sage Plane, and he didn't even go to a secret realm like Gray. Had he done that, then he would already be at the peak of the Sage Plane, if not higher. Yes, you seem to be enjoying life, Gray said as he looked at the living environment here. Even though he wasn't allowed into the main part of the faction, they still sent him to Klaus Manor. It was quite large and had all the things he needed to live comfortably. Here? It's boring as hell. I want to go out and have fun with you and the others, Klaus couldn't help but say. Joining a faction was both a blessing and a curse. He advanced faster, but he was also forced to stay in the same place. He couldn't even hassle over it. Being the only boy in an all-girls faction meant that he was the one who had to occasionally go out for missions. With his status, he couldn't let those weaker than him take on these dangerous missions, so he was the one who took it. It wasn't just because they were weaker, but because they were all young ladies. When Gray took a good look at Klaus, he noticed that his skin was glowing, and it looked somewhat pale. What the hell have you been doing? He couldn't help but ask. Missions, Klaus replied. After seeing Gray's eyes, he knew that Gray was speaking about his skin. He laughed before explaining the reason for it. Staying in the snow and a cold environment for too long affected his skin, and it turned paler. This wasn't useless. Whenever he used the ice attribute, his body would increase the strength of the ice, making it stronger. His flesh stored a large amount of ice, and whenever he was fighting, it would start to show its use. All the missions? Gray couldn't help but ask. Yes, all missions, Klaus replied. Before Gray could say a word, Klaus sank into the ground. So I'll take that as not all the missions? Gray laughed. Yes, only a few of the missions, Klaus replied with a gloomy expression. Let's go outside. These seniors have a bad habit of keeping an eye and ears on me, Klaus said. Just when Gray wanted to stand up, Klaus' entire body sank into the ground. He couldn't help but thank the heavens that he didn't say a thing about them. Klaus seemed to be suffering a lot. Well, given his mouth, it wasn't surprising. Gray didn't even try to help Void and stood up walking outside. Some minutes later, Klaus came out with an even gloomier expression. They are bullying me. One of the seniors approached me and I refused her. Klaus sent a telepathic message to Gray. At their current level, they didn't need to speak out and could easily send telepathic messages to each other as long as they were within a specific range. Gray raised a brow but didn't respond. He knew if an elementalist was strong, they could even intercept telepathic messages even when the people were so close. Before Klaus could say anything, he was once again struck into the ground. Gray burst out laughing. Damn it! How can a senior have such a habit of trying to get gossip? Klaus complained. Gray laughed before saying, let's head out. He knew it wasn't safe to say anything here. Of all the people they encountered that day, the Moonlight faction also had their eyes on him, so if he were to tell Klaus any secrets now, it would get to them. Wait, what? Klaus almost spat out the wine he was drinking. The duo were currently in a city not too far from where the Moonlight faction was situated. Yes, you don't have to overreact, Gray said. What do you mean not to overreact? If you've heard of Lucas Dawson as much as I've heard about him, then you'll know that I have every right to overreact, Klaus said. Oh really, what did you hear about him? Klaus asked curiously. A lot? Klaus started to speak about all the things he had heard about Gray's father. Apparently, the current faction leader of the Moonlight faction was in love with him, but he didn't spare her a glance. Instead, he went for the more aggressive Martha Rail. Chapter 1048. Gray listened to everything Klaus was saying. He didn't interrupt him since he was also curious about his parents. He had heard a thing or two about them as well. Mom's always been domineering, he thought to himself when he heard about his mother. From the time he spent with her, he knew she was not a soft person. But hearing of how she was able to fight against over 10 people on the same stage and still didn't lose out, he couldn't help but shake his head. His parents were freaks of their generation. No wonder you're such a freakish monstrosity, Klaus sighed as he said. Gray didn't know if Klaus was complimenting him or insulting him. He couldn't be bothered with it and decided to just take it as a compliment. I heard there's a kill order on your head, Klaus said. You heard of that as well? Gray was a bit depressed. Almost everyone knew of his kill order and he was getting tired of it. That hateful race. He cursed internally. Everyone knows, Klaus replied, before muttering, the rewards are tempting. I wonder if I can get them. Gray shook his head when he heard Klaus' first statement. On hearing the other part, he glanced at him. Hey, do you think there's a way we can trick them that you're dead? I mean, you know how to hide your aura. All we need to do is to put a scar on your face or something, and you're as good as unrecognizable. Klaus suggested. He continued, we'll give them someone else and say it's you. That way, you wouldn't have to bother about the people who want to kill you any longer. I don't think they will fall for a trick like that. Besides, I want them to know that they can't kill me. Gray said. Wait, what did you do to attract such hatred anyway? Klaus couldn't help but ask. Gray went on to tell him about his time in the secret realm. Damn! You should have taken me along. The mistress wouldn't mind if I went to a place like that, at least there I would improve faster. Klaus said with a regretful expression on his face. If he had gone there with Gray, he would have not only attacked the gnomes, he would have messed with the giant race as well. Given his personality, even humans might also want to kill him there. Gray took a glance at Klaus and could already tell what was on his mind. It's a dangerous place, but there are opportunities. It wouldn't be bad if you go. But as things stand, you're not far from the 9th stage. Before you know it, you'll enter the peak and naturally break through. What stage are you now? Klaus asked Gray. 9th stage. We'll get to the peak soon enough. I'm not in a hurry. Gray replied. Klaus closed his eyes for some time. For some time, he had almost always been ahead of Gray, especially whenever he managed to get some fortuitous encounters, but this time, Gray was ahead of him. I really need to go out. Staying in a single place isn't for me. It's too boring to only focus on cultivating. The mistress doesn't even allow me to enter the secret realm. Klaus complained. Gray laughed when he heard this. Klaus was just like Void, they hated peace. Whenever they were stuck in a place where nothing was happening, they would want to leave at all costs. Klaus was unlucky. Gray knew of his agreement with his faction leader when he went to save the girl he was in love with. The faction leader seemed to be taking advantage of this. Even after so long, although Klaus had advanced by a lot, he hadn't gotten the chance to go out as often any longer. Hey Void, what rank are you now? Klaus turned to Void, who hadn't spoken a word, and asked. 7. Void said proudly. Rank 7? That's the elemental venerable plane, correct? Klaus raised a brow. Gray nodded. Klaus' expression changed lightly. He couldn't believe that Void would be the first one to become an elemental venerable. He shook his head with a sigh. Forget it. He paused for a moment and asked, do you know of the seal? What seal? Gray asked. When the gnomes attacked the first time, a senior from the True Dawn faction sacrificed himself to seal the portal that the gnome race used in entering our world. Klaus explained. True Dawn faction. Gray seemed to be lost in thoughts. Why does it sound so familiar? Gray felt like he had heard of this faction before, not from a book, but he didn't know where. It's because you've been there. Klaus answered. Gray's face changed. Been there? Where is it located? Azure Continent. The Trial Lands. Klaus' reply shocked Gray. The highly respected True Dawn faction was located somewhere as small as the Azure Continent. He had read about the True Dawn faction. Even though there wasn't much information about them in a public library, a top faction was different. When he joined the Lunar faction, he read about the history of the continent and got to know about the war with the gnome race. He didn't put the True Dawn faction name to heart, and his mind didn't go to the Trial Land, so he didn't find anything to associate the two together. Only after Klaus spoke of it did he recall it. What about the seal? Gray asked after some time. According to what I heard from the mistress and the elders, it's weakening. Klaus replied. Gray squinted his eyes and didn't say anything else. The famous War of Gods in the Azure Continent was referring to the battle with the gnome race thousands of years ago. Those in the Azure Continent weren't too informed about this, or they were purposely led astray by the information they got. Only after coming here did Gray know that their world was invaded by people from another world, a different race. These people brought necromancy to the Aurora continent, such a hateful method. Did you find out how much time we have? Gray asked. No, but I don't think it's long. Klaus said with a somewhat sad expression. The risk of the gnomes invading them was not something to be joked with. Gray's expression was even more gloomy when he heard of this. I'll kill them all. I'm their greatest nightmare. Who? Why did you say that? Klaus asked when he heard Gray's words. I've been in contact with them, and I know a thing or two about necromancy. You should know I'm very curious, and tend to study a lot. Gray didn't go too deep in details, only telling him that he had a way that he could directly interfere with a gnome's link with their puppets. When Klaus heard this, he couldn't help but chuckle. No wonder they want you dead. Gray shrugged. Compared to others, the gnomes felt he was more of a threat, hence they treated him like one. From what his father told him, some gnomes in the elemental venerable plane had even managed to sneak into the Aurora continent thanks to the help of some of the top powerhouses in the gnome race distracting the people guarding the portal. The portal that was sealed was not the only portal that led to the Aurora continent from the gnome race, but it was the only one that could allow those in the elemental sovereign plane and above to enter. If those below the elemental sovereign plane came to the Aurora continent, it was no different from a death wish. This was also the reason why, although there had been times when a few gnomes managed to sneak in, humans didn't think too much about it. Besides, they've almost always managed to kill anyone that steps out of the portal. Just as humans were protecting their portal, the gnomes were also doing the same. It would be a disgrace if a human came to their world and caused havoc. They've always felt that humans were below them, so they looked at them with disdain. Elemental venerable. I wonder when I'll get to that level. Gray thought to himself. He stayed with Klaus all through the day and they enjoyed their time. Klaus had a lot of stories to share, and Gray listened to all of them. When the next day came, Klaus suggested they went over to meet up with Reynolds and Alice. It had been a long time since all four of them were together, and he missed it. Gray had no objections to it, as long as Klaus was given the freedom to leave. Klaus was surprisingly allowed to leave. Gray couldn't help but give him a meaningful look. "What did you say?" he asked as they walked away from the city. "I told them my sister is sick." Klaus replied with a grin. "But you don't have a sister." Gray rubbed his head. "Exactly." Chapter 1049. Gray and Klaus set out from the Moonlight faction, heading in the direction of the faction Reynolds was part of. It didn't take them long. After a few days of traveling, they got to the faction. Just like Klaus, Reynolds was highly valued in the Raiden faction. "You're lucky you came this time. I was about to head out for a mission," Reynolds said while taking a sip of his tea. He encountered the duo on their way here and took them with him back to the faction. Unlike Klaus' situation, he was more free and didn't have to bother too much about his friends who came to visit. His status was quite high, and he was already in the 6th stage of the Sage Plane, but that was not where his true strength lies. His true strength lay in his elemental warrior that was already close to the peak of the Sage Plane. The moment he breaks through to the 7th stage, his elemental warrior would be at the peak of the Sage Plane. Its strength would not be comparable to an ordinary peak Sage Plane, rather, it would be on par with those unrivaled geniuses. Not on Gray's level, but close to the Prince of the Gnomes race level. "You've improved, no wonder you rarely have time to talk anymore," Klaus said with a cold expression. Of all of them, other than Gray who was almost out of reach, the others were still somewhat reliable. However, some time back, Klaus and even Alice hadn't been able to speak to him as much as they did from the start. He already knew this would happen since they were all in different factions, but he still felt a bit annoyed that he couldn't speak with his friends, just like before. "When we reach the elemental sovereign plane, then we can have all the time in the world. For now, we're still too weak," Gray commented. "It's easy for you to say, you don't have to worry about not being able to step out of your own mana. I, on the other hand, can't even leave the cultivation ground. I don't know if this is a blessing or a curse." Klaus sighed in dejection. Reynolds couldn't help but ask, "That bad?" "He made a deal with his faction leader, he's only fulfilling his part of the deal," Gray said with a nonchalant expression. Klaus felt even more aggrieved when he heard this. "It's already been so long. The mistress is just taking advantage of me. If I was strong enough, I would have beaten her up." "Stop whining. You're already advancing so quickly, what is there to complain about? Do you know how many people are praying for an opportunity like yours?" Gray looked at Klaus, speechless. "Let them come and have it then, I prefer my freedom," Klaus replied. Gray almost wanted to beat the crap out of Klaus. If others heard this, they would beat him up as well. How could someone say that staying in a top faction and being valued so much was a problem? He was even advancing at a fast pace, yet he was complaining because he couldn't go out. Gray had encountered people who didn't think twice and directly killed people, using their blood and life essence in a bid to advance, yet Klaus had so many resources and was complaining. Forget about him. Reynolds didn't bother with Klaus anymore and turned to Gray with a serious expression. "There's something I need to talk to you about." "Kill order?" Gray guessed what was on his mind. "You know about it already?" Reynolds was surprised when he heard Gray ask about this. Gray nodded and told him the general situation of things. Reynolds couldn't help but feel regretful that he didn't go with Gray. If he had gone as well, he would have been able to advance faster and even enjoy his time there. Gray sighed when he saw Reynolds' expression. It was just like that of Klaus. They all wanted to have fun. Although training was important, they felt that there was an opportunity to have fun in the process, so they didn't mind entertaining themselves. Of all of them, Alice was the only one who liked training almost as much as Gray. Although she couldn't compare to him, in front of Reynolds and Klaus, she was still better off. Void was even worse. All he did was sleep and he would advance his stages. He rarely even trained elemental attacks. He seemed to wake up to new abilities every day, just like Gray. "Where are you headed this time?" Gray asked Reynolds. Since Reynolds wanted to go on a mission, he didn't mind tagging along. It's been a while since they fought as a group. "Yeah, where are you going?" Klaus also asked. "Well, there's a group of magical beasts destroying some towns and villages. According to what I know, the leader of these beasts is at the peak of the Sage Plain." Reynolds explained the situation to them. "Let's go then. I don't have anything to do in the meantime," Gray said. Klaus nodded in agreement as well. He was just like Gray, a little different since he lied to come here, but he was free for now. Reynolds didn't object to their proposal and readily agreed. He also wanted to spend some time with his friends. 2 weeks later. "I thought you said only the leader was at the peak?" Klaus complained as he was sent flying by a flying magical beast. This was no ordinary magical beast, it was a winged tiger. These beasts were not only powerful, but they were extremely difficult to deal with. That was not all, it was at the peak of the 6th rank. Klaus was only in the 8th stage of the Sage Plain. How could he fight against a magical beast at the peak of the 6th rank? He was not the only one in a tough situation, even Reynolds was in a bad position as well. His expression didn't look too good. "When I get back, I'll speak with the elders. How can the information be so unreliable?" he complained internally. Luckily, he met up with Gray and Klaus. If not, he would have been in danger once he was crowded by these magical beasts. He was fighting against 2 rank 6 magical beasts, one at the peak, and another in the 9th stage. Fighting against one at the peak was already his limit, yet he had to fight against another one in the 9th stage as well. He was cursing whoever placed the mission there in the first place. Originally, he wanted to test out the strength of his elemental warrior. Now, he was fighting for his life. Gray was the one who was relatively more relaxed, although he was surrounded by 2 peak 6th rank magical beasts and others who were also in the late stages. He didn't lose out, but he couldn't gain the advantage in a short time. One has to know that in terms of strength, a peak 6th rank magical beast was stronger than its human counterpart in the same stage. If not for Gray's strength, he would have already died. "Stop complaining and fight. Aren't you the one who said you haven't tested your strength yet? Well, here's your chance," Gray said calmly. "I didn't mean it against these guys. A 9th stage 6th rank magical beast wouldn't be too bad." Klaus replied. He soon thought of something and said, "Why don't I bring this guy to you and handle one of those in the late stages?" "Dream on, I can still deal with 2, 3 would be too much," Gray replied. "Why are you holding back? Do you want to see us dead?" Klaus couldn't help but complain. They all knew how terrifying Gray was when fighting against multiple opponents. However, Gray was fighting against the magical beasts with his bare hands, not even using any elemental skill. This was the reason he was still entangled with them. "What do you know?" Gray snorted. "I don't want to expose myself." "What if someone's watching from the side?" "You know there's no one. F***CK. I'll beat." Klaus paused mid-sentence to curse when the winged tiger almost bit his head off. He was scared silly. Even after fighting for so long, he was scared of death. It can't be helped, he didn't want to die this young. "Stop complaining and fight, it's not like you're not able to hold on for long, you're just being lazy." Gray laughed when he saw Klaus' plight. The winged tiger seemed to be stronger than the other 2 peak 6th rank magical beasts he was fighting against. This made life difficult for Klaus. Reynolds didn't even have the time to talk, focusing on the battle in front of him. He couldn't be careless like Klaus, who was fighting against a single opponent. Klaus felt like beating Reynolds up. Chapter 1050. Klaus continued complaining as the battle raged on. Gray and Reynolds stopped speaking to him and focused on the battle in front of them. They couldn't be bothered with Klaus, this was his normal habit and they had gotten used to it. Void was watching the battle with interest on the side. He didn't want to get involved with battles of those in lower ranks. His head was held high as he looked at the others smugly. "I'm already a rank 7 magical beast, I cannot be bothered with the likes of you." If not for Gray, he wouldn't even watch the battle. The only thing that piqued his interest was Reynolds' elemental warrior. It seemed to have grown stronger compared to the way it usually was. "Hey, did that guy use any treasures for his elemental warrior?" he asked Gray telepathically as Gray fought. "Most likely, it's strong. Fighting against a peak 6th rank magical beast isn't something most geniuses in the 9th stage can do." Gray replied. After some time he added, "It has always had the ability of fighting against those in higher stages. I just didn't think it would continue even in the Sage Plane." Void didn't speak any further and looked at them as they fought. Reynolds was vicious, trading blows with the other magical beast. Even though he was getting injured, he didn't seem to care about it. Klaus was fighting cunningly. He knew he was no match for his opponent and started to retreat as he fought. A peak rank 6 magical beast was already considered very smart, so it could understand all the curses Klaus was raining on it. It fought even more aggressively, trying to kill the hateful human in front of it. Klaus was very slippery. He would use his ice ability to the extreme, making sure even a peak 6th rank magical beast had difficulties dealing with him. His defense had increased a lot compared to before, and it wasn't weak when compared to a peak Sage Plane Earth Elementalist's defense. If he really wanted to, he could hold on for a long time and the beast would be unable to harm him. Unfortunately, his consumption was great. The heavy water was just too strong and it required a lot of essence. Klaus was fighting and cursing. Gray was using his fists to fight against his opponents. Unlike the others, he was the one who had more opponents to fight against. There were 2 peak rank 6 magical beasts and multiple late stage magical beasts. If he was slightly careless, then he would be injured. An inscription lit up in the sky and one of the peak rank 6 magical beasts was sent flying. It didn't expect Gray to do something like this, so it was caught off guard. Gray wanted to capitalize on this and attack it, but the other one blocked his path, not giving him the chance he wanted. Gray smirked, and to the surprise of the magical beast, he moved to the side and directly blasted one of the late-stage 6th rank magical beasts to death. The magical beast he killed didn't even know how it died. Gray hadn't used his elements to attack and only focused on his physical strength, but seeing how things were, he knew that if he delayed for too long, his friends might be injured. Klaus' eyes lit up when he saw this and he condensed a thin ice that he shot another late-stage rank 6 magical beast in Gray's circle. Before the beast could react, the ice pierced through its head and it died, instantly turning to ice. Roar! Boom! The winged tiger that was fighting with Klaus was infuriated. The puny human it had been beating up dared to launch a sneak attack against one of its subordinates and even killed it in its presence. This was a disgrace to its title and it wanted to kill Klaus even more. Its aura spiked and the void shook as it moved. Its speed had exceeded what it was at the start of the battle as it charged at Klaus. Klaus was frightened when he saw this. He tossed an ice orb behind him which started to make ice rain before running. He didn't forget to curse at the winged tiger as well. Gray was impressed when he saw how Klaus was able to kill one of his opponents even when he was being oppressed by the winged tiger. He's grown fast, although he can't use his full strength, he's not to be trifled with. Gray accessed internally. The attack Klaus used just now was something that he didn't sense until the last minute. If he were the one who was faced with such attack, other than his space elemental technique that could make him phase through things, he didn't have any hopes in dodging the attack. One of the most frightening thing about this attack was its speed. Even a peak Sage Plane Elementalist might not be able to outclass it. Reynolds was invigorated when he saw this. Damn it! They've killed a magical beast, and I'm still here. He wanted to kill one of the magical beasts he was fighting against, but he knew that if he acted carelessly, then he would be in danger. Klaus laughed in delight and continued taunting the winged tiger. This time, he was going to make sure it suffered a loss if it dared to attack him again. The winged tiger was already furious. Seeing that Klaus was taunting it, it roared in fury and attacked. Wind blades shot at Klaus. Klaus hastily raised an ice wall, but after being struck by so many wind blades, it started to fall apart. Damn! So powerful! He exclaimed in his heart. He was not a match for the winged tiger. All he could do now was to hope that Gray or Reynolds took care of their opponents in time and rush over to help him. This is the end of this video. Thank you guys for listening. Hope you enjoyed and wish you wonderful rest of the day. The Silent Raptor's out.